So, how long until we arrive? Peter asked, watching as Quill greedily devoured a handful of McNuggets. The moment Quill got his hands on the fast food, he hoarded it all for himself, moaning with satisfaction after every bite. About 8 hours. Barit answered, rolling her eyes as Quill's mouth was too full to respond. All right, I'll check back in later. Peter shrugged before opening a portal and stepping through it. Varshki gong. Quill mumbled through a mouthful of Big Mac, watching Peter disappear. Barit merely shrugged, a look of disgust flashing across her face. I can't believe I slept with that, she thought bitterly. As the portal snapped shut, Quill continued eating, far too engrossed in his meal to care where Peter had gone. In the command chamber of a massive Chitauri warship, 3 figures stood around a hollow table, the galaxy projected before them, pinpointing their current location. Father grows impatient, a horned woman with half her face shrouded in darkness rasped, gripping her spear tightly. We must obtain the orb immediately, a long-faced man with pale purple skin rumbled, his voice deep and grating. With every word, eerie clicking sounds emanated from his body, almost insect-like. I have located the one who stole Father's prize, a green-skinned woman with colored streaks in her hair stated. He intends to sell it to an intermediary known as the broker. Impressive, Corvus Glaive murmured, regarding Gamora with a smirk. Your father's favorite for a reason. Proxima Midnight scoffed. That doesn't mean she's reliable. She did promise Father she'd retrieve the orb after all. Gamora stiffened under Proxima's glare. As senior members of Thanos' Black Order, Corvus and Proxima outranked her significantly. Unlike Gamora and Nebula, who were merely his adoptive daughters, the Black Order was comprised of Thanos' most elite warriors, his strongest and most ruthless children. Find the broker, Proxima commanded. Bring us the orb. Gamora bowed her head in acknowledgement. It would be my honor. Inside, however, her thoughts churned. After today, I will never step foot near Thanos or these so-called siblings again. Don't fail us, Corvus warned, his voice cold. As Gamora turned to leave, Proxima's voice followed her. Your sister has already proven to be a disgrace. Don't make the same mistake. Gamora didn't react. She simply walked away, her jaw clenched. For once, I envy Nebula. Back in his apartment, Peter collapsed into bed next to his sleeping girlfriend, finally getting the rest he desperately needed. I'll check on Quill when I wake up, was his last thought before exhaustion pulled him under. Dad. Dad. A small voice echoed in his dreams. Dad, wake up. It's already lunchtime. Peter groaned, prying one eye open to find his daughter standing at his bedside, arms crossed, a frown on her tiny face. Ignoring her, he shut his eyes again. Maybe she'll go away. Hey! I saw that. Lily shouted, shaking his shoulder. Wake up. Sigh. Drastic times call for drastic measures. With lightning speed, Peter grabbed her and pulled her into bed, wrapping her up in the blankets like a burrito. Ah. No fair. Lily squealed, struggling against her fabric prison. Wait. Where are you going? To get breakfast, Peter called over his shoulder as he strolled out of the room. It's lunchtime. Lily corrected him. Mom. Help. After spending time with his family and making progress on his supervirus detector, Peter was ready to head out once more. Checking his phone for emergencies, he donned his suit and opened a portal, stepping into an alleyway on Xandar, capital of the Nova Empire. Scanning the bustling city, he quickly spotted Quill and Barit in the distance. Just in time to witness Barit wind her arm back and slap Star-Lord across the face. Damn, I heard that from here. Peter mused, watching her storm off while Quill rubbed his reddening cheek. Guess that relationship's over. A gruff voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Xandarians. What a bunch of losers. Peter turned to see a talking raccoon leaning against a fountain, addressing his tall, tree-like companion. All in a hurry to get from something stupid to nothing at all. Pathetic. Rocket scoffed, scanning the crowd with a holographic tablet, looking for bounties. Peter's attention snapped to an elderly Xandarian chatting up a young woman. Wait a second. His eyes widened. Is that? Look at Mr. Smiles over here, Rocket snickered. Where's your wife, old man? What a Class A pervert. Peter suppressed a chuckle. The old man in question turned slightly, catching Peter's gaze. A sly grin crossed his face before he winked and disappeared into the crowd, on the arm of the beautiful woman. Stanley. Peter shook his head in amusement. Still a legend. Suddenly, Rocket's tablet started beeping wildly. Whoop. We got one. How bad does someone want to find you?
He checked the screen.
40,000 units. Groot, we're gonna be rich. Peter followed Rocket's gaze and saw Quill, oblivious to the bounty on his head. Guess things are about to get interesting. Quill was already inside the broker's shop when Peter caught up. He stood outside, eavesdropping on the conversation. What is it? Quill asked as the broker examined the orb. It is my policy never to discuss my clients or their needs, the broker replied coolly. Yeah, well, I almost died getting it for you, Quill countered. An occupational hazard, I'm sure, the broker said dryly. These creepy gray bug soldiers were after me, Quill pressed. Clicking and shrieking all over the place. The broker stiffened. His pale face drained of color. I'm sorry, Mr. Quill, but our deal is off. He shoved the orb back into Quill's hands and ushered him toward the door. Hey! What the hell?
Quill protested.
If they are who I suspect, I want nothing to do with this. The metal door slammed shut behind him. Quill turned exasperated and spotted Peter watching from the street. Where the hell have you been? He snapped.
Peter smirked.
I have a life, you know. What happened? A voice asked, drawing Quill's attention to Gamora, who leaned casually against the broker's sealed shop. Ah. Quill stammered, momentarily stunned by the striking green-skinned woman before him. Instantly forgetting Peter's presence, he straightened up, trying to play it cool. This guy just backed out of a deal on me. If there's one thing I hate, it's a man without integrity. I'm Peter Quill, but everyone calls me Star-Lord. Peter, watching from the sidelines, struggled to contain his laughter. The great Star-Lord reduced to a stammering fool at the sight of a beautiful woman? Classic. You have the bearing of a man of honor, Gamora said smoothly, subtly testing the waters with her target. These two are made for each other. Peter thought, smirking as he watched Gamora, usually composed and lethal, awkwardly attempt to flirt. Despite her less than convincing act, Quill took the bait, grinning as he tossed the orb playfully in his hands, trying to look effortlessly cool. Well, you know, I wouldn't say that. People do say it about me all the time, but I'd never say it myself. He feigned humility, but somehow managed to sound even more self-absorbed. Peter sighed and instinctively took a step back. Here we go. Without warning, Gamora lunged forward, snatching the orb from Quill's hand. Ha! Quill grunted in shock as Gamora swiftly planted a kick to his stomach, sending him stumbling backward while she bolted with her prize. Quill barely had a moment to recover before he reached into his coat, pulling out a small magnetic tether. He flung it at Gamora's ankles, the cord wrapping around her legs and yanking her off her feet. She hit the ground hard, cursing as she struggled to free herself. Quill took his chance, sprinting toward her to reclaim the orb. Only for Gamora to kick him square in the chest, flipping their positions as she straddled him and began raining punches down onto his face. This wasn't the plan. Gamora muttered under her breath, frustrated with how quickly things had spiraled out of control. Spider guy. Some help here would be nice. Quill shouted, flailing under her blows. Just as Gamora raised a knife to finish the fight, a golden portal shimmered into existence between them. I'll take that. Peter's voice chimed in as he reached through the portal, plucking the knife effortlessly from Gamora's grasp. Besides, you could poke someone's eye out with this thing. Gamora blinked in shock as she found herself staring through the portal at Spider-Man, who waved cheekily before snapping it shut. That's my magician. Quill smirked triumphantly, using the moment of distraction to kick Gamora off him and scramble to his feet. Before either could react further, a furry missile launched into the fight. A clothed raccoon came out of nowhere, clinging onto Gamora's back. Put him in the bag. Put him in the bag. Rocket yelled as he did his best to keep Gamora restrained. Groot, eager to help, extended his roots toward Gamora. No. Not her, him. Learn genders, man. Rocket shouted as Gamora, unfazed by her attackers, wrestled the raccoon off her and even attempted to bite him. Biting. That's not fair. Rocket yelped. This is a disaster. Peter thought, barely holding back his laughter as the chaos unfolded before him. While everyone was distracted, Quill grabbed the orb and made a break for it. Take it easy. Rocket yelped as Gamora finally freed herself, tossing him aside like an old rag. She grabbed a nearby metal rod and hurled it with deadly accuracy, striking Quill's hand and forcing him to drop the orb. Wasting no time, she lunged to reclaim it. Only for Quill to tackle her mid-dash, sending both crashing to the ground once more. Gamora, however, was quicker, rolling on top and pinning him beneath her. Fool. You should have learned by now, she scolded, ready to pummel his face in again. I don't learn. It's one of my issues. Quill grinned, slapping a tiny thruster onto her chest.
Bye.
With a whoosh, Gamora was sent hurtling backward. Quill barely had a second to celebrate before Groot loomed behind him and effortlessly bagged him like a captured prize.
What the? Hey! Let me go.
Quill thrashed as Groot hoisted him over his shoulder, wrapping him securely in his branches. Quit smiling, you idiot. You're supposed to be a professional, Rocket scolded Groot, just as Gamora, now extremely pissed off, stormed toward them. You gotta be kidding me. Rocket muttered, just before Gamora kicked him aside again and slashed through Groot's arms with a concealed blade. Where the hell was she hiding that? Peter wondered, sipping from a conjured cup as he relaxed in a floating beach chair. As the bag hit the ground, Quill stumbled free, immediately zapping Gamora with his blaster. The blue electrical current sent her crashing down, convulsing from the shock. Before Quill could make a run for it, Rocket whipped out his own gun and aimed. I live for the simple things, Rocket smirked. Like how much this is gonna hurt. The moment he pulled the trigger, another electric blast struck Quill, sending him convulsing onto the ground beside Gamora. Rocket grinned at his handiwork before turning to Groot, who looked forlornly at his severed arms. They'll grow back. Quit whining, Rocket scoffed, just as they were suddenly surrounded by the Nova Corps. Should I step in or let them go to jail for fun? Peter mused. I do have a good relationship with Nova Prime. Subject 89P13, drop your weapon. A Nova Corps officer barked.
Rocket grumbled. Oh crap. Office of Nova Prime.
I cannot control the actions of radicals, a high-ranking Kree official stated over a holocall. They mourn the loss of their savior and see themselves as martyrs. Nothing will change that.
Ronan is dead.
These attacks will not bring him back. Nova Prime Irani rail snapped. They're bombing civilians, children. This has to stop. While Ronan's death had cut down on direct Kree hostilities, it had also fueled the rise of extremist factions determined to carry out his genocidal vision. We signed your peace treaty, Nova Prime. What more do you want? The Kree official said dismissively. At the very least, a formal condemnation of these attacks, Irani pressed. If not for the victims, then for the fact that these cowards only strike the weak and helpless. Is that truly the Kree way?
The official's face darkened. That is your problem.
I have other matters to attend to.
The call abruptly cut off.
Prick, Irani muttered, rubbing her temples as she slumped back into her chair. Rough day? A voice asked casually. She jumped, drawing her pistol, only to find Spider-Man lounging against her balcony doorway. What the hell are you doing here? She demanded.
Peter grinned. I need a favor.
Though, after that little conversation, maybe we can help each other.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
While Peter was striking a deal with Irani Rail, Quill, Gamora, Groot, and Rocket were immediately taken to the KYLN, high-security space prison. The KYLN is a huge prison ship, built to make escape almost impossible, as leaving the prison would land anybody in the cold airless embrace of outer space. In the Xandarian criminal system, if there is overwhelming proof against you, the Nova Corps doesn't bother with a trial as it's a waste of time and money. Especially when their empire covers most of the galaxy, making it hard to effectively manage a large-scale court system. I guess most of the Nova Corps wanna uphold the laws, but these ones here, they're corrupt and cruel. Rocket explains as they march through the halls of the prison and watch how the guards mistreat the prisoners. One scrawny orange alien stepped out of line, and a couple of guards rushed up and started beating him with electrified batons. But, hey, that's not my problem. I ain't gonna be here long. I've escaped 22 prisons, this one's no different. You're lucky that Broad showed up, because otherwise, me and Groot would be collecting that bounty right now, and you'd be getting drawn and quartered by Yandu and those Ravagers. Rocket reveals who placed the bounty on Quill's head. I've had a lot of folks try to kill me over the years. I ain't about to be brought down by a tree and a talking raccoon. Quill replies with a small laugh. What's a raccoon? Rocket asks in confusion. It's what you are, stupid. Quill answers pointedly. Ain't no thing like me, except me. Rocket says as they're being led to their cell block. So, this orb has a real Ark of the Covenant sort of vibe. What is it? Quill ignored Rocket and turns to ask Gamora, who opts to remain silent. I am Groot. Groot explains in depth. So what? What's the orb? Quill shrugs off Groot's wise words and continues to pester Gamora. I have no words for an honorless thief. Gamora answers harshly. Pretty high and mighty coming from the daughter of a planet-harvesting maniac. Rocket cuts in and receives nothing but a glare from Gamora in return. Yeah, I know who you are. Anyone who's anyone knows who you are. Yeah, we know who you are. Quill says confidently as he turns to Groot and asks. Who is she? I am Groot. Groot explains everything. Yeah, you said that. Quill responds in annoyance. I wasn't retrieving the orb for my father, I was betraying him. I had an agreement to sell it to a third party. Gamora explains her plans. I am Groot. Groot didn't believe a word out of her mouth. Well, that's just as fascinating as the first 89 times you told us that. What's wrong with the Whomping Willow, here? Quill asks Rocket. A/N, yes, I know Quill wouldn't have been around for Harry Potter but I liked the reference. I wanted to use the apple trees from the Wizard of Oz but I didn't know how to word it in a good way. Well, he don't know talking good like me and you. So his vocabularistics is limited to I and M and Groot. Exclusively in that order. Rocket explains as Groot sagely nods his head. That's gonna get old, real quick. As soon as the 4 future Guardians were escorted into their cell block, every inmate went ravenous and bloodthirsty as they all eyed Gamora. Murderer. I'm coming for you first, Gamora. You're dead. You're scum. You're scum. Many of them called for blood as they all blamed her for the deaths of their families and loved ones. After all, Thanos has brought balance to many planets over the years. I hate you. No cell's gonna protect you for long. You're dead. Dead. After settling into their cell block, it wasn't long before they were told it was time to sleep. Take her down to the showers. It'll be easier to clean up the blood down there. Quill woke from his sleep just in time to see a group of inmates taking Gamora away at knife point. Jumping into action, Quill rushes after them without a second thought. Quill, where are you going? Quill. Quill. Rocket woke up and hurriedly followed after him. Gamora, consider this a death sentence for your crimes against the galaxy. A tannish brown-skinned alien man with horns declares as he and his fellow prisoners surround Gamora in the dimly lit shower room. You dare. Suddenly, an angry voice fills the room, as every inmate turns around and freezes in fear. You know who I am, yes. Valkyrie Drax, the Destroyer. One of the inmates stuttered. A bald muscle-bound man with grey skin covered in red markings came walking into the room with a furious rage-filled look on his face. Insert picture of Drax here. And you know why they call me this? Drax asks as he prowls forward. You slayed dozens of Ronan's minions. An inmate elaborates. Ronan murdered my wife, Ovid, and my daughter, Camaria. He slaughtered them where they stood. And he laughed. Drax said in both anguish and rage. Her life is not yours to take. I may have missed my chance to kill Ronan, but I will end the life of all who were related to him. Oh, of course, Drax. Here. One of the inmates hands over their knife. With a pointy weapon in hand, Drax stumps toward his target, though things didn't go as planned. Just as he was within arm's reach, Gamora acted quickly and twisted his wrist, which caused Drax to drop the blade. Using her foot, Gamora kicked the falling knife upward, snatched it out of the air, and held it to Drax's neck. Adat novel bin adat. I have no relation to Ronan. Gamora argues. He was your father's lackey. Drax counters, unafraid of the blade on his neck. Thanos is not my father. Gamora clarifies with an angry growl. That's not what I heard. One of the inmates says as the others all nod in agreement. Gamora gritted her teeth and took a deep breath before tossing her weapon aside. When I was a child, Thanos brought his soldiers to my planet and separated everyone into 2 groups. While his army was doing the dirty work, he gave a grand speech about balance and how he was there to help us survive. Silence filled the room as everyone, including Quill and Rocket, who were listening from the door, felt the emotion in Gamora's voice as she spoke. Once the speech was over, he picked a group, and all of those people were slaughtered like animals. The only reason I'm still alive today is because that madman took a liking to me, Gamora says with a bit of heat in her voice. My real parents died that day, so no, I'm not related to Ronan or Thanos. Now, get out of my face. 2 sides glared at one another in silence. Meanwhile, Quill was shocked by what he heard. Who's Thanos? He wondered as he felt nothing but sympathy toward the woman he was smitten with. Before anyone could say a word, a commanding voice spoke over a prison's loudspeaker. Inmates 356,745, 356,791, 356,792, 356,793, and 356,794 report to the entrance of your cell block. Now. Drax grunted in confusion as he heard his number being called. Eyeing Gamora one last time, Drax was caught up in indecision. On one hand, he really wanted to chop her head off and hang it in his cell for all to see, and on the other hand, her story was very convincing and similar to his own. Even the initial group of inmates didn't have the heart to kill Gamora anymore. This is not over, Drax declared as he stormed out of the room, passing Quill and Rocket on the way. Let's go, idiot. Rocket calls as he turns to follow after Drax. Huh? Why? Quill asks in confusion. Because our numbers were called, you moron. Rocket explains as he starts walking. What about Gamora? Quill asks in worry. Her number was called too. Minutes later, Drax, Quill, Gamora, Groot, and Rocket were all stood impatiently at the entrance of their cell block, waiting for whatever they were called for. Why the hell would they call us in the middle of the night? Quill asks as he paced back and forth. Who knows, but it could be a good chance to get the hell out of here. Rocket says as he nods to Groot, who nodded back, ready to initiate their escape at any moment. Meanwhile, Drax and Gamora remained silent and stoic about the whole situation. Here they are, sir. The warden of this prison spoke with extreme respect as he guided a very important person up to the cell block's gate. Good, open it up. A familiar voice filled Quill's ears as he stopped pacing and looked toward the gate expectantly. Open cell block 12C. The warden yelled and the gate started opening only a moment later. As the gate slowly rose upwards, Quill caught sight of the recognizable colors, red and blue. Hey, Starboy. Peter says with a wave. I'm here to bail you and your friends out. Did you learn your lesson, young man? Spider guy. Quill exclaimed in excitement as he ignored Peter's incorrect use of his code name. Where have you been? Spider-Man. Peter corrects him. And I was making a deal with Irani Rail. You made a deal with the Nova Prime. Rocket asks doubtfully. I am Groot. Groot was surprised as well. Even Gamora and Drax were shocked by the news. Though that was mainly because none of them knew who the hell Spider-Man or Guy was. Yep, in exchange for us dealing with a Kree terrorist cell, Irani agreed to set you all free. Peter reveals. Of course, Peter could have easily broke them out of prison with a single portal, but this way would be more fun. After all, they needed to bond as comrades in order to become the guardians they were meant to be. Upon hearing Peter's words, the only one who seemed excited by the news was Drax. Good. Drax stepped forward, ready for war. You will have my assistance, Spider. Count us out. Rocket refused to participate as he and Groot strolled out of the cell block. Me and Groot don't work for free. I am Groot. Groot nods in agreement with his friend's words. Seconds after stepping a few feet out of the cell block, the bounty hunting duo was stopped by a line of armed Nova Corps members. That's good because she also agreed to pay each of us 100,000 units for our service. Peter offered the carrot, while the soldiers showed them the stick. When he was negotiating with Irani, Peter knew that the gift of freedom wouldn't be enough to sway people like Rocket and Quill, so he put a price tag on their service as well. Irani was confused at first, as she had no idea how Peter would lead a band of misfit criminals against a terrorist cell, but the fact that this was the man who killed Ronan assured her enough to agree. Why didn't you say so earlier? Rocket asked as he and Groot turned back around. That's more than double Star Kid over there is worth. It's Star-Lord. Quill corrects in annoyance. And I'm in too. 100,000 units is a good payday. Good, because those who refuse to participate will remain in the KYLN for the remainder of their sentence. Peter explains as he looks to Gamora and awaits her decision. Fine. She mutters as she joins the group. But once this is over, I'll be taking the orb. You mean this? Peter asks as he pulls the orb out of nowhere, and spins it on his finger like a basketball. As soon as the Guardians caught sight of the orb, each of them locked onto it with hungry looks in their eyes, except for Drax, who had no idea what it was. Even Rocket and Groot, who only knew it was worth a big sum of money, crafted plans in their minds to snatch it when the time was right. My orb. Quill rushed up and tried to take it, but Peter tossed it in the air, where a portal appeared and swallowed it whole before snapping shut. Hey, what the hell, man? I'll be keeping the orb safe until we finish this mission, Peter says, leaving no room for complaints or arguments. Once our end of the bargain is fulfilled and we're all 100,000 units richer, we can come together and decide how to deal with the orb. Fine. Quill reluctantly agreed as everyone else remained silent. Good. Peter nodded as he turned to the warden. Have your men bring their belongings, so we can be on our way. Yes, sir. The warden agrees easily as he turns to his soldiers. You heard the man. Bring their belongings and I don't want to hear about anything going missing. As the soldiers jumped into action, all of the Guardians were beginning to wonder who Spider-Man really was. After all, he had enough of a reputation to order the Nova Corps around like it was nothing. Sir? The warden asks nervously. Yes. Peter replies. Is it true that you killed Ronan the Accuser and his army? The warden asks like a child to his hero. Yeah, though I didn't do it alone. Peter answers with a nod, trying not to brag too much. Instantly, each member of the Guardians went wide-eyed as they realized why Spider-Man was so respected by the Nova Corps. You. Drax and Gamora exclaimed in tandem. Me. Peter answers in amusement. You took my vengeance from me. Drax yells in hostility as Gamora decides to keep her mouth shut. For now. Sorry. Peter apologized in confusion. Was it painful? He asks hopefully. What? You mean his death? Peter asks and receives a nod. Not really. I took his hammer and broke his neck with it. He was pretty weak for some big galactic bad guy. You should have taken your time. Drax starts to lecture Peter. Ronan deserves nothing less than excruciating torture in his dying moments. Truthfully, I thought he would be stronger and killed him by accident. Peter explains with a shrug, shocking all of the Nova Corps as well as the Guardians. If he was so powerless, then you should have left him alive. Drax argues in rage. His death was mine. After some awkward silence, as Peter didn't know how to deal with Drax's illogical anger, everyone had their belongings returned and were set free. My baby. Quill exclaimed as he saw his ship parked in the hangar that the warden escorted them to. It was an honor meeting you, sir. The warden says genuinely as he and his men salute in Peter's direction. Thank you for your hospitality, warden. Peter replies respectfully as he and the Guardians board the ship. Thank you for your hospitality. Rocket repeats with a laugh as the ship's door seals shut. You know that piece of sh*T runs one of the worst prisons in the galaxy, right? He's only being respectful to you because you killed his boogeyman. True, but that's no reason to burn bridges. Peter says with a shrug. After all, who knows when I'll have to fish my new friends out of jail again. Look here, you costume-wearing freak. Rocket says to Peter without fear. I ain't your friend. I'm here for money and that's it. Once this job is done, me and Groot will be on our way. I am Groot. Groot turns to Rocket. Oh, shut up, you walking plank of wood. Rocket says and storms off. I am Groot. Groot ignores Rocket's departure to the cockpit of the ship and turns to Peter. You want to be friends? Peter asks for clarification. I am Groot. Groot nods. Cool, so do you eat food? Peter asks as he ignores Gamora's beaming stare. Or do you just drink water and sit in the sun like other plants? I am Groot. Groot explains intricately. While Peter was getting to know Groot, Quill and Rocket started fighting over who would be flying the ship. Once they finally flew out of the KYLN's hangar, Peter called a meeting to fully explain the mission they were given. So, where are these terrorists? Rocket asks as he was able to somehow convince Quill to let him drive. Here, plug this in. Peter hands over the Xandarian equivalent of a flash drive. As Quill plugged it in, a nearby screen lit up, showing the Nova Empire's second most populated planet, Xanov. According to Nova intelligence, Xanov is infested with a terrorist group known as the Sons of Ronan. They practically worships Ronan like a god. Peter explains as Drax perks up at the mention of his most hated enemy. Our job is to simply find and capture every member. As Peter explains this, videos and images appear, showing the bombings that the Sons of Ronan have taken credit for. We can't kill them. Drax asked as he watched a school burn on the monitor. Even Quill couldn't help but agree with Drax's sentiment. Killing children is just messed up. Killing is allowed, but a living terrorist is a lot more talkative than a dead one, so try to keep them alive. At least, until we can question them. Peter answers. At novel bin at. Do we have any leads? Gamora asks, as even she didn't like seeing the targets of these terrorists. We'll be meeting with the Nova Corps on Xanov. Peter explained. They'll give us everything they have, which will hopefully be enough for us to get a good head start. After answering some more questions, Rocket and Quill rush off to set their destination while everyone else got comfortable for the long journey ahead. Where's my sister? Just as Peter took a seat away from everyone else, Gamora found her time to strike and started questioned him. You mean Nebula? Peter asks and receives a nod. She is currently on my home planet, living her life away from her abusive father. Good. Gamora says simply. Is she happy? I think so. Peter nods as he takes out his phone and shows her a picture of Nebula eating ice cream. She's been learning how to enjoy her life lately. Gamora smiled warmly as she saw the foreign look of happiness on her angry sister's face. Although she would never consider Thanos or the Black Order as her family, Nebula always felt like a real sister, especially with how often they fought, both physically and verbally. You should be careful. Gamora warns him. Nobody has ever taunted Thanos as you have and walked away unscathed. Oh, did Daddy Dearest tell you about our little discussion? Peter asks jokingly. No, I was there for the whole thing. Gamora says as an amused smirk graced her lips. I see you enjoyed the show then. Peter matches her smirk, though she couldn't see it. I'm not kidding when I say you should be careful though. Gamora turns serious in an instant. My father plans to send the Black Order to your planet soon enough. What's the Black Order? Peter asks, though he already knew a fair bit about them from the movies. Gamora explained everything, hoping that Peter could use the information to protect Nebula. Based on his knowledge from the movies, the only two in the Black Order that would be tricky to deal with are Ebony Maw and Cull Obsidian. Especially Ebony Maw, who seemed to be the real brains behind the Black Order. With his genius-level intellect as well as his supreme power in telekinesis, Maw would be the hardest of Thanos' children to take down. As for Obsidian, due to his great size, he possesses an incredible level of superhuman strength that could even match the Hulk, not to mention his incredible durability. And sadly, due to Peter's interference in this world, the Hulk hasn't had much of a chance to do anything. Since Banner continues to bury himself in research and was never needed to help out the Avengers, this world's Avengers is short one angry green muscle head. Maybe I should separate Banner and Hulk somehow. Peter thought as he didn't see Banner changing his ways anytime soon. Besides, when Banner fused with the Hulk in the movies, I found myself missing the lovable idiot. Banner would most likely thank Peter for accomplishing what he couldn't. Although that would be a good plan to deal with Obsidian, Peter had multiple other ways that could also do the trick. Abomination has been progressing well and could easily become a member of the Avengers, making him a good opponent for the Mad Titan's strongest child. Otherwise, Peter could either handle the guy himself or put a team together to get the job done. Though the more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea of separating Banner and Hulk into their own individual bodies. When I have some free time, I'll raid Camartage's library and see what I can find on alter egos and their possible separation. Peter thought as he listened to Gamora. If we're unlucky, you'll be able to meet 2 members of the Black Order on our journey. Gamora says as Quill walked by, overhearing her words. Black Order? Sounds kinky. He comments as he takes a seat between Peter and Gamora. Easily seeing through his actions, Peter found his new friend's jealous behavior amusing. Of course, Gamora was completely oblivious to the meaning behind Quill's actions. The Black Order is not kinky. Gamora says in distaste. They are elite killers who could tear you apart with a flick of their wrist. Even meeting one of them would mean death for us all. Okay. Quill was officially spooked. Why would we cross paths with them? At novel bin at. Because they're after the orb as well. Peter assumed and received a confirming nod from Gamora. Yes, they dispatched me to retrieve the orb for them, Gamora reveals with a frown. And soon enough, they'll figure out that I've betrayed them and come looking for the orb themselves. You worked for them. Quill exclaims in shock, as he still didn't know much about his current love interest. They are my siblings, Gamora said with a heavy dose of sarcasm. Before Quill could ask 100 more questions, Peter cut into the conversation. Which members did Thanos send to get the orb? He asks curiously. Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive. As soon as Peter heard those two names, he tuned out the rest of the conversation. I think Proxima and Corvus are the weakest of the Black Order, which is good, Peter thought as he wanted to give the Guardians a chance against at least one of them. They needed to grow as a team and couldn't do that without some obstacles to overcome. After all, even if all of the members of the Black Order came at once, Peter could probably handle them with ease, especially since he has full access to the Reality Stone's power. The only person in the universe that Peter isn't 100% confident in fighting is Thanos, who currently held the Mind Stone in his grasp. In Peter's mind, they're evenly matched. Each of them has an Infinity Stone. Though Peter has 3, he can only wield 1 at the moment. When it comes to physical strength, Peter was sure that Thanos bested him in that category, though that doesn't mean he would win in a fight between the two. Peter may be physically weaker, but he's definitely faster, more dexterous, and has a lot more abilities than the Mad Titan. If they fought now, Peter would definitely bet on himself, as he felt confident in his skills and abilities, but the odds would realistically be around 50-50ths. Of course, this is all speculation about a man that Peter has never met in person, and they wouldn't remain so evenly matched forever. I need to finish putting my conduit together, Peter thought, as Thanos wouldn't stand a chance against all 3 of his Infinity Stones. Just adding the Power Stone to his arsenal would be more than enough. Wow, your family is worse than mine, Quill admitted as he received a brief overview from Gamora. I thought being kidnapped and raised by Ravagers was as bad as it could get. Boo-hoo, life is so hard as a space princess. Rocket appears from the cockpit. You had it easy if you ask me. Hey, it ain't a competition. Quill immediately comes to Gamora's defense. Simp, Peter thought with a shake of his head. Because if it was, you'd definitely win. I mean, what are you? Did some mad scientist put your brain in the first roadkill he could find? Quill asks jokingly. I'll show you roadkill. Rocket leaped off of the floor and latched onto Quill's face. I think that's my cue, Peter says as he stands up and opens a portal. I'll be back when you reach Xanov. In front of Gamora's shocked gaze, Peter stepped through the portal and disappeared. How did he do that? Gamora asks, dumbfounded. I am Groot. Groot answered as he extended his roots, pulling Quill and Rocket apart. Let me at him. While the Guardians were soaring through space, Peter returned to the Avengers Tower, as he needed to at least check in on everything. They just absorbed a worldwide spy agency, after all. Yo, how are things going? Peter asks as he found Fury in his office. Hectic, where have you been? Fury answers from behind a desk full of paperwork. I've been off planet, Peter says as he peeks over at the papers on his desk. Any problem with the new shield? Some, but it's been handled, Fury says as he leans back in his chair. What were you doing off planet? I'll explain later, Peter says as he makes his way to the door. By the way, your wife moved in with me for safety reasons. Just until Hydra is fully dealt with. Fury frowned, though he kept his mouth shut, knowing that she would be safer this way. What about MJ? She practically lived with me before all of this, so nothing has changed, Peter says as he turns back to see Fury's grumpy face before taking his leave. See ya. Heading to his own office, Peter opened a portal and grabbed his laptop. I should finish this up, Peter thought as he sat down at his desk and got to work. A couple of hours later, Peter's door swung open, revealing an eager-looking Captain America. Did you find anything that could help Bucky? He didn't bother with pleasantries and asked immediately. Perfect timing, Peter says as he turns the laptop toward Steve. I just finished scanning the data we stole from Zola. Viruses found, 169. Anomalies found, 13. Conscious minds, 1. What the hell does that mean? Steve asks in confusion. It means Zola had a backup plan in case someone killed him and swiped his data, Peter says as he points to the screen. Click this please. Run cleaner. Okay, Steve says as he had his pointer finger to tap the screen. Your age is showing, old man, Peter comments as he reaches around and uses the touchpad to click the button himself. Instantly, a loading bar appeared on the screen, which quickly filled under Steve's curious gaze. Clean successful. There we go, Peter says as he turns the laptop to himself. Now, let's see what Zola has on Bucky. As Peter unlocked the data and searched the keyword Winter Soldier, Steve invited himself to the other side of the desk and eagerly watched over his shoulder. Peter hummed as he scrolled through everything faster than Steve could follow. What? Can we help him? Steve asks impatiently. They seem to have used some sort of memory-suppressing machine, Peter says as he continues to scroll. Ouch, they performed electroconvulsive therapy on him, which severely damaged his limbic system. The limbic system is the part of the brain involved in behavioral and emotional responses, especially when it comes to behaviors needed for survival, like feeding, reproduction, caring for children, and fight or flight responses. Seeing that Steve barely understood what he was saying, Peter explained in simpler terms. Hydra shocked the hell out of him, which made Bucky forget himself while also damaging his brain. They then manipulate his broken mind with images and code words, turning him into the killer he is today. Is it fixable? Steve asks hopefully. Yes, but we would need to heal his brain and then have someone like Charles uproot all of his buried memories. Peter nods. Hearing the confidence in Peter's words, Steve couldn't hold back the smile from forming on his face, though it soon disappeared. How the hell are we supposed to heal his brain? Steve asks worriedly, as that sounded complicated. Thinking for a moment, Peter suddenly remembered something. Follow me? Taking the elevator a few floors down, Peter escorted Steve through the halls and security checkpoints before arriving in a spacious laboratory, filled with all sorts of healthy-looking plants. Maya, are you here? Peter called out, and moments later a beautiful woman in a lab coat peeked her head out of an office door. Maya Hansen. Is there a problem? Maya asks as no one but Tony visits her lab. Speaking of. Just as Peter was about to speak, the doors behind him swung open and Tony came strolling in. Hey, I came to check. Tony froze when he found Peter and Steve in front of him. What are you two doing here? Good timing. Peter says as he walks over to a nearby table and plugs in a flash drive. Gather around. Tapping the table a few times, everyone watched as a projection of a brain appeared in the air. What happened to the limbic system? Maya noticed the damage immediately. It's fried. Tony commented with a frown. This is Bucky's brain. Peter reveals as Tony's frown deepens. I cracked open the data I stole from Zola and learned what they did to make him like that. Who's Bucky? Maya asks in confusion. That's not important right now. Peter says as Tony speaks up. They cooked his brain, huh? He asked. Yes, probably beyond repair. Peter says as Maya nods in agreement. Steve frowned at Peter and Tony's poor choice of words. Is this person even alive? She asks curiously and receives a nod from Peter. Tapping the table a few times, everyone watched as the live cameras from Bucky's cell appeared. That's him. Peter says. It's a miracle that he's not a vegetable. Maya comments as she watches Bucky pace back and forth in his cell. Captain America's fists tighten at the way they're talking about his best friend. Can you heal him? Peter asks. After dealing with the whole Extremis situation, Maya was hired as a scientist for the Avengers. Ever since then, she and Tony have been working on Extremis together, as she wanted all those years ago. Of course, Pepper wasn't so happy in the beginning, as Maya and Tony had sexual relations in the past, but she soon got over her possessive feelings. Especially since Maya started dating a certain man, though that's not important right now. Maybe. Maya answers unsurely as she hits a few buttons on the table. Instantly, a video of an armless monkey projected into the air. This is Bubbles, she says as she gestures to the holographic video. He lost his arm in the local zoo when a tiger escaped into the chimpanzee habitat. Watch. Bubbles was strapped down to a table and seemed to be heavily sedated. Suddenly, a pair of arms appeared in the frame, holding a syringe with a golden honey-like liquid inside. Screwing the needless syringe into an 4, which was already connected to the monkey's bloodstream, a short countdown was heard before the plunger was pushed in, injecting the golden fluid into the monkey. Eek, eek, ah. Instantly, Bubbles was woken from his sedation and screamed in excruciating pain. Its body seemed to glow in a red hue for a moment before something miraculous happened. At novel bin at. The stub on its left shoulder that used to be a hairy arm began to morph and grow at an extremely rapid pace. Within seconds, the monkey's missing arm was grown back and the red hue on its skin simmered down until it completely disappeared. Wow, Steve muttered in awe. Although the arm was currently hairless, which didn't match the rest of the monkey's body, it was back and looked better than ever. Is Bubbles still alive? Peter asks as he knew the usual end of those who are given Extremis. Follow me, Maya says as she leads everyone to an empty room, where a one-way mirror showed a small makeshift habitat for a monkey. Inside this habitat, Peter could see Bubbles with both of his arms, playing on a tire swing that was attached to a fake tree. We've run every test and found nothing wrong with him, Maya says with a proud look on her face. It's completely stable. As she said this, Bubbles suddenly let out a loud burp, though that wasn't the only thing he let out. A long stream of golden fire shot out of his mouth, shocking everyone in attendance. Though we haven't been able to remove the fire powers yet, Maya admits as she planned to make a form of Extremis that only heals, leaving out the superpowers so that the general public could make use of its miraculous healing properties. Have you tested it on humans? Steve asks hopefully. Because Bucky isn't a monkey. The look on Maya's face said it all. They haven't started human trials yet. No, but chimpanzees are our closest relatives in the animal kingdom. Peter says as he turns to Maya and Tony. What are the odds of it working on Bucky without a problem? Peter asks, as they knew more about Extremis than him, though he would look into their research soon enough. Fire powers and regeneration would be useful. Looking at one another, Tony and Maya communicate with their eyes. 85% Maya revealed after a moment of thought. That's not good enough. Steve instantly disagreed. I just got Bucky back and I won't risk his life as a lab rat. Steve, 85% is really good. Peter tries to reason with him. It's better odds than a lot of major surgeries out there. Steve turned silent and contemplative at Peter's words. What if someone else tests it first? Would the odds go up then? Yes, but you would be risking your life for no reason. Tony answers with a frown. True, but he also gets more superpowers out of it, so the pros and cons even out. Peter thought as he looked at Steve seriously. Are you sure that you want to do this? You just reunited with Peggy. She would be heartbroken if you were to leave her so soon. 85% is good odds, right? Steve throws Peter's words back in his face. Besides, I can't let Bucky get an edge over me. It wouldn't be right. Peter couldn't help but chuckle. All right, Maya, prep the lab. Peter nods and turns to Maya. We're doing it now, she asks in confusion. Yup. Peter says as he turns back to Steve. Go and talk to Peggy. We'll be ready in an hour. Make it 2. Maya yelled as she rushed off to set everything up. You heard the lady. Peter says as Steve nods and runs off as well. So, we're going to give the trained super assassin that killed my parents fire powers? Tony asks sarcastically. Yeah, pretty much. Peter responds dumbly. Great. Tony sighs as he follows after Maya to help with the prep work. 2 hours later. After setting everything up, Steve and Peggy came walking into the lab together, right on time. If he dies, there will be hell to pay. Peggy whispers as she passes Peter with a serious yet worried look on her face. Is everything ready? Steve asks as he stood in front of a large padded table, which was covered in all sorts of straps. Yeah, take your clothes off and hop on. Maya says and Steve starts pulling his shirt off. Just as he got to his boxer briefs, Maya spoke up in a hurry. That's enough. You can keep your underwear on, she says with a light blush on her cheeks while receiving an evil glare from Peggy. After all, Steve has the perfect human body, thanks to the super soldier serum, so any woman would feel attracted. Ahem. Peggy clears her throat. You won't find my boyfriend's eyes down there. Sorry. Maya turns away as Tony laughed at her plight. Get on the table, Tony says as he held back his laughter. Silently doing as he's told, Steve lays on the table, which instantly came to life and strapped him down tightly. Comfy? Tony asks. Not at all, Steve admits. Good. Tony says as he opens a nearby lab fridge and pulls out a syringe filled with a familiar golden liquid. Hold still please, Maya says as she expertly puts an 4 into Steve's left arm, and turns to Tony. Ready when you are. Are you sure you want to do this? Peter asks before Tony could connect the syringe to the 4. Do it, Steve answers resolutely. Sadly, sedation doesn't work when it comes to this, so you'll have to stay conscious throughout the whole process. Tony explains as he screws the needless syringe into the 4. Hit me with your best shot, Steve says, eliciting a smile from Tony. Someone's been catching up on their music, Tony says as he presses the plunger, injecting the golden liquid into Steve's arm. Before Steve could utter another word, he felt a searing pain run up his arm and spread throughout the rest of his body at a rapid pace. Ugh. Within seconds, Steve's skin began to glow red, as if he were a cartoon character that ate a very spicy pepper. Is that normal? Peggy asks in worry as she rushes to Steve's side. Yes, it should be over soon, Maya explained as she and Tony nervously watched their work in action. Ayah! Steve yelled in pain, shooting a long stream of fire from his mouth, as his skin sizzled and smoked with heat. Everyone watched in silence, hoping for success. After all, the monkey didn't shoot fire out of its mouth in the video. Almost a minute later, Steve's screams settled down and the redness on his skin slowly faded. Ow! Peggy yelped as she grasped his hand, feeling just how hot he really was. This will go away, right? Yes, Maya replied as she and Tony started using the many machines in the lab to scan Steve's body. Did it work? Steve asks as he groggily tries to stand up, straining against his bindings. Yes, but stay on the table, Maya shouts as she heard the metal restraints groan from Steve's strength. Steve didn't listening and continued to try and stand, though thankfully Peggy was there to help. Steve, look at me. She gets his attention by grasping his head and burning her hands in the process. You need to relax, okay? As Peggy was doing her work, Maya and Tony ran every scan they could, looking for the slightest red flag. Thankfully, they found none. Once Steve's body cooled down, they took multiple samples, such as blood, flesh, hair, and saliva. Peggy watched in awe as Steve healed instantly after the blood and flesh were taken. Amazing, she muttered. How is it? Peter asks as Tony and Maya look over the data from the samples. It worked, Maya says proudly as she collapses into her chair with a relieved sigh. Of course, it worked, Tony says with his trademark smirk. Good. Steve speaks up as he lifts his head to look Peter in the eyes. Because it's Bucky's turn now. Checking the clock, Peter saw that he still had some time before he needed to return to the Guardians. All right. Peter agreed as he turned to Maya and Tony. Do you have enough Extremis for another go? While Tony and Maya prepared everything once again, Peter was tasked with retrieving the brainwashed super assassin from his cell. Since Bucky wouldn't come willingly, Peter didn't even bother talking and simply opened a portal under him, dumping him straight onto the same table Steve just occupied only moments ago. Ugh. Bucky grunted as he hit the table. Before he could fully assess the situation, the table straps tightened around his arms and legs. Groan. The metal bindings creaked and groaned under the pressure of Bucky's enhanced strength. Let's fix that, Peter says as he waves his hand. Instantly, golden markings appeared on the metal restraints, reinforcing them to a crazy degree. Aig! Bucky shouted as he did his best to break out. Sadly, the metal wasn't making any sounds anymore and wouldn't break anytime soon either. You could have done that earlier, Peggy comments from the side as she iced her red hands. Sorry, Peter says as Bucky continues to yell and scream. Okay, that's enough. With a snap of Peter's fingers, the room instantly becomes silent, though just by looking, everyone could see that Bucky was still screaming like a madman. That's useful, Steve mutters as Peggy nodded beside him. You won't be needing this either, Peter says as Bucky's metal arm disappeared. Similar to Steve, Bucky went through the same process without any problems. He even shot fire from his mouth as well. Though one thing was different. Just like Bubbles the monkey, Bucky's lost arm grew back in a matter of seconds, which made Steve happy, as he blames himself for everything wrong with his best friend. Once the process was completed, Steve rushed up to Bucky's side to check on his well-being. After all, there was a lot of screaming. Although they couldn't hear it this time around, thanks to Peter's spell, everyone could still see Bucky screaming in silent agony the entire time. Bucky, can you hear me? Steve asks, hoping his healed brain may help jog some memories. Do you remember who I am? As Bucky groggily peered up at him, Steve felt he may have remembered something, though those thoughts were swiftly stumped out as the Winter Soldier lunged his head forward, smashing it against Steve's waiting face. Ack. Steve was knocked backward as he held his bleeding nose. I told you that we still need to unearth his suppressed memories. Simply healing him isn't enough. Peter says as he turns to Tony and Maya. Scan his brain to make sure his limbic system is actually healed. On it. Maya nods and gets to work. After going through some scans, a 3D image of Bucky's brain was projected for everyone to see. It's healed. Steve sighs in relief as the damage that he saw earlier was now nowhere to be seen. Good work everyone. Peter says as he opens a portal below Bucky, sending him tumbling back into his cell. Seeing the worried look on Steve's face, Peter rolled his eyes. He's in his cell. Peter explains as pulls up the live footage, showing Bucky breathing fire at the glass of his cell, trying to escape. See, now go and rest. You've just been through a tiring procedure. What about Bucky? Steve asks, eager to help his friend. I need to talk to Charles about that and he doesn't like invading other people's minds, so it may take a bit. Peter explains with a sigh. Just let me know when Charles comes to the tower. I'll help convince him. Steve says and receives a nod from Peter as he and Peggy leave to get some rest. As soon as they were gone, Peter turns to Tony. You ready for your conversation? Peter asks. Yeah, thanks for keeping Capsicle out of it. Tony says as he could tell that Peter was covering for him. No problem. It's the least I can do. Peter says as he opens a portal. Meet me at Bucky's cell and I'll bring Charles to fix his memories. Once he's done, you can have Bucky all to yourself. Thank you, Tony says genuinely. Of course, just remember no killing, okay? Peter reminds him. At the end of the day, Peter knew that this wouldn't actually be a conversation. Tony and Bucky would fight, and hopefully, come to some sort of understanding. And with Bucky's newfound regeneration, Tony could kick the CR*P out of him as much as he wanted without any issue. I know. Tony nodded as Peter stepped through the portal and disappeared. Tony, are you okay? Maya came back into the room and asks, as Tony seemed to be in a daze. Do we have another dose of Extremis? He asked over his shoulder. Yeah. Why? Maya confirms as she checks the fridge. Staying silent, Tony hopped into the table and was immediately strapped down. Give it to me. Stepping out of the portal, Peter arrived in Professor Xavier's office, where the professor was currently doing paperwork at his desk. How can I help you, Spider-Man? Charles asks as he continues to sift through papers. I need you to help someone with suppressed memories. Peter says as he explains Bucky's situation. I see. Charles says as he stands from his desk and looks toward Peter expectantly. Let's go. I have a lot of work to get back to, so we might as well get this over with as quickly as possible. Although Peter wasn't lying when he told Steve that Charles didn't like invading other people's minds, he may have misled him a little bit. Charles has no problem invading the mind of another, as long as it's for their own good. Luckily, a broken and brainwashed super assassin was right up the professor's alley. Sorry, Steve. But I promised Tony some alone time and you would never agree to that? Stepping through a portal with Charles following closely behind, Peter appeared in between Bucky and Blinsky's cells. Spider-Man. Blinsky exclaimed as he rushed to the glass wall of his cell. Can I become an Avenger now or what? Blinsky was very eager to leave his cell. Charles looked at Peter in confusion. I'll explain later. Peter says as he turns to Blinsky. Not right now. I have a meeting with your neighbor. At novel bin at. Blinsky grunted in disappointment. Fine, but hurry it up, will you? I'm dying to see some sunlight again. I'll bring your situation up in the next council meeting, I promise. Peter says as he walks over to the controls and isolated Blinsky's cell. Instantly, his cell was muted and the glass became foggy, blocking him from seeing outside for the time being. All right, sorry about that. Peter says as he and Charles turn to see Bucky shooting a stream of fire in their direction. Thankfully, the glass separating them is extremely strong and heat resistant, so no flame that he can produce would ever work against it. You didn't say anything about this. Charles comments. The fire is new. Peter says as he turns to see a curious look on the professor's face. He's not a metahuman if that's what you're thinking. I see. Charles nods in confusion. Can you do it from here, or should I put him to sleep so you can go inside? Peter asks. I got it. Charles says as Bucky suddenly collapses to the floor unconscious. Open it up. Tapping a few buttons on the control panel, the cell swings open and Charles strolls inside. Let's see. Charles mutters as he sits beside Bucky and places his hand on his forehead. As soon as he touched Bucky's head, it was like both of them froze in time, remaining completely still for minutes at a time. Silence filled the cell as Peter waited patiently for Charles to finish whatever he was currently doing. Soon enough, Peter heard the sound of footsteps headed his way. Hey, is he? Tony appears, looking oddly disheveled compared to before. SHH. Peter shushes him and points inside the cell, where Charles was working his magic. Taking a minute to eye him up and down, Peter could see that Tony's clothes were slightly out of place and his body was covered in a thin layer of sweat. Not only that, but he was giving off a lot of heat as well. Did he think I wouldn't notice? Peter wondered as he instantly figured out that Tony took a dose of Extremis, most likely in preparation for the fight to come. As Peter was thinking this, Bucky started to whimper and shake in his sleep, as if he was having some sort of seizure. Ah! Bucky groaned as a few stray tears rolled down his cheeks. As this was happening, a frown formed on the professor's face and didn't leave it for the remainder of the process. This continued for a few minutes before Bucky suddenly calmed down and slept peacefully. He's been through a lot. Charles comments as he felt nothing but pity for Bucky. I know. Peter nods in understanding. Is it done? Are his memories back? Yes, when he wakes up, Bucky should remember everything about himself. Both good and bad. Charles clarifies as he steps out of the cell. Thank you, Peter says as he opens a portal. I know you have a lot of work to do, so don't let me hold you from it any longer. No problem. It's times like these where I can appreciate this intrusive power of mine, Charles says as he steps through the portal and ends up back in his office. Snapping the portal shut after saying farewell, Peter turned to Tony, who was silently staring at Bucky in contemplation. Go ahead, Peter says as he motions to the open cell. I'll lock you both inside. Without uttering a single word, Tony enters the cell, which locks tightly behind him. You can go now, Peter. Sure, remember no killing, I know. Tony finishes Peter's words, as he's heard them a million times already. Walking down the hall, Peter waits until he's out of sight before turning invisible and backtracking to the cell once again. In the cell. As the cell locked itself shut and Peter walked away, Tony had no idea what he was going to do. At first, he planned to trick Peter into allowing him the chance to kill Bucky with his own hands, but did he really want that? He's been through a lot. Charles's words replay in his mind. After learning all that Bucky has been through, and looking him up out of curiosity for his enemy, Tony couldn't help but feel pity for the man. Though that pity soon faded when he recalled the image of his father's caved-in skull and his mother struggling for air. Rise and shine, Tony exclaims as he gets a running start and kicks Bucky's head like a soccer ball. Killing or not, Tony would decide that after showing him 1,000 times the pain his parents felt in their dying moments. Ugh. Bucky woke with a start as he was punted across the cell and smacked into the glass wall. Where am I? Leaning against the cell wall, Bucky froze as every suppressed memory he ever had came crashing down on him. From the happy blissful days as an oblivious child to the sickening assassinations of innocent people, Bucky remembered everything. What have I done? He muttered in horror as he started shaking. Get up. Tony yelled as he waited in the center of the cell. I'm not done with you yet. Wait. Bucky held his hands up, hoping to calm the situation somehow. No. Tony stalks forward and grabs Bucky by the neck. Lifting him off of the ground with a single hand, Tony chokes Bucky, who was still in a state of confusion and refused to fight back. Stop. Bucky struggles to speak as he grasped Tony's arm. Did you stop when my mother begged you to? Tony asks as his grip on Bucky's neck tightened. Could my father even speak as you beat his head in? Copying the actions he saw in the video of his parents' deaths, Tony made use of his free hand and started raining superpowered punches down on Bucky's face. Blow after blow, Bucky's face started to contort and bleed, though it was soon covered in a golden light, which healed any wounds he incurred in a matter of seconds. Seeing Extremis do its work, Tony took it as a challenge and quickened his pace, hoping to outdamage Bucky's healing ability. After almost a minute of gasping for air and being berated by heavy punches, Bucky had enough and pulled his leg up, sending a powerful kick to his attacker's stomach. Instantly, Tony was forced to drop Bucky as he tumbled backward, holding his stomach in pain. Wait. Bucky gasps as fell to the floor, breathing heavily to fill his oxygen-deprived lungs. You're Tony Stark. Did you stop when my mother begged you to? Tony's words echoed in his mind. Could my father even speak as you beat his head in? Realization dawned on him as the chilling memory of murdering Howard and Maria Stark surfaced in Bucky's mind. I killed your parents. Bucky muttered in shame and disgust with himself and his actions. Just figured it out, huh? Tony scoffs as he picks himself off the ground. Get up. Bucky remained seated on the floor, staring up at Tony in both sympathy and shame. Get up. Tony yelled angrily, though Bucky didn't budge. I said, get up. Just kill me. Bucky said as he waited patiently on the ground. That's what you're here for, right? Just get it over with. I deserve it. After seeing all of his horrible actions throughout the years, Bucky was already feeling suicidal, so having Tony here to do the dirty work for him was a win-win for both sides. One wanted revenge while the other wanted to repent. Glaring down at Bucky, Tony's hands gripped into tight fists. Letting out a frustrated sigh, Tony turned away from Bucky and called out, "Open the cell. I'm done." Bucky looked up at Tony in shock as the cell door swung open. Wait. Kill me. I won't resist. Bucky practically begs as Tony ignored him and continued his way out of the cell. No. Tony said as he turned to look Bucky straight in the eyes. You want to die? The look on Bucky's face was more than enough to confirm Tony's statement. Killing you would be mercy. Tony says as the cell seals itself shut. You don't deserve my mercy. No, you deserve to live every day of your long life, hating everything about yourself. Bucky just sat in his cage with a dumb look on his face. He didn't want to be alive anymore. The screams of his victims seemed to always fill his mind, throwing him into a crippling depression. Without another word, Tony turned away and marched down the hall, leaving Bucky to stew in his cell. Wait. Come back. Bucky scrambled to the sealed door of his cell and started banging on it. Kill me, kill me, kill me. Please kill me. Peter stayed behind long enough to see Bucky break down into tears, hoping for someone to end his suffering. It's a good thing that every cell is made to be suicide-proof. Peter thought sadly as he rushed to catch up with Tony. You knew I was there. Peter says as he followed Tony into the elevator and removed his invisibility. You were too worried that I'd kill him. Tony solemnly stared forward. Can you blame me? Peter looked at Tony worriedly. Are you okay? No, but I will be. After dropping Tony off with Pepper, who is far better equipped to handle Tony's emotions, Peter stood outside Steve's apartment door. I feel like a kid who's about to get an earful from his parents. Peter thought as he hesitated for a moment before knocking on the door. Yeah, Peggy asked as the door swung open, finding Peter on the other side. Did Charles agree to help? Yeah, Peter says as he peeks inside the door. Is Steve awake? Yes, I am. Steve eagerly rushes to the door. Is Charles here already? About that? Peter sighs heavily as he explains what happened as well as his deception. As he finished speaking, the piercing glares of two super soldiers weighed down on him. Peter's heart might have been in the right place, as his actions settled the mounting tension between Tony and Bucky, but it was hard for them to see it that way. Pow! Suddenly, Steve wound his fist back and socked Peter across the face. Of course, Peter could have easily dodged it but chose to remain still and take the hit. At novel bin at. He deserved it for deceiving them, after all. Where's Bucky? Peggy asks flatly as Steve seemed to realize what he just did and froze. In his cell. Peter says as Peggy grabs Steve's hand and pulls him down the hall without another word. Wait. Stopping in their tracks, Steve and Peggy turn to look over their shoulders. He's suicidal. Peter reveals with a frown. If you want him to live past the night, don't let him out. He won't be able to do anything to himself in the cell, especially with his new regeneration. Nodding her head, Peggy pulls Steve away in a rush to check on Bucky. That went about as well as it could have. Peter sighed as he opened a portal to his house. I still have a couple of hours to kill before the Guardians arrive on Xanov. When Steve and Peggy arrived at Bucky's cell, they found him sitting in the corner by the door, staring off into the distance. Bucky. Steve tapped the glass. Bucky instantly recognized who it was. Turning to look, he saw both Steve and Peggy looking at him with hopeful eyes. Do you remember me? Steve asks. Yeah. Bucky sounded devoid of all happiness. Where did we meet? Steve asks just to make sure. A small, almost unnoticeable smile formed on Bucky's lips as he recalled one of his fonder memories, which managed to drown out all of the bad for just a single moment. You were getting your scrawny ass handed to you by a few neighborhood bullies. Bucky's voice held a fond touch to it this time around. I stepped in and gave them a dose of their own medicine. You're back. Steve exclaims as he rushes to open the cell. As the cell door swung open, Steve practically ran inside and pulled Bucky into his arms. A/N, truly, a bromance for the ages loudly crying face. I missed you, buddy. Steve says as Bucky stiffened for a moment before reluctantly returning the hug. Bucky eyed the open cell door as they separated. Can I leave? Steve hesitated as he looked toward Peggy. No. Peggy answered resolutely as she stood in the doorway, blocking the path out. It'll be safer for you in here. If this is about Stark, then we already settled it. Bucky argues. No, Bucky. Steve says with a shake of his head. It's about you. We know you're suicidal. Peggy states bluntly. Turning over his shoulder, Steve looked at her as if to say really. What? Tiptoeing around the subject won't solve anything. Peggy rolls her eyes and turns to Bucky, who was currently looking down in shame. It's okay, Bucky. You've been through a lot. We'll find you a good psychologist and maybe get you some antidepressants as well. And once you're feeling better, we'll go out on the town and visit all of our spots. Steve says in support. Did you know Joe's Pizza is still open? They closed Freddy's about 20 years ago though. Sure, sounds good. Bucky hesitantly agreed as he did all he could to hold himself back from rushing out of the door. He knew that he wouldn't get far anyway. Good. Steve smiled happily as he walked over to close the door, locking all three of them inside. No one said you have to be alone in here. Thanks, Steve. While Steve and Peggy were spending the night with Bucky, hoping to help him through what's probably the worst point in his entire life, it was finally time for Peter to return to space. After tucking Lily into bed and saying goodbye to his loved ones, Peter donned his suit and opened a portal. Stepping back into Quill's ship, Peter found all of the Guardians sitting around the room, glaring at one another. Groot was missing some of his bark. Gamora looked a lot more P***SSED than usual. Drax had all sorts of doodles drawn on his face, though he didn't seem to notice. Quill's face and arms were littered with small animal scratches. And lastly, Rocket was missing clumps of his fur, as if someone pulled them out by the fistful. What the hell happened while I was gone? What the hell happened while I was gone? Peter asks as everyone started complaining all at once. After hearing everyone throw their complaints at him, Peter let out a sigh as he put the puzzle pieces together. Let me get this straight. Peter speaks as all of them finished whining. All of this started because you guys couldn't decide on sleeping arrangements. After Peter left, Groot was able to separate Quill and Rocket, though the petty arguments didn't stop there. Soon enough, it came time to decide who slept where, and the ship only had 2 bedrooms. Of course, Quill, being the love-struck man he is, offered the guest room to Gamora, leaving his bedroom as the only other option. Luckily, Drax didn't mind and fell asleep on one of the couch-like benches alongside Groot, who didn't need much in terms of comfort to get a good night's sleep. The only problem left was Rocket, who refused to sleep anywhere else but Quill's bed and wouldn't share. Quill instantly refused, and a fight broke out between the two, which eventually woke everyone up. Groot was the one to break up the scuffle, though he took a small bit of damage in the process. Whilst Peter was trying to figure out how to deal with this, both Quill and Rocket were sneaking peeks at Drax and doing their best to hold back their laughter. They must have done that to Drax before the fight broke out. Peter thought as he saw a P***NIS drawn on Drax's forehead. Drax, go and wash your face. Huh. He grunts in confusion as he touches his cheek. Is there food on my face? The low snickering of both of his assailants could be heard, causing Drax to grow even more confused. You'll see, just go to the bathroom. Peter says as Drax walks off, wondering what the hell's going on. While he's washing the graffiti off, I'll add some rooms to the ship so everyone can have their own sleeping space. Peter says as a loud shout could be heard from the nearby bathroom. Scoundrels. Drax sounded P***SSED. Before heading off to remodel the ship, Peter looked toward Quill and Rocket, who seemed nervous after hearing Drax's reaction to their little prank. If I were you, I'd either apologize and hope he forgives you, or find somewhere to hide until things blow over. Peter says as he walks off. Quill, Rocket. An hour later, Peter used his knowledge of the mystic arts to swiftly remodel the ship, turning the 2 bedrooms as well as some unused storage space into 6 medium-sized bedrooms with their own personal bathrooms. One for each of member of the crew. Although Peter didn't exactly need a room, as he could easily portal home and sleep, he made one for himself anyway. Maybe I'll give it to Mantis if she still joins the crew. Peter thought as he arrived at the cockpit and caught sight of the busy spacefaring planet of Xanov growing closer and closer. Looks like you guys won't be getting back to sleep just yet. What did you do to my baby? Quill exclaims as he finally saw all of rooms Peter constructed. He was far too busy hiding from Drax until now to notice. What? If we're going to be a crew, then everyone needs their own room. Peter says as Quill came storming over. Who the hell said we would be a crew? Quill asked as he complained. My bedroom is half the size it was before and most of the storage room is gone. You didn't need that much space and the storage room was completely empty, to begin with. Peter argues with a shrug. That's not the point. Quill shouts in exasperation as a faint beeping sound could be heard from the controls. We got an incoming transmission from the fascist core. Rocket yells as he hesitates to answer the call. Answer it. Peter leaves Quill to his tantrum and joins Rocket at a large screen, which lit up just in time for his arrival. An older pink-skinned man in a Nova Corps uniform appeared, eyeing Rocket and Peter suspiciously. Unidentified Milano M-class ship. Wait patiently while a patrol ship is dispatched for inspection. Failure to do so will result in your fiery deaths. The soldier warned with a stern glare. Damn Nova scum. Rocket mutters just loud enough for the man to hear. Hello, I'm Spider-Man. Peter ignores Rocket's attitude and introduces himself. Rail should have informed your superiors about my arrival. Please hold. He says as the screen darkens. I'm gonna clean my guns. Rocket turns and walks off. Let me know when we land. Seconds after Rocket left, the screen lit up again, and a man who looked to be a much higher rank than the last appeared. My apologies for the harsh welcome. The orange-skinned man says with a reverent look on his face. Ever since the Sons of Ronan appeared, we've had to up the planet's security by a large margin. It's no problem. Peter nods understandingly. That's good to hear. The Nova official seemed to sigh in relief. If you wait in your current position, I'll dispatch a couple of patrol ships to escort you to our headquarters. Sounds good. Please prepare all of the relevant information on the Sons of Ronan in the meantime. I'd like to get started as soon as we land. Only 10 minutes later, 2 patrol ships painted in the colors of the Nova Corps appeared and escorted them to the capital city of Xanov, Varus. Finally, I can wet my blades with the Sons of Ronan. Drax exclaims as he holds his dual knives at the ready. Well, we have to find them first. Peter says as they land at this planet's Nova Corps main base. Stepping out of the ship, Peter and the Guardians were greeted by a congregation of high-level officials, who were being led by the orange-skinned man from earlier. Welcome. He says as all of the officials look at Peter in either awe or skepticism. Please follow me. I've prepared everything as you asked. Lead the way. Peter says as they're led into the building. As you already know, the Sons of Ronan have terrorized our planet ever since you killed Ronan and his men. The orange man explains as he hands a handheld tablet to Peter. We've managed to capture a few of their members, but they're all fanatics who would never betray their cause. Can't we just round up all of the Kree on the planet? Quill asks as Peter scrolls through all of the information on the tablet. Sadly, no. The man shakes his head. Although our Kree citizens make up the lowest percentage of our population, that number is still in the millions. We don't have the manpower or the authority to detain millions of law-abiding citizens. Where are these prisoners? Peter asks as finished reading and handed the tablet over to Gamora. Follow me, the Nova official in charge says and leads them out of the room. This is our high-security prison. he says as they pass multiple security checkpoints before finding themselves strolling through the halls of what looked like a high-tech solitary confinement wing. Each of these cells holds members of the Sons of Ronan. Gesturing to the sealed doors, the orange man waits patiently for whatever Peter would ask next. Peter thought for a moment. Which one is the highest level member? This one. He replies instantly. Open it up. Peter practically orders. Are you sure? The man asks but Peter simply nods. All right. Open cell 6257. Beep. A brief high-pitched sound is heard as the door swings open, revealing a scar-faced blue-cree man, sitting on the toilet with his pants around his ankles. That's disgusting. Rocket comments harshly. I am Groot. Groot nods in agreement. Finish your business quickly. Peter says awkwardly as he swiftly closed the door. Minutes later, the door opened once again and thankfully this time the man was fully clothed and off the toilet. Let's try this again, shall we? Peter says as he strolls into the cell. I'll ask once, where's the base of operations for the Sons of Ronan? The man smirked and simply remained silent. Okay, let's start the fun. After his door was sealed shut once again and he was left alone, the scarred Kree man could hear the screams of his comrades, who most likely chose to remain silent as well. At novel bin at. For days at a time, the Kree man was forced to listen to the excruciating wails of his people, growing antsy with everyone passing moment. Why have they left me alone? He thought in confusion and dread for what was to come. Boom! Suddenly, the screams stopped and a huge explosion rocked his cell, tearing a hole in the wall big enough for him to fit through. Thyan. A voice called from the other side of the hole. Jaren, is that you? The scarred Kree prisoner asked as he rushed up to the hole. Who else would it be? The voice replied gruffly. I'm here to save you. Hurry up. What about the others? Thyan asks in hesitation. They're all dead, Thyan. The voice says in sadness. You have to hurry. We don't have much time. Listening to the voice, Thyan rushes through the hole just in time for his cell door to bust open with Nova guards swarming inside. What did you do to him? Gamora asks Peter as he stood in front of the scarred Kree prisoner, who was currently staring forward in a hypnotic trance. Peter never left the cell and only a few minutes passed since he stepped inside. As soon as the prisoner refused to speak, he quickly formed a spell circle, which shot into the man's forehead and sent him spiraling into a fantasy world of Peter's choosing. Quiet. Peter shushed the crowd of onlookers as he stared into the dazed eyes of his mind-scrambled victim. You have to escape, Thyan. Find your comrades and bring about the future that Ronan dreamed of. I have to escape? Ronan's dream. He mutters hazily. Yes, but where will you escape? The Sons of Ronan need you. They're hopeless without you. You need to find them as soon as possible. Everyone watched in shock as Peter manipulated the prisoner with ease. They need me, he uttered. Yes, now where will you go? Peter asks. The Provincial Tower, floor 217. He reveals. Although he got what he wanted, Peter didn't stop there. No, he kept pushing for more and more information. Peter constantly changed the scenario unfolding in Thyan's mind, dragging the hypnotized Kree terrorist on a crazy journey whilst draining him dry of all relevant information along the way. Throughout Peter's manipulation, he was able to get 8 different locations, such as bases and safe houses, as well as the names and addresses of over 16 high-level members of the Sons of Ronan. And it took less than 30 minutes. Sleep. Peter orders as the man collapses onto his bed like a puppet without strings. That's the scariest *T I've ever seen. Quill comments as everyone couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement. Just as Peter abruptly ended the call, Quill could be heard berating Rocket. What's wrong with you? Quill shouted angrily. Just tell him that you were wrong? You don't even have to mean it. Rocket simply remained silent and looked forward, ignoring Quill's words completely. What should we do? An armed Kree man asks the elderly leader. I can get him to say whatever you want. A very muscular man with a bald head eyes Rocket with a bloodthirsty grin. Just give me a knife and some cleaning supplies. He'll follow any script we give him after that. No, the hostages are our way out of this. The elderly man shakes his head. We can't afford to anger the Nova Corps. The room goes silent as everyone looked between one another. Sighing to himself, the Kree leader turns to Rocket and looks him in the eyes. Will you do as he wants? He asks. No. Rocket answers defiantly. All right. The man nods his head as he turns to his subordinates. Set the charges as we initially planned. In the corner of the room sat a long table full of high-tech bombs, which were originally planned to be used for future targets. Are you sure? Someone asks as this plan didn't guarantee their escape. In all likelihood, the majority of them would die, allowing for only a select few to escape among the wreckage. Yeah, just get it done. The nameless leader orders solemnly. Instantly, half of the men and women in the room grab a few explosives each and rush off. Though one of them didn't leave the room and stayed behind to set multiple charges on the support beams. I am Groot. Groot says in dread. Seriously. Quill hisses at Rocket, who continued to remain silent, watching the bombs get placed and armed to blow at any moment. Time ticked by slowly as those who went to place the bombs filled the room once again, finished with their job. Sat at his desk, the elderly leader stared down at a small device with a single black button, which would be used to detonate the many explosives. I think it's been 10 minutes, sir. One of the Kree men says. Should we call Dash? Someone spoke as the tablet on the desk started beeping, indicating an incoming transmission. Hello. The elderly man answers as the room goes deathly quiet. Hello again. Peter says as he stares down at the tablet. Did Rocket change his mind? Of course, Peter already knew the answer, as he was listening in on them the entire time. No, he refuses to do as you say, the man states as he sends an annoyed glare to the stubborn raccoon. So we've decided to change the deal. Allows us free passage out of this situation, and we won't demolish this building into the ground. And how are you planning on accomplishing that? Peter asks. This the man says as he reaches to grab the detonator but finds nothing there. You mean this? Peter asks as he held the detonator up to the tablet. Or maybe this. He then turns the tablet around to show a pile of disarmed explosive charges, which he portaled over shortly after they were placed. Of course, the Nova Corps brought their own version of a bomb squad, as they were dealing with terrorists who've been using explosives left and right. So Peter let them do all of the work when it came to disarming. Oh, I forgot these as well. Peter says as he opens a few small portals and reaches his hand through. The first to notice what was happening was Quill, who saw the portals open next to the few remaining bombs in the room. Though just as everyone else began to catch on, Peter had already reached his hand through each portal and snatched the last of the bombs. Hey, disarm these two. Peter orders as he hands off the remaining explosives to a couple of very nervous-looking Nova soldiers. Soon enough, realization dawned on the old Kree leader's face. His hostages were worthless and his backup plan was thwarted before it could even be revealed, leaving him nothing. Bring the hostages forward. He orders, breaking his subordinates from their state of panic. Doing as they're told, the hostages are prodded forward by the barrels of multiple high-tech rifles. Hey, quit pushing. Quill yells irritably. Rocket remained silent as he was kicked forward. I am Groot. Groot looks at Rocket one last time. ZZZ. Drax remained asleep as he was dragged forward by his arms. Let's start with the tree. The leader says as he pulls a pistol from his desk and aims it at Groot. Rocket's heartbeat quickened as he stared worriedly at his only friend. Allow us free passage or I'll start killing hostages one by one. The leader threatens as he shows Peter the lineup of guardians. Okay, go ahead. Rocket watched in shock as Peter shrugged uncaringly. The old man seemed to hesitate for a moment, as they would be killing their only leverage, but his gaze soon hardened as he turned the tablet to look Peter in the eyes. Remember, you brought this on yourself. He said as he turned the tablet back to Groot. All right, execute dash. Stop. Rocket yells as he thrashes in the hold of multiple Kree men. I admit it, I was wrong. Are you happy now? What were you wrong about? Peter asks through the tablet. Rocket remained quiet for a moment, though the guns trained on Groot got him talking again. I was wrong to go off on my own. You were right about working as a team. Now get us out of here. Although Rocket was frantic at first, now he just seemed very angry with Peter. Was that so hard? Peter asks as the tablet is turned back to the old leader. Do we have a deal? He asks, looking much more relieved. Sure. Peter says as he waves his hand and opens 4 portals in the air. At novel bin at. Instantly, the floor below the captured guardians opened up, dropping them onto the roof in front of Peter. Quickly, Peter snapped the portals shut and looked toward the shocked Kree leader, who just lost his last hope of escape. Here's the deal. Peter says as the guardians pick themselves up off the ground, realizing that they're safe. We won't kill any of you as long as you surrender peacefully. Aye. The elderly man was lost for words by this point. I'll give you another 10 minutes to make your decision. Peter says as he could see the P*SSED off looks of the people that he just rescued. Choose your next actions wisely. With those final words, Peter ended the call for a second time. You mother **er. Quill exclaimed as he charged over to Peter with everyone following closely behind him. Though Drax, who was still knocked out, was currently being treated by some Nova medics. What? Come to thank me for saving you? Peter asks as Rocket grabs the gun of a Nova soldier and starts firing in his direction. That's not very nice. Peter comments as he sidesteps each laser bolt with ease. Not very nice. Rocket repeats in anger. Groot almost died because of you. Me? Do you actually believe that? Peter asks incredulously. First of all, you were the one who didn't want to take any orders and ran off alone, though I think we can all see where that got you. Secondly, I offered you an easy way out and you refused to take it until the very end like the stubborn moron you are. Pew pew pew. Upon hearing Peter's response, Rocket didn't verbally reply and simply started shooting once again. Of course, Peter continued to dodge each shot with ease. Stand still and take it like a man. Rocket shouted as he kept firing. Okay, I think that's enough. Peter says as he shoots a web and used it to yank the gun from Rocket's hands. Give me that. Rocket jumps toward Peter, but receives a boot to the face, sending him tumbling back to Groot. I don't know why you're all so angry. Peter says as he aims the gun forward and fires at the newly rescued guardians. Pew pew pew. Everyone watched in shock as he shot at his own comrades, though that shock soon grew as the red laser bolts seemed to bounce off of them, leaving Rocket, Groot, and Quill completely unharmed. You weren't in any danger, to begin with. Peter says as the spell he placed on them for protection fades away. I'm alive. Quill muttered as he thought for sure that he was dead. Why you? Rocket stutters in frustration, as he didn't know whether to feel P*SSED or thankful anymore. I am Groot. Groot says in confusion. While they were arming the bombs, I was able to open a small portal and place a spell for protection on all of you, though it's all used up now so don't go getting yourselves killed. Peter explains as the tension on the rooftop started to simmer down. What was the point of all this? Quill asks in confusion. To teach you a bit of a lesson. None of you are strong enough to be running into dangerous and unknown situations alone. Peter explains his mindset. That orb that you're all dying to get your grubby little hands on is going to bring you far worse opponents than this. You will need to learn how to work together to overcome them because I won't always be around to save you. They all turn silent, as if their parents just lectured them into the ground. He's right. Gamora nods in agreement. The dangers ahead of us are much deadlier than a group of weak Kree terrorists. Fine, so what's the plan? Rocket sounded a bit hesitant, though he seemed ready to work as a team now. I'm willing to work together. Quill sighs and agrees as well. I am Groot. Groot seemed happy with the outcome of this situation. I'm with you as well. Drax, who managed to wake up in time to hear Peter's little speech, shouted as he shoved the medics away and joined the group. The plan is simple. Peter smirks as the Guardians started to finally come together as a team. If they don't surrender peacefully, we go in and raise some hell. Sadly for the Guardians, who wanted a bit of good old-fashioned revenge against the terrorists that bested them, the Sons of Ronan gave themselves up as soon as Peter called them again. Their elderly leader seemed to have a good head on his shoulders. He realized that Peter wasn't even taking him seriously, to begin with. In fact, they were used as a sort of training tool for the former hostages, as if this was a harmless exercise for new recruits. Though what really helped him make his decision was the portals. If the Nova Corps could open those portals anywhere, then they could be flanked and killed at any moment, making any sort of resistance literally impossible. With nothing else to do, the man chose to surrender in hopes that the Kree Empire would trade for their release. After all, they had to be funded by somebody, and everyone knew that the Kree Empire was forced into the treaty that sparked all of this. Of course, the Kree Empire would never admit to funding a terrorist cell, which would be more than enough to skate away from any responsibility, as the Nova Empire wants to maintain the peace more than anything. This was a good mission. Peter says happily as he watches the Nova Corps drag the sullen Sons of Ronan away. For you, maybe. Quill says with a scoff. The rest of us had the pleasure of learning your lesson. Well, it was an important lesson to learn, don't you think? Peter asks as he turns to Gamora. As Gamora nods her head, Rocket speaks up. Yeah, we learned that we're useless and weak. He sounded both annoyed and sullen about the whole situation. Just a bunch of powerless losers. True. Peter agreed with a nod. Hey, you ain't supposed to agree with him. Quill shouts in protest. But you could be great if you work together. Peter clarifies as he continues to watch the terrorists being arrested. I was hoping they would put up a bit more resistance so that you guys could have your first fight together, but I guess I scared them a little too much. There's always next time though. Who are you? The captured terrorist leader asks as he passes Peter on his way to the patrol ships. Just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Peter responds cheerfully with a wave. The confused man felt that he was being played with as a Nova soldier prodded him forward. So, how did the other locations go? Peter asked as they returned to the Nova Corps headquarters. The rest of the Guardians ran off to get some food, leaving him to finish up the work. Although they asked for him to join them, Peter has always been the type of person to finish his work before anything else. Just as planned. The commander replies readily. I sent more than enough soldiers to deal with them. Sadly, a few of my men didn't make it back, but that's always expected in an operation like this. I'm sorry to hear that. Peter says respectfully as he eyes a short list of names. Are these the highest-ranking members that were captured today? Yes, sir. The commander nodded. All right, I'll extract information from them one last time and then leave you to finish the cleanup. Peter says after a moment of thought. That would help us immensely. The commander was very eager for the treasure trove of information that Peter would give him, especially from that elderly Kree, who seemed to be the head man in charge of the Sons of Ronan. Good, let's get it done then. Hours later. After a few hours, Peter finished hypnotizing each high-level terrorist, providing the Nova Corps with far more information than they thought was possible. First, they found all of the remaining bases and individuals related to the Sons of Ronan. Acting quickly, the commander started the hunt as soon as the information was brought to him. Secondly, the Sons of Ronan seemed to be sponsored by quite a few people, including the Kree Empire, though the commander didn't seem all that surprised by that information. As for the other sponsors, there seemed to be a handful of wealthy radical Kree sympathizers on Xanov, sending money whenever they could. One of which was also the Connect who supplied the Sons with explosives. Of course, these people would be quite surprised when the Nova Corps came knocking at their doors. I believe that wraps up everything. Peter says as he stood before the Nova commander. Yes, we can handle the rest from here. He says with a tired yet accomplished look on his face. I want to thank you on behalf of Xanov for all that you've done. Without you, we would still be chasing shadows while more of our civilians died in droves. I'm happy to help. Peter says as he shook the man's hand one last time and went on his way. After leaving the Nova Corps headquarters, Peter found the Guardians in what looked like an alien noodle shop, eating and drinking together. Unlike before, they seemed to be a bit more friendly with one another. Rocket was actually talking to everyone without his usual gruffness. Drax looked to be drunk off of some blue alien wine. Quill was still fawning over Gamora, who didn't seem so distant anymore. And lastly, Groot was drinking from a pitcher of amber liquid with a happy look on his face. Either today's lesson was a good one, or they feel more united in their annoyance with me. Peter thought with a shrug. Either way, the outcome was worth it. After watching them for a moment, Peter strolled over and joined them at their table. Spider. Drax shouted drunkenly as he held up his cup of wine. You must try this Xandarian juice. It is splendid. Looking at Quill and Rocket, Peter could instantly tell that they were behind Drax's misconception. You know what? Sure, why not? He shrugged uncaringly and took the cup, downing the entire thing through his mask. It's too tiring to be the responsible one all the time. After a long night out that some among the crew wouldn't remember, everyone awoke on Quill's ship, groggy and extremely hungover. My head. Quill muttered in pain as he regained consciousness on the floor of the ship's bathroom. Pulling himself off of the floor, Quill left the bathroom and found his new friends in a similar state to his own. Drax was puking into a bucket with a dead look in his eyes. Groot seemed to be in a similar state, though instead of throwing up, he was losing a few leaves on his branches as if fall had come early. Rocket was still passed out on the floor in front of Groot, hugging a bottle of booze like a teddy bear. Gamora. She looked completely fine. How come you're not hungover? Quill asks, feeling the dryness in his mouth with every word. I didn't drink last night. Gamora admitted. You're no fun. Quill rolled his eyes as he found a bottle of water and downed it in a matter of seconds. Good morning. Peter shouted as he walked in from the cockpit. Instantly, Quill twitched and covered his ears as Rocket woke with a start, holding his liquor bottle like a weapon. Fascist scum. He screamed as he threw the bottle, which shattered against one of Quill's naughty posters of a naked alien woman. I hope you enjoyed your sleep because we just arrived on Xandar. Peter continued to speak loudly, knowing exactly what he was doing. Can you keep it down? Drax asked as he emptied his stomach into the bucket once again. Wait a minute. Quill muttered as he looked at Peter in confusion. You definitely drank last night. I remember you downing a bottle of what looked like battery acid. How are you not like us? Perks of having superpowers. Peter shrugs as everyone glares at him in jealousy. What? Don't look so negative. You should be happy. We're all about to be 100,000 units richer. As Peter says this, both Rocket and Quill seem to turn a complete 180. The hangover symptoms quickly vanished as they rushed into the cockpit, where they saw planet Xandar in the distance. Haha, we're gonna be rich. At novel bin at. Hours after the Guardians left the peaceful planet of Xanov behind, a large Chitauri fleet appeared on the horizon. Are you sure they were spotted here? Corvus asks his wife, as they both stare at the peaceful planet below. Yes, my information broker is hardly ever wrong. Proxima sounded very sure of herself. Suddenly, before they could say another word, an image of an orange man in high-level Nova Corps garb was projected before them. Unknown invasion force, you are ordered to turn your army around this instant. Any attacks on this peaceful planet will not be taken lightly. The Nova Empire will not stand idly by. My love, look at him. Proxima smirks at the Nova commander, barking orders like a scared little animal. It's always the weakest that make the most noise. Corvus agreed in distaste. Seeing the lack of fear in the people he was talking to, the commander changed his tactics in hopes of settling this without bloodshed. Why are you here? Now we're talking. Corvus says with a smirk. Your puny planet may make it out of this alive, after all. Get to the point. The commander says impatiently. Maybe not. Corvus muttered as he sent some information over. We have information that these life forms have visited your planet. Give them to us and we will not invade. As the images of Xanov's saviors appeared before him, the commanded eyes widened in shock. You've seen them. Corvus read him like a book. No, they aren't here. The commander shakes his head, only partially lying. Of course, he met them but they left about 10 hours before this invasion fleet arrived. Turn your ships around and leave. His eyes harden as he glares at the children of Thanos. He had a debt to Spider-Man and refused to give him or his friends up so easily. That was the wrong answer, I'm afraid. Corvus shook his head. After he spoke, the Chitauri fleet came to life once again and rushed to the planet below. This is an act of dash, the commander screams, but the call was swiftly cut off. I'll kill that one myself. Proxima commented as she grabbed her spear and walked off. Whatever you want, dear. Hurry up and land already. Quill complained as Rocket took the controls and sped into Xandar's atmosphere. You don't gotta tell me twice. Rocket replied, matching Quill's energy perfectly. Both of them wore greedy looks as they stared down at the planet, ready to collect their credits. How shameless. Gamora commented from the side. They barely do anything yet they're ready to take an equal cut. Hey, whose ship do you think ferried all of you to and from Xanov? Quill argued back. Yeah, Rocket agrees. Besides, you didn't do much either. The woman is right. Drax marches over and takes Gamora's side. The woman has a name. Gamora said in annoyance, though Drax didn't seem to notice. We should give our shares to Spider. He did all of the work. Drax said. Hell no. Quill exclaimed as Rocket stood on the pilot's chair beside him. There ain't no way I'm sharing my money with nobody. Rocket denied vehemently. Guys, relax. Peter inputs himself into the conversation. My cut is more than enough. All of you can keep your credits. After all, there are a lot more credits to be made together in the future. Hearing Peter's words, everyone went quiet as they all looked around, feeling uncertain about that possibility. They all may have started to like each other, if only a tiny bit, but that didn't mean they would definitely be sticking around. Reading the atmosphere, Peter knew what they were thinking and could only sigh internally. I'll turn them into a fully fledged crew soon enough. Welcome back, Spider-Man. Rail welcomed Peter and the Guardians as they landed. You handled my terrorist problems far faster than I thought possible. I aim to please. Peter smiles under his mask. Can we get this show on the road? I got credits to spend. Rocket complains. Yes. Irani nods as she pulls out 6 thick-looking alien credit cards and passes them out. Since you finished the job far faster than expected, I threw in an extra 50,000 credits as a bonus. Easiest money I've ever made. Quill laughed as Rocket snatched Groot's card and stashed it away with his own. I am Groot. Groot instantly used his roots to bind Rocket. Hey, relax, big guy. Rocket shouts as he tries and fails to break free. I'm only keeping it safe. Last time you had money, you got scammed into buying a jar of P*SS for 1,000 credits. Ew. Gamora groans in disgust. I am Groot. Groot reluctantly conceded as he released Rocket. You sure picked up an odd group of characters. Irani says to Peter as she watched the small squabble unfold. Yeah, but at least they're interesting. After getting their payment, Peter and the Guardians didn't stick around much longer. Irani Rail watched as they boarded their ship and flew off into the sky, leaving the planet at full speed. After all, Rocket was driving. While Irani was feeling happy with her transaction as she initially doubted the Guardians' success rate, especially since they were all criminals except Peter, a man in a Nova Corps uniform came running in her direction with a distraught look on his face. Ma'am. He yelled in a panic. Turning around, Irani wondered what the hell was going on. Ma'am? It's Xanov? The Chitauri have invaded Xanov. He rambled. Instantly, Irani's good mood was turned upside down. I'm rich. Rocket muttered as he stared in awe at the card in his hand. I'm gonna buy a new multi-shot hand cannon. Maybe an energized electron blaster too. I want to upgrade the ship a bit. Quill says as he held his card as well. The brakes on this thing ain't been so good lately. After that, I'll spend the rest on whatever catches my eye. I'll set my funds aside for the war against Thanos and Ronan's surviving minions. Drax joins in. Gamora remained silent. Good, but we have to come to a decision now. Peter says as he pulled the orb out of nowhere, catching the eye of everyone around the room. What are we doing about the orb? It was mine, to begin with, so I don't see how everyone else should have a say in this. Quill complains. You took it from some ruins on Morag. The orb never belonged to you in the first place. Gamora counters with a hostile look in her eyes. Yeah, the orb belongs to me and Groot. Rocket throws himself into the argument. We saved your life back on Xandar. Without us, you would have been offed by this witch. You owe us. What? You were only trying to capture me so you can sell me off to Yandu and his ravagers for a quick payday. Quill was starting to get heated, as everyone seemed to have a claim to his property. And you dash. Quill turns and locks onto Gamora next. I did take the orb from a ruin. An abandoned ruin on an empty planet? It belonged to no one until I took it. Quill was fed up with everyone's greed. I would like to point out that possession is 9/10 of the law. Peter says as he plays with the orb in his hand. Also, it's 10/10 of the law when you're strong enough to do whatever you want. Quill couldn't help but sigh in frustration, as he didn't see a possibility of getting his orb back anymore. He could argue with everyone else for days and even fight them for it if he had to, but Peter is a different story altogether. Now, since this orb belongs to me, Peter says as he enjoys the annoyed looks on everyone's faces. That means that I can do whatever I want with it. And I'd be more than happy to share it with my friends. Instantly, everyone's mood seemed to perk up a bit. Just like our last job, we can split the profit 6 ways. Peter says, knowing that there probably won't be any profit since the orb is completely empty. Though maybe we can scam somebody. After all, it would definitely be a very Guardians thing to do. I'm fine with an even split. Rocket was the first to agree, as he knew that his claim was fairly weak anyway. I am Groot. Groot agreed as well. I don't care for this orb. Drax shook his head uncaringly, detaching himself from this conversation. The only reason he still stuck around was the fact that Gamora's family may come around. Drax wanted nothing more than to kill everyone related to Ronan, and that included Thanos and his children. Of course, Gamora was able to get a pass, but that was only due to her severing all ties with her father. Fine, I'll share my orb. Quill says, feeling like he was screwed over in this situation. But I don't have a buyer anymore. He backed out when he heard about my run-in with the Chitauri. Thanks to his talks with Gamora, Quill learned about the odd alien bug soldiers that attacked him on Morag. That only leaves you. Peter turned to Gamora, who looked extremely reluctant. You must have been offered a sh*t ton of money to be this hesitant to share. Hearing Peter's assumption, both Quill and Rocket looked toward Gamora with greed shimmering in their eyes. Now that you say it, I do remember her saying she had a buyer. Quill says as he leans in. How much did they offer? That's none of your business. Gamora replies defiantly. Oh, he's right, isn't he? Rocket joins Quill in staring fixedly at Gamora. Just tell us how much it is. It's not like you can take the orb now. Silence fills the room for a moment as Gamora slowly gave in to their demands. Fine, she says as she whispers the price. Nobody else was able to hear her but Peter, and although he knew the price already, he was still surprised to hear such an astronomical number. It is an infinity stone after all. Peter thought to himself. Speak up, come on. Quill prodded her excitedly. 4 billion units. Gamora states, shocking everyone. Rocket, who was probably the most money-hungry of them all, dropped his 150,000 credits onto the ground in complete shock. Even Drax, who wasn't interested earlier, couldn't help but feel tempted by such a large amount of money. Did you say billion with a B? Quill asks in disbelief. Yes. Gamora uttered in frustration. After all, she would be losing most of that money in the six-way split. How the hell did you get a buyer willing to spend that much? Quill jumps to his feet. My broker was only gonna give me a few million and I thought it was the payday of a lifetime. Sounds like he was scamming you. Peter says as Quill's eyes widen in realization. That weasel mother **er. He shouts in anger. Once Quill and everyone else calmed down, it was time to figure out where the hell they were going. So, who's the buyer and where are we headed? Peter asks. He calls himself the Collector. He has the largest collection of interstellar fauna, relics, and species in the galaxy. The orb is just another relic for his growing collection. Gamora explains, leaving out the fact that the orb held an infinity stone. Alright, where to? Rocket rushed to the cockpit, ready to make his money. Knowhere. Gamora answers, confusing everyone. What? Where are we going, woman? Don't waste my time. There's money to be made. Rocket starts complaining, like usual. Gamora couldn't help but sigh in frustration. First, she has to share her billions and now she has to deal with this. With their destination known after some explaining from Gamora, Rocket ran off to set the coordinates and fly to his next big payday as quickly as possible. How long until we get there? Peter asks as everyone started separating to either sleep or do what they would normally do. Let me see. Rocket hummed as he took a seat in the cockpit and started hitting random buttons and switches. About 6 hours, but I can cut that down to 4 or 5. Anyone could see that Rocket was in a hell of a hurry. After all, this is his biggest payout yet. If the Collector actually pays them without any sort of trickery, each member of the Guardians would make over 600 million units each. The money-grubbing raccoon's eyes practically flashed with money signs as he pushed the ship into overdrive. Alright, I'm going to take a nap. Peter says as he walked off to his bedroom. Don't get everyone killed while I'm gone. Yeah, whatever. Rocket muttered uncaringly. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, just as Peter left, an incoming transmission rung in the cockpit. Looking toward the monitor, Rocket frowned as he saw the Nova Corps insignia on the caller ID. Nope. He refused flatly and swiftly declined the call. Rocket went even further to block whoever was calling when they ended up trying a second time. Rocket? Did someone call? Quill asks as he ran over. Nah. F***ck. Rail cursed as she failed to get in contact with the Guardians. She was sending an army to Xanov in order to combat the Chitauri, but she wanted to hire the Guardians to accompany them. After all, Spider-Man is a one-man army, so having him involved with this would all but guarantee victory. And he would most likely be thrilled to join, as the Avengers already have bad blood with Thanos. But sadly, the Guardians didn't answer her call. Of course, she did get in contact with Jarvis, but she was told that Spider-Man wasn't reachable at the moment. Most likely because he isn't on the planet. She thought in frustration. Right when I need him, he disappears. Ma'am, the ships are ready to go. A well-dressed Nova soldier informs her. Send them out. Irani reluctantly orders. Without Spider-Man, the fight would be harder, but she couldn't hold off any longer. Yes, ma'am. Soon enough, Irani watched from her office balcony, as the sky over the city was filled with large Nova warships. She looked on solemnly as they all rushed off into space, headed for war. Xanov. In the burned and destroyed city of Varus, Proxima Midnight stood over a disheveled and heavily injured orange-skinned man in a Nova Corps uniform. The beautiful city that once matched the capital city of Xandar was nothing but a graveyard now. If Peter and the Guardians were shown an image of the wreckage, they wouldn't recognize it whatsoever. Now, tell me what I want, or we'll spread from this city to the rest of your world, bringing nothing but death and destruction in our wake. Proxima glared down at the dying commander with a predatory look in her eyes. The Nova commander was silent for a moment as he battled within himself, though soon enough one side won. They came to do a job for us, but they left about 10 hours before you arrived. That's all I know, I swear. What a pity. She mutters in distaste as the spear jutted forward, piercing the commander's neck. What a waste of time. Oh, I wouldn't say that. Corvus appeared behind his wife as she flicked her spear, throwing the commander's corpse aside like trash. What is it? She asks hopefully. Take a look at this. Corvus held up a tablet, which showed the security footage from the Nova Corps headquarters. What about it? Proxima asks as she watched the Guardians walking through the halls together. That's right, you weren't there when Father learned that his newest lackey was dead. Corvus nods in understanding as he pauses the image and zooms in on Peter. This is the man that killed Ronan the Accuser and challenged our father. As she heard this, a big almost horrific smile bloomed on Proxima's face. Good, killing him would please our father very much. Bloodlust emanated from Proxima's entire being. We should call father and let him know. No. Proxima hurriedly cuts him off. Imagine the surprise on his face when we bring him his latest enemy on a silver platter. Corvus remains silent as Proxima started daydreaming about the smile that would grace her loving father's lips. Let's hurry, we need to find them. Proxima rushes off toward the ship, leaving her husband behind. Corvus stood among the ruins of Varus in uncertainty. As much as he loves his wife, she tends to think irrationally when it came to their father. After a moment of thought, Corvus opted to ignore his wife's words and secretly send a message to his father. Once the brief but informative message was sent, Corvus walked back to his ship while poring over all of the data he stole from the Nova Corps. There we go. Corvus muttered as he found the make, model, and registration number of the ship that the Guardians left in. Hurry up, my love. Proxima yelled impatiently from the large hangar door of their ship. Yes, dear. Earth. In his large and messy workshop, Tony Stark could be seen wielding a blowtorch with an Iron Man-style welding helmet. In front of him was a large machine of his making, which would hopefully be capable of producing nanobots, which he would use for many things, like biomedicine, environmentalism, food production, etc. Although all of that was great, Tony was far more excited about the nano version of his Iron Man suit. A full Iron Man suit that would cover his body at a moment's notice. Never again would he have to carry around a suitcase or call for a delivery when a situation occurred. Truly the pinnacle of technology. Once it's done, I can program the nanobots to etch the armor pieces in those runes, Tony thought as he peeked over at the tall stacks of books that Peter gave him. Tony had the distinct urge to cackle like a mad scientist as he thought of the unlimited applications. But, sir, there's a situation. Jarvis spoke from the speakers in the room. What is it? Tony asks as he switches off his blowtorch and pulls up his mask. The Nova Corps called. Jarvis reveals as he explains the conversation that he just had with the Nova Prime. That little sh*T went off to have to play in space and left me here. Tony complained as he tossed his torch and mask aside. It would seem so, sir. Jarvis didn't agree with his master's language, but he was correct. Thinking to himself for a moment, Tony clicked his tongue as he donned his welder's helmet once again and grasped his torch. Prepare one of the Kree ships, he ordered as he lit his torch and got back to work. We're heading out once my new armor is finished. Tony wouldn't miss out on alien wars and other adventures for much longer. In fact, he might even make his own if he can't find Peter. Yes, sir. Jarvis replied readily. Maybe I'll invite Rhodes and Pepper, Tony thought as he peeked over at all of the other Iron Man models he made, which were locked up behind glass cases. Rhodes did seem like he wanted his own suit. After a nice nap, Peter woke up and used the bathroom before donning his suit and leaving his room. As soon as the automatic door swung open, Peter was forced to step aside as Rocket, Quill, and Groot came tumbling through with surprised looks on their faces. What are you doing? Peter asks as they hit the floor and looked up at him, like children who were caught red-handed with their hands in the cookie jar. They were trying to sneak in and peek under your mask while you slept. Gamora snitched on them from the hall. Hey, you wanted to see it too. Quill counters with a betrayed look on his face. Of course, Gamora knew better than to confirm anything and simply kept quiet. Yeah, you lying witch. Rocket yells as he picks himself up and looks at Peter curiously. Just show us already. It can't be that bad. Me and Groot don't got anything against ugly. Just look at Quill. Hey, I'm handsome. Quill protests. Whatever you say, Rocket says unbelievably. Before a fight could break out in his room, Peter threw them all out one by one. Hey, watch the fur. Rocket yelled as he flew out last and landed in Groot's waiting arms. Are we there yet? Peter asks as he follows them out and walked to the cockpit. Everyone instantly sighed in disappointment as Peter changed the subject completely, unwilling to show what's under his mask. Arriving at the cockpit, Peter caught sight of a cloudy space illuminated by bright green and blue-colored gases. And in the center of it all was a giant severed head. Freaky, right? Quill asks as he and everyone else joined Peter in the cockpit. Is that a head? Peter pretended to be clueless. It's hard to believe that was a celestial, though it's even weirder that people live inside of it. Oddly enough, the giant head reminded Peter of the journey he went on before meeting the Great Weaver for the first time. At that time, Peter witnessed two colossal figures fighting on a dying world. Every blow they landed on one another shook the planet worse than the strongest earthquake possibly could. They say it's the skull of a fallen god. Gamora briefly explained the lore behind it. The man we're going to meet mines the remains and sells them for a very high price. What kinda sick B****stards would buy that? Rocket said in disgust. There's all sorts of crazies out there. Quill said in agreement. Just as Peter and the Guardians started their journey toward Knowhere, Yandu was still on the hunt for Quill and the orb. Stepping into the broker's shop on Xandar followed by a few of his more intimidating crew members, Yandu casually perused the broker's goods. Do you got any other cute little buggers like this one? I like to stick 'em all in a row on my control console. Yandu asks as he eyes a tiny blue figurine. I can't tell if you're joking or not. The broker spoke nervously. He's being serious. A Ravager spoke up from the side. In that case, I can show you. The broker nods as he walks over to the figurine, but he was stopped by Yandu, who stepped in front of him. But first, you're gonna tell me what this orb is, and why everybody cares so damn much about it. Then you're gonna tell me who out there might wanna buy it. Yandu says with a smile as he straightens the broker's suit for him. Sir, the high-end community is a... He says but Yandu interrupts. Haven Kal Jan Shivak. Yandu started speaking absolute gibberish, which both confused and somehow intimidated the meek broker. The high-end community is a... He tries to speak but Yandu continues to make up his own language. It's a tight-knit. Tight-knit. The high-end community is a very tight-knit. Yandu kept acting like a crazy man, making all of his men laugh as they crowded around the shaking broker. I cannot possibly betray the confidentiality of my buyers. The broker had enough and shouted in order to finally get his point across. Whistle. Yandu stops speaking gibberish and whistles, calling his trademark arrow out of its holster. Don't raise your voice at me. Yandu turned seriously in an instant as his arrow hovered inches away from the shivering broker's face. That's disrespectful. My apologies. The broker looked like he was about to *T his pants. Now, who is this buyer of yours? In the center of the carved-out habitable portion of Knowhere sat parked a large ship, which belongs to the collector. Inside the ship, the collector himself, Tavan, walked through his museum with a scrutinizing eye. Tavan wore expensive clothes made from the finest silks and furs. His skin was pale and his white hair stood straight up, defying gravity. Insert picture of the collector here. Karina. Tavan calls out as he swiped his finger across a nearby table, finding a tiny speck of dust on his glove. Yes, master. A scared-looking pink Krolorian's girl answered readily. Behind her was a big glass display case, where a pale dark elf lay trapped. Your people do have elbows, do they not? The collector asks pointedly. We do, master. Karina answers in confusion. Then use them. I don't have to remind you what happened to the last attendant who disappointed me, do I? The collector lectures her as he gestures to another display case. Karina fearfully turned around and looked at the collector's previous servant, who looked almost exactly like her. The poor girl was locked up in one of the glass cases, bound and connected to some sort of torture device. Karina shook with crippling fear as she stared at what could be herself if her master deemed it so. Chop chop. Our guests will be here soon, the collector says, snapping the poor girl out of her fearful state. Acting quickly, Karina grabs a rag and goes back to cleaning the glass cases with much more attention to detail than before. Walking the streets of Knowhere, Peter and the Guardians admired the alien metal city before them. Due to the fact that they were currently in a floating celestial skull in the middle of space, the city didn't have any dirt, grass, or stone. It seemed to be completely crafted out of metal, from the floor underneath their feet to the shops and buildings all around them. Hundreds of years ago, the Tavan group sent workers in to mine the organic matter within the skull. The bone, brain tissue, and spinal fluid. All rare resources, which are highly valued in black markets across the galaxy. It's dangerous and illegal work. Gamora explains and she turns to Quill. Suitable only for outlaws. Well, Spider and I come from a planet of outlaws. Billy the Kid, Bonnie, and Clyde, and John Stamos. Quill brags with a smirk. Robin Hood, Rambo, Captain Jack Sparrow. Peter continued the list. Oh, I know Robin Hood. Quill sounded excited that someone could finally relate to him. Who's Rambo and Captain Jack? Is he like Captain Crunch? No. Peter chuckled as he shook his head. You know what? Once we're done with this, I'll go pick up some movies for you to watch. Rambo and Pirates of the Caribbean is probably a good start. Can we eat McDonald's again too? Quill gave Peter his best puppy dog eyes, though it wasn't cute at all. Fine, just stop looking at me like that. Peter shrugged as his head whipped to the side and he reached out to grab the hand of a small raggedy-looking homeless child. Give it back. Holding out his other hand expectantly, Peter waited as the kid reluctantly handed over a black wallet. Here. Peter says as he hands it over to Quill. What the? Quill muttered as he felt his empty pockets and realized what happened. Keep a lookout for pickpockets. Peter reminds everyone as he pulls a bag out of nowhere and hands it to the kid. Here, enjoy. Reluctantly taking the bag, the young thief didn't stick around for long and disappeared into one of the many maze-like alleyways. What did you give him? Gamora asks curiously. Just some food. As the young pickpocket found a safe place to stop after quadruple checking for anyone tailing him, he hesitantly opened the bag with a hopeful yet scared look on his face. On one hand, the oddly dressed man could have been kind and given him something good, but on the other hand, he could have given him trash or something dangerous, like a bomb. Peeking his little head inside, the ragged alien child was shocked to find it full of both food and credits. Ignoring the food for now, which was hard as he hasn't eaten since yesterday, the kid did his best to count the money, but sadly there was just too much of it for him to know for sure. It's not like he went to school or anything. Though he did know one thing, it was a lot of money. A/N, I just realized that this is the author's equivalent of a bad I fed/gave dollar to the homeless YouTube video. LOL. After walking the streets for a while, Gamora led Peter and the Guardians to a rundown bar with a lot of shady-looking aliens inside. We have to wait here for the collector's representative to pick us up, she said as everyone spread out among the bar. Although some of the shady characters tried to pick a fight here and there, the Guardians could easily handle themselves in a place like this. Taking a seat at the bar, Peter looked over the bar's menu, which was written in a language he didn't understand, and ordered himself a drink at random. Sipping his bright green drink, which tasted far better than he thought it would, Peter watched through the window as Gamora and Quill talked outside the bar. They seemed to become fairly intimate as Quill put his Walkman's headphones on Gamora, who seemed pleasantly surprised by the music that played. Soon enough, the two were swaying back and forth in each other's arms, like real lovers. Quill's got some game, I'll give him that. Peter thought as Quill leaned in for the kiss. Well, maybe not. Just as their lips were about to touch, Gamora pulled a knife from her belt and held it against Quill's throat. Maybe next time, bud. Peter thought as he noticed a familiar pink woman entering the bar, taking a seat in the corner. Isn't that the collector's slave girl? A moment later, Gamora came back inside after what appeared to be a bit of an argument. As soon as Karina laid eyes on Gamora, she left her seat and rushed over. Milady Gamora, I'm here to fetch you for my master, she says with a respectful bow. As Karina escorted the Guardians to the collector's ship, Peter was wondering what he should do about this pink alien girl. First of all, he doesn't like slavery, no one does. Second, she kills herself with the Power Stone in the movie in order to free herself, but sadly for her, the orb is empty this time around. Although her death was tragic, it also freed her from a life of hellish servitude at the hands of a sadistic and cruel master. Now she wouldn't have that opportunity anymore. While Peter was thinking of how to save this poor slave girl, they arrived at the Collector's huge ship and were swiftly taken to his museum. I present to you, Knowhere Tavan, the Collector. Karina introduces the man himself as he came strolling in. Oh, my dear Gamora. How wonderful to meet in the flesh. Tavan leans down to kiss Gamora's hand as his eyes wander around her body. Quill did not look happy about the way his love interest was greeted. Let's bypass the formalities, Tavan. We have what we discussed. Gamora felt annoyed at the way he was looking at her, though she wouldn't say anything about it. At least, not until the money was in her hand. Eyeing the group behind Gamora, Tavan's mood seemed to brighten as he noticed Groot. What is that thing there? He asks with a look of awe and wonder in his eyes. I am Groot. Groot answers as the Collector rushes to his side. I never thought I'd meet a Groot. The Collector poked Groot's body a few times. Sir, you must allow me to pay you now so that I may own your carcass. At the moment of your death, of course. I am Groot. Groot looked to Rocket for advice. Why, so he could turn you into a frickin' chair. Rocket didn't like the idea at all. Is that your pet? Tavan asks Groot. His what? Rocket exclaims angrily as he reaches for his gun. The Collector laughed as Gamora rushed to Rocket and stopped him from ruining the deal. Tavan, we have been halfway around the galaxy, retrieving this orb. Gamora says as she got Rocket under control. Very well, then. Let us see what you brought. The Collector acted as if his fun was taken away. Gamora looks to Peter, who pulled the orb out of thin air and tossed it over to the Collector, who scrambled to grab it out of the air. This is a priceless treasure. Do not throw it around like a child's plaything. Tavan turned serious as he held the orb like a loving mother would hold her baby. It's empty anyway. Peter thought with a shrug. As the Collector put the orb into a device, which started unlocking it before everyone's eyes, he goes into a very dramatic explanation. Oh, my new friends. Before creation itself, there were 6 singularities and then the universe exploded into existence. He tells them all about the Infinity Stones and their beginning. Dude, every sketchy bad guy I've ever met explains stuff like this. Quill whispers to Peter. You're telling me. Peter has dealt with dramatic villains like this more times than he can count. Alongside Tavan's detailed explanation of the Infinity Stones, he also showed them a video of giant beings, who used the Infinity Stones as weapons. These carriers can use the stones to mow down entire civilizations like wheat in a field. The Collector explains as the video ends with a giant planet-covering explosion. There's a little pee coming out of me right now. Quill comments half-jokingly. Ignoring the snide comment, the Collector turned to the orb, which was finally unlocked and slowly opened, revealing. Tavan stared in confusion as he found absolutely nothing inside the orb. That was anticlimactic. Peter mutters. Instantly, Tavan turned to the Guardians with a suspicious glare, though they all looked just as confused as him. At novel bin at. After all, none of them but Gamora knew that the stone was inside the orb. They didn't even know that it could open. What's the meaning of this? What's the meaning of this? The Collector looked **SSED, like a spoiled child who opened his Christmas present and found nothing but an empty box. Gamora was stunned into silence. How the hell are we supposed to know? Quill comes to her rescue. You asked for this orb and we brought it. Now, pay up. Hearing Quill's demanding tone, Tavan looked furious as he reached into his pocket and pressed a button. In an instant, the ceiling opened up and countless blaster turrets descended into the museum, each of them taking aim at the Guardians. I agreed to pay for the contents of the orb, not the orb itself. The Collector says as he glares at the group menacingly. Now, which of you insignificant little bugs is greedy enough to think that you can trick me? Watching the group suspiciously, Tavan began to wonder if it was only one of them that tried to cross him, or if all of the Guardians were involved. Meanwhile, poor Karina was cowing in the corner, shaking like leaf. As the Guardians stared down certain death, each of them could only think of one person. In tandem, each of them turned to look at Peter in suspicion. After all, he was the one that took possession of the orb last, unless the Nova Corps somehow swiped it beforehand, which was unlikely. Don't look at me. Peter lies with a shrug. I didn't even know the thing could open. Seeing every suspect turn to the masked man in red and blue, the Collector made a motion with his hand, directing the majority of the turrets toward Peter. Where is my Infinity Stone? Tavan asked threateningly. I don't know. Have you checked that bird's nest on your head? Peter answers uncaringly and without an ounce of fear. This may be a good opportunity for them to learn how to fight together. Wrong answer. The Collect says as the turrets all fire at Peter, ripping him into shreds. Everyone watched in shock as the strongest member of their crew was turned into Swiss cheese and collapsed onto the ground in a puddle of his own blood. Karina, dear. Tavan runs a hand through his hair as he turns to his pink slave girl. Clean up this mess and make an appointment with my stylist. I'm having second thoughts about my hair. Maybe something shorter would be better. Why yes, master. She stutters in fear as she rushes off to get the proper supplies. Spider. Drax was the first of the Guardians react as he drew his blades and rushed forward. Wait, Drax. Gamora exclaims as she tries to stop him. Mother ***er. Quill broke from his shock as he pulled his blaster and started firing at the turrets, hoping to give Drax some cover as he goes for the attack. Meanwhile, Rocket watched on before scrambling toward the door. I am Groot. Groot shouts as his roots grew and tangled themselves around his longtime friend's ankles. Groot? Let me go, right now. Rocket reprimanded his tree companion as he was pulled backward. We need to get the hell out of here, you brainless moron. I am Groot. Groot pulls Rocket up to his eye level and says decisively. After a brief staring contest, Rocket was released and crashed onto the floor head first. Fine, stay here and die for all I care. Rocket huffs as he looked over his shoulder one last time before rushing out of the room on all fours, leaving his friends behind. Ag. Drax let out a loud war cry as he rushed forward. Fool. The collector commented as the turrets shifted toward Drax. No. Gamora gave up on stopping Drax and pulls out a handful of throwing knives, joining Quill in destroying as many turrets as they could. Pew pew pew, A/N, PewDiePie LOL. As the turrets locked onto Drax, they instantly let loose 100 lasers in a single second. Just as everyone thought another person would be joining Peter in the afterlife, countless brown tree roots swiftly crept their way across the metal floor before shooting upwards, interweaving with one another and creating a thick wooden shield for Drax. I am Groot. Groot shouted as his roots took all of the damage. Haha. Drax laughed as he was saved. This dumb tree is my ally. Hearing that unneeded insult, Groot grunted as his roots began to burn, catching fire from the hundreds of lasers that he just endured. Rah! Gamora roared as she kicked off Drax's shoulder and leaped over the burning root barrier. And this green WH*re is as well. Drax exclaimed happily as Gamora expertly threw one of her larger knives in the collector's direction. Hey, don't call her that. Quill reprimands Drax as he ran to the edge of Groot's barrier and fired a few shots at Tavan as well. As the knife and blaster shots were only inches away from the collector's body, a blue force field lit up, deflecting all attacks easily. Your efforts are useless. Just as he was about to continue to taunt the Guardians, Tavan caught sight of Groot's fire spreading to one of his bookshelves, igniting it fairly quickly. How dare you ruin my collection? Is he always like this? A voice asks, scaring Karina as she cowered behind one of the doors with cleaning supplies still in hand. Turning around quickly, the poor slave girl came face to face with a ghost. Why you dead? She stuttered in fright as Peter waved at her disarmingly. Nah, just a little sleight of hand, see. Peter says as he points to where his corpse once was. How? Karina asks in shock as she turned to see a clean and empty floor, where a mangled body once lay. Just a bit of magic. Peter says as he gives her a magician's bow. The reality stone is really useful for times like this. Are you not going to help your friends? She asks hesitantly. At novel bin at. Are you not going to help your master? Peter counters with a question of his own. No, she admits, hoping that Tavan would die in this encounter. Same, though I think that we both have a different reason for that. Peter says knowingly. See, can they win? Karina asks nervously. Sure, as long as they work together. Peter says as they watched Groot save Drax's life. So, why do you want your master dead so badly? He's horrible. Karina went into detail about all of the abuse she and the collector's former slaves were put through. It seemed like the collector's is an extremely sadistic psychopath. Not only did he torture his slave woman in all sorts of horrid ways, but there was a reason why each of them was of Krellorian's descent. The rich pervert had a thing for torturing and r***ing beautiful pink-skinned women, which only made Peter even more clear on what had to happen. Especially after the poor slave girl started bawling her eyes out in front of him. I see. He muttered as this whole conversation just became extremely serious. How would you like to set yourself free? Why can't that idiot just listen to me? Rocket muttered under his breath as he marched through the halls of the ship, looking for the exit. Sentimental overgrown houseplant. As he grew closer and closer to the exit, Rocket's hushed insults for his friend began to disappear and his speed seemed to slow. Soon enough, Rocket stood frozen at the exit as his tiny raccoon hands gripped into fists and his jaw clenched shut in frustration. F***K this. How dare you ruin my collection? Tavan screamed in furious anger. Never has anyone dared to enter the collector's museum and even so much as touch one of his pieces, let alone set a whole shelf of priceless tomes on fire. I am Groot. Groot groaned in pain. The fire started spreading from his roots and toward his body. Ignoring the screaming man-child, Drax rushed to Groot's side and used his blades to sever the burning roots, saving the tree's life in return. Now we're even, my dash. Before Drax could say another word, Groot toppled onto the floor and remained unmoving. Although he was saved from the fire spreading to his main body, Groot was still extremely dried out and exhausted from the whole experience. He would need a lot of water and rest in order to recover, or else Groot would continue to dry out completely and die. Groot. A shocked voice muttered from the nearby doorway. Heads turned to see a devastated raccoon standing there with a large cannon-like alien blaster in hand. Just in time for his arrival, the root barrier that shielded the Guardians crumbled into a pile of flaming ash and twigs, revealing the man behind all of this. You! Rocket exclaimed as he marched into the room with his weapon pulsing menacingly. You killed my friend. What a shame that his carcass has been damaged. The collectors lamented as he did his best to ignore his burning tomes. It isn't good enough to be put on display in my museum anymore, but perhaps I can mount his head in my bathroom. Arg! Rocket screamed in rage as he charged up his cannon-like weapon and fired. Boom! As he pulled the trigger, Rocket was blown backward by the recoil as a giant basketball-sized body of energy soared across the room. Just like before, the collector's barrier appeared, saving his life, though it couldn't absorb all of the impact. Ugh! Tavan grunted as he was thrown across the room by the force of it. Master! Karina burst through the doors and rushed over to the collector's side. Slap! Don't touch me! Tavan exclaimed as he picked himself up and backhanded the poor slave girl across the face, sending her falling to her knees. Disgusting filth! Turning to the group of guardians, who were surprised to see him still alive after all of that, the collector smirked evilly as every remaining turret shifted into place once again. This has gone on long enough, the collector says as an unnoticed figure rises to its feet behind him. First, you try to rip me off, and then you destroy my dash. Shink. As Tavan spoke, a long knife melted through his force field and pierced into the back of his head, poking out of his eyeball. A shocked look froze on the collector's face as the life drained from his body and he fell to the floor, dead. Aye. Karina stuttered in disbelief as she gripped the bloody knife, which was just in her master's head only a second ago. You did a good job, Karina. Peter comforted her as he walked into the room and took the knife from the petrified girl's hand. He deserved far worse than that. You're free now. Karina stared down at her former master for a moment before turning her gaze back to Peter. I'm free. Yes, congratulations. No one can hurt you anymore. Peter as he waves to the guardians. Hey, guys. Before any of them could voice their feelings about Peter's fake death, a loud southern voice echoed across the ship. Quill, where are you, boy? Quill, where are you, boy? A loud southern drawl echoes through the ship. Oh, sh*T. Quill mutters as he rushes to the door and locks it shut before destroying the control panel with a few blasts of his pistol. Groat. Rocket exclaims as he rushes over to his fallen friend. Let me have a look. Peter says as he walks over. Putting out the fire and smoke in the room with a wave of his hand, Peter stood above Groat and casts a quick spell on him. Don't touch him. Rocket yells as he turns his gun on Peter. He's alive, relax. Peter says as he opens a small portal above Groat's dry open mouth. Instantly, fresh spring water from Earth pours out of the quarter-sized portal and quickly fills Groat's mouth, forcing him to swallow. Before Rocket's very eyes, Groat's dried-out body slowly but surely started to rejuvenate. He's dehydrated and exhausted. Peter explains as he ruffles the fur on Rocket's head. After a good night's rest and some watering, he'll be back to normal. After explaining everything, Peter opened a portal under Groat, sending him falling into his bedroom back on the ship. Quill. Yandu yelled as he banged on the locked door a few times. I know you're in there. Don't you move, boy. I'm coming for you. Okay, now is a great time for one of your portals, Spider. Quill rushed up to Peter and practically begged. What? You don't want to introduce us to your Ravager Space Daddy? Peter asks jokingly. He is not my dash. Boom. Suddenly, the door was blown open and a blue-skinned man with a flat red metallic mohawk came strolling in. Daddy's home. Yandu made his entrance as his eyes locked onto Quill. What a coincidence to see you here. Hey, Yandu. Quill waves awkwardly as about 30 Ravagers came pouring into the room. You betrayed me? Tried to steal my money. Yandu exclaims as he points a blue finger Quill's way. When I picked you up as a kid, these boys wanted to eat you. They ain't never tasted Terran before. I saved your life. That seemed to be the last straw for Quill, as his awkward demeanor vanishes and is replaced with furious anger. Oh, will you shut the F***ck up about that? God? For 20 years you've been throwing that in my face, like it's some great thing not eating me? Normal people don't even think about eating someone else, much less that person having to be grateful for it. You abducted me, man. You stole me from my home and my family. Quill ranted. You don't give a damn about your Terra. You're just a scared soft little boy. Yandu shouts as he marches toward Quill with his men at his back. You can't even begin to understand the good I've done for you? You're only alive today because of me, eaten or not. I raised you into the man you are today, and you spit in my face. The time for words came to an end, as Quill pulled back his fist and clocked Yandu square in the face. Just as the surrounding Ravagers were about to pounce on Quill, a golden dome-shaped barrier blocked their path. This is a fight between father and son, Peter says as he walked up with the Guardians and Karina at his back. Let them solve it on their own. Are you sure this is a good idea? Gamora asked worriedly as she watched Quill take an elbow to the face. Yeah, I'm getting some pretty heavy daddy issue vibes from this, Peter explained. He knew that Yandu cared for Quill in his own way, so the two of them would have to settle their differences and now seemed like the perfect opportunity to do just that. While Yandu and Quill were slugging it out, a few Ravagers, who didn't look happy about the situation, tried to attack Peter and the barrier, but, ugh, arg, ahh. Each time someone stepped out of line, Peter sent them tumbling through a pair of portals, leaving them screaming as they fell infinitely at the back of the room for all to see. When both sides calmed down, the fun could finally start. Taking bets. Peter shouts like an expert bookie. Odds are 2-1 in Yandu Yudanta's favor. Place your bets with me and hand your credits to my furry friend here. That seemed to liven up the mood as a bunch of Ravagers rushed up to bet on their captain. Of course, Rocket was more than happy to take their money. 300 credits on Captain. 1,000 credits on Yandu. 50 credits. 2,000 credits on Quill. One of the Ravagers said in a hushed tone, though everyone seemed to hear it. Every Ravager turned to him with betrayed looks on their faces. What? If he wins then I double my money. Inside the barrier. You took me from my home. Quill exclaimed as he kicked Yandu in the stomach. I showed you the universe, you ingrate. Yandu countered as he dipped past a punch and elbowed Quill in the ribs. I'm sorry that I'm not grateful for being kidnapped. Quill rebutted with a fist to the face. I saved you, boy. Yandu roared as he missed a punch and took a knee to the stomach. Saved me from what? A loving family. Quill asked as he knocked his opponent on his back and follows after him, sending hammer punches to his face in the process. Whistle? Yandu shielded his face with his arms as he let out a loud whistle, which caused his Yaka arrow to shoot out of its holster and rest on Quill's neck. You didn't have a family? Your mommy died and I took you in. Yandu says as Quill froze in place. Don't you talk about her. Quill says threateningly, as if he was the one with an arrow to Yandu's neck. Face it, kid. I saved you from a mediocre life on some mediocre world. Yandu smirked as he looked up at Quill tauntingly. Hell, I might as well be your daddy. Quill didn't take too kindly to that statement as he went to attack once again. Whistle? I don't think so. Yandu's smirk widens as the arrow at Quill's throat presses forward slightly, breaking his skin open. I already won, boy. Give up. Sadly, that isn't the case. Peter says from the other side of the barrier, confusing the Ravagers who were celebrating their win. This was a fist fight, not an arrow fight. Quill takes the win by default. As Peter says this, the arrow vanished from Quill's neck, shocking Yandu and his Ravagers. I won. The sole Ravager that bet on Quill exclaimed in victory as he collected his winnings from Rocket, who reluctantly handed it over. What the hell is going on? Yandu stood up alongside Quill and seemed to finally notice the barrier around them. Where's my arrow? At novel bin at. That would be my friend's doing. Quill says as the barrier surrounding them disappeared. He's a magician. Well, tell him to work his voodoo and hand over my arrow. Yandu says threateningly as the Ravagers circle around Peter and the Guardians. Sure, but first let's come to an understanding. Peter says as he snaps his fingers and conjures a long table with chairs and took a seat. Every Ravager including Yandu were shocked as the table appeared. After all, a barrier could be explained through technology, but this was just crazy. Everyone take a seat. Peter says as he turns to the Ravagers. Except you grunts. Feel free to wait outside the door while we talk. They ain't going anywhere. Yandu says as he took a seat at the head of the table. Without uttering another word, Peter gestured to the few Ravagers at the back of the room, who were still falling through the portals. They weren't even conscious anymore. Why you know, boss. We'll wait for you outside. One of the Ravagers says as he and the rest rush out of the door in fear. Yandu didn't know how to handle the situation anymore. His men were scared sh**less and he didn't even have his Yaka arrow anymore. What do you want? Yandu asks, knowing that he wasn't the one calling the shots anymore. It's good that you understand the situation. Peter says with a nod. Since a member of my crew wronged you, we will come to an agreement for compensation. Your crew? Quill shouts incredulously. Whose ship have you been staying in rent-free? I'd say the 150,000 credits I brought you was more than enough to make up for that? Peter says as he turns to Quill. But if you'd like the captain position, then we can decide it like warriors. Quill fell silent as he turned his head away. Even Rocket, who wanted to weasel his way into being the captain, didn't say a word after that. 4 billion credits. Yandu states plainly. What? Quill and Rocket jumped out of their seats in disbelief. You greedy mother dash. That orb you stole from me is worth 4 billion, and I won't take a unit less. Yandu enjoyed the look on Quill's face. The orb was empty, so it wasn't actually worth that. Peter says as he gestures to the corpse of the collector. As you can see, he refused to pay. Yandu didn't look happy after hearing that. But, since you're my first mate's daddy dash. Stop saying that. Quill shouted in distaste. I can offer you a few things. Wait, did he say first mate? Quill asks though everyone ignores him. Well, Yandu hurries Peter along. First, we can give you a small cut of what we take from the collector. Peter says as he motions to the museum around them. There's probably a vault in here somewhere as well. What else? He asks in interest. Second, you could become a member of our crew dash. What? No, not happening. Quill immediately shouted though Peter continued to ignore him. We split everything equally, so your cut of the collector's stuff would be much larger. Peter explains, hoping to recruit Yandu. He's one of the cooler characters in the MCU. Hehe, I like you. Yandu laughs at Quill as he leans back in his chair. Though, I don't know if I could be in the same crew as a traitor. Good, don't. Quill said in relief. Don't try to play me, Yandu. Peter says with a smirk under his mask. I looked you up and I know all about your little kidnapping spree. It even got you exiled, didn't it? Ravagers don't traffic children. It's against the code, right? Quill never heard that part of the code before. Why would he kidnap me then? The money was good. What's your point? Yandu asks. Why didn't Quill get to his destination? Peter asks, knowing the answer already. In 1988, Yandu was hired by Ego, Quill's celestial father, to travel to Missouri on Earth and kidnap Quill. Aware that the other children he had delivered had been murdered, Yandu chose to keep Quill and raised him to be a Ravager. You took a liking to him, didn't you? Peter asks as he leans forward tauntingly. He wasn't like the other snot-nosed brats you picked up. You saw potential in him and decided to raise him like your son instead of sending him to his death. Yandu practically jumped out of his skin as he heard that. How do you know that? Everyone watched in silent shock, especially Quill who was learning a bit more about his origins. It's not hard to see that every child you took never appeared again. Peter says as he looks Yandu in the eyes. But you wouldn't let that happen to Quill, would you? He would be your son. A Ravager through and through. Fine, you're right. Yandu admits, shocking Quill even further. But that don't mean he still ain't a traitor. Who were you supposed to bring me to? Quill asks, curious to know who was killing all those children. You know what? Forget this. Yandu gets up and walks to the door. How odd. A Ravager leaving without his payment. Gamora speaks up in confusion. If you leave, you're saying goodbye to the biggest score of your life. Peter calls out, stopping Yandu in his tracks. Trust me, this guy was loaded. I wouldn't be surprised if he has triple the amount of credits he offered on this ship alone. Silence filled the room as Yandu seemed to battle within himself. After all, 1 billion credits is a hard thing to turn down. Fine, I'll join your crew, but keep that little traitor away from me. What the hell did you do? Quill started screaming his complaints as soon as Yandu left the room. Do you have any idea the *T storm you just brought on us? He will ruin everything. How could you think that this is a good idea? At novel bin at. Waiting until Quill finished ranting, Peter finally found a chance to speak. I think it's a great idea for him to join, especially since I actually believe that he cares for you. Peter says as he watched Quill stare at him as if he were mentally unsound. What could have possibly given you that idea? He asks incredulously. As I said earlier, I looked Yandu and his Ravager clan up. When the other Ravager clans found out that your blue daddy broke the code ugh. Please, stop. Quill hates hearing that. By trafficking children, they exiled him and his clan. Then he went and picked you up on Earth for whatever reason. Peter explains as he places a hand on Quill's shoulder. Why do you think he chose not to deliver you as planned? Because he's a sick freak with an unhealthy obsession. Rocket answered for him, though Quill certainly appreciated the backup. No, because he didn't want you to die. You were probably like the son he never had and chose to raise you instead of sending you to die. Peter explains clearly for Quill. I'm not saying that he isn't an *shoal for what he did, but at the end of the day, I truly think that he cares about you. But does he have to join us? Quill whined like a child. Can't we just go our separate ways? He can even keep my portion of the job's pay as long as he's gone. Seriously? You would give him billions of credits just to go away? Peter asks as Rocket pulls out his gun again. Give me your share and I'll blow his head off for you right now. Rocket was ready to double his share in an instant. No, nobody is blowing anyone's head off. Peter sighs in exasperation. Yandu has already joined the crew, so there's no changing that. What about his crew? Gamora brings up a slight problem. Are we taking in his whole clan as well? Maybe. Peter says uncertainly. My ship isn't big enough to hold everyone. Quill states. Well, I was thinking we could use an upgrade anyway. Peter says as he gestures around them. It's a bit big. Drax says in distaste. That's true. Peter agreed as he thought for a moment. A smaller ship helps bring everyone together. If we switch to a huge one like this, it'll ruin the feeling. Looking toward Karina, who was standing at his side like an attentive servant, Peter spoke up. Does your old master have any other ships? It's like heaven. Rocket muttered as they were shown to the ship's hangar, where around 15 other ships were parked. This one could work. Peter says as they toured the ships. In front of them was a fully blacked out Benator-class ship, just like the second ship that the Guardians use in the movies, though it was a bit different. First, it was about double the size of a normal Benator M-class ship, giving the Guardians more than enough room in case Yandu plans to take his Ravagers along with them. Second, the whole thing was extremely high-tech and lavish, making it obvious that the Collector had it upgraded to a crazy degree. What about the other ships? Rocket asks as he sees nothing but credits when he looks around the hangar. We could sell them. Gamora replies. While the Guardians were figuring out the logistics, Peter followed Karina through the ship toward the Collector's vault. Have you ever been in here? Peter asks as they arrived at a giant metal door, which was locked shut with multiple forms of security. No, Master never allowed anyone access. Karina replies dutifully. Well, he's dead now, so let's check it out, shall we? Peter says as he waves his hand. Before Karina's shocked eyes, the vault door transformed into a much smaller normal door, which Peter opened with ease. Following him inside, Karina stared in awe at the contents of the vault. In the center of the room, a giant pile of credits was stacked high up to the ceiling, which was definitely more than 4 billion as Peter thought. What is this? Peter asks as he found many sealed containers of odd-colored liquids and what appeared to be white dust. That's what was collected from the mines. Karina explains. Oh, Peter muttered in realization. It's blood, bone, brain tissue, and spinal fluid. As Peter eyed the containers filled to the brim with celestial body parts, he suddenly had an idea. What would happen if I made the resurrection elixir with celestial ingredients? Peter wondered. After a moment of thought, Peter opened a portal under the containers and sent them to Earth, where he would research them later on. Karina's worship of Peter seemed to only grow as he continued to show his awe-inspiring abilities. You're amazing, Master. Karina mutters as she covered her mouth, realizing what she just said. Peter immediately felt something awaken in him. After all, a beautiful pink alien slave girl just called him Master. It's every P*RN addict's wet dream. Peter thought jokingly. Quickly getting himself under control while also planning to visit MJ to relieve some stress later on, Peter turned to Karina with a stern look. Karina, you have no master anymore. Peter makes things clear. Although I'm flattered, you should learn to live your life normally from now on. Why yes, sir. Karina stuttered as she looked down at the ground like a scolded child. Good, now let's go back. Peter says as he empties the vault and strolls out with Karina following closely behind. When Peter returned to the hangar, the Guardians were taking pictures of the other ships. What are you guys doing? Peter asks curiously. We're posting these ships online. We already sold 2 of them while you were gone. Quill explains as he pointed to 2 of the ships. A/N, did the MCU have a name for the galactic/universal internet? Nice, I have all of the credits, but it's far more than I can count at the moment. Peter says as he walks over to their new ship. I'll dump them in the ship for now. After leaving a huge pile of credits in a locked room of their new ship, Peter followed Karina to the museum, hoping to find something interesting. Everything else would either be sold, left behind, or destroyed based on how dangerous the items are. Who's that? Peter asks as he was led to a room with a sleeping dark elf and what appeared to be Karina's twin in some sort of torture device. The collector's former slave. She explains without using the word master this time. I see. Peter nods as he waves his hand, releasing the poor girl in an instant. She didn't seem to fully understand what was happening as she sat there with a dumb look on her face. Once Karina explained what was happened to her, the poor traumatized girl broke down crying as she thanked Peter over and over again. It's no problem. You're free now just like Karina. Peter says warmly as he looks around the museum. Would either of you know about anything interesting in this place? Following the 2 former slaves, Peter was shocked at the amount of weird and overpowered objects in this museum. Biogram image creates a controllable image of the wielder while hiding his real location. Birthstones can summon a vulture of Nepenthe, whose claws are allegedly electrified. Boxers, rectangular interdimensional traps that can weaken a victim's strength and sanity. Coats of Hercules, animated animal hides that engulf their targets totally, cutting off their oxygen supply enough to render them unconscious. Etherian armor, an armored battlesuit made of the alien metal Etherian, which amplifies the wearer's strength to superhuman levels, and it has jets that permit flight. Tony would like this. Peter muttered. Durgasian gun, a large artillery weapon fires pellets that freeze the surroundings upon impact. Cosmic viewer, a mirror that can be used to monitor events on various worlds. That could be useful, Peter thought. Electrified comb, a comb that produced a low level of electricity, which allows it to stay attached to anyone touching it. That's extremely useless, Peter muttered as he moved on. Incendiary capsules, grenades that burst into flames a few seconds after being discarded. Chimelian flute, can translate any language. I haven't really had to worry much about language barriers yet. Peter chalked it up to being in a comic book/movie world, which was originally made in English. Magic beans, seeds that can conjure up warrior giants. Obedience potion, an elixir that compels the drinker to do the supplier's bidding, though it wears off over time. I need to keep this out of the wrong hands. Peter wondered whether he should destroy the potion. Philosopher's Stone, a legendary alchemical substance capable of turning base metals into gold. It is also capable of creating the elixir of life that provides the user a semi-immortality. The drinker wouldn't age and be immune to all sickness, but getting killed by other means was always possible. Damn. Peter stared in awe at the stone before quickly stashing it away. I'll play with that later. Shockwave gong, a gong that sends out a shockwave against enemies when struck. The poison, the most powerful poison in the known universe. I wonder if this would work on Thanos. Peter wondered as he carefully stashed away the vial. Tibetan crystal balls that emit mystical rays. Vampire stones, when hit together, can summon or banish a swarm of vampires. Vampires exist. Peter hasn't seen a single one yet. Maybe they're aliens. The collector also had zoos of alien beasts, like one snake which Peter stayed far away from and even contemplated killing. Snake Eyes, an enormous alien serpent with hypnotic powers. Though there were 2 objects in the collection that Peter was extremely tempted to use. Ali Baba's lamp, a lamp that can summon a 4-headed jinn with mystical powers. Ali Baba's flying carpet, a Persian flying carpet, which could morph into a cape for personal use. Obviously, one of these things is far more appealing than the other. Ali Baba's lamp. Peter stared at the Persian-style lamp with greedy eyes. Has the collector used this lamp yet? No, he was incapable of summoning the jinn. The newly freed Krolorian spoke up. He toiled over that lamp for a year before giving up. Maybe it needs a magical nudge. Peter thought as he was tempted to experiment on the lamp. Genies or jinns are supernatural creatures from pre-Islamic and Islamic mythology. They are associated with shape-shifting, possession, and madness. In later Western popular representations, they became associated with wish-granting and often live in magic lamps or bottles. This could be dangerous, Peter thought as he quickly stashed the lamp and carpet away. On one hand, he could get 3 wishes and that would be amazing. On the other hand, the whole idea of granting wishes could be a lie, and releasing the jinn could bring about some sort of untold calamity. I need to talk to the Ancient One. While Peter was carefully looking through the collector's museum, making sure to take what he wanted and destroy anything that could cause problems in the future, the Guardians finished up posting the extra ships for sale and headed out to the bar to unwind. So, can we pick up where we left off? Quill took Gamora into his arms as they stood outside the same bar once again. I know who you are, Peter Quill. And I am not some starry-eyed waif here to succumb to your pelvic sorcery. She refused him harshly. Reaching up, Gamora pushes his face away before it could get too close and strutted into the bar. Quill's head snaps to her swaying hips. Damn, she's gotta be doing that on purpose. Just as Quill was enjoying the view, a furry figure flew past Gamora as a commotion started in the bar. Whoa, what are you doing? Quill rushed in to see what was happening. This vermin had a few drinks and started picking fights with my boys. Yandu spoke up from the bar. Seconds after speaking, his many Ravager subordinates stood up from their seats and drew their weapons. Ain't we supposed to be on the same side here? Yandu asks as Rocket pulls out his gun and aims it in his direction. That is true. Rocket shouts drunkenly as he swayed on his feet. He has no respect. Yandu continued while leisurely enjoying his drink. That is also true. Rocket yelled as Drax stood beside him with his blades drawn, ready to fight if needed. Hold on. Hold on. Quill stood between the bloodthirsty Ravagers and his drunken friend. Meanwhile, poor Karina and her look-alike were hiding in the corner, regretting accepting the invitation to join the Guardians for a drink. Keep calling me vermin, tough guy, you just wanna laugh at me like everyone else. Rocket waved his gun around, scaring a few of the regulars who were watching the spectacle. At novel bin at. Rocket, you're drunk. Alright. Quill says as he slowly steps forward to take the gun for him. No one's laughing at you. He thinks I'm some stupid thing. He does? Well, I didn't ask to get made. I didn't ask to be torn apart, and put back together, over, and turned into some little monster. Rocket broke down as he recalled some bad memories. Rocket, no one's calling you a monster. Gamora spoke from the side. He called me vermin. They called me rodent. Let's see if you can laugh after 5 or 6 good shots to your F** in face. As Rocket went to wave his gun around again, Quill rushes forward and ripped it out of his hands. Just as everyone let out a calming breath, suddenly, the loud and powerful engines of a large spacecraft shook the building, confusing everyone inside. What the dash, Quill muttered as he peeked out of the windows and found a fleet of Chitauri ships entering the mouth of Knowhere. Even those on the streets outside were rushing back to their homes and ships, hoping to avoid the well-known planet-culling army. Gamora. He yelled nervously. Rushing up to Quill with the rest of the bar following closely behind, Gamora saw some very familiar ships getting closer and closer. We need to leave, now. Why? What's so scary? Yandu spoke casually as he strolled up and caught sight of the incoming army. Back to the ship. Instantly, everyone rushed out of the bar just in time for the Chitauri riders to pour out of the ships and rush to the defenseless city with their weapons drawn. I agree. No, please dash. Gamora and the Guardians did their best to ignore the dying screams of the unsavory civilians of Knowhere as they hurriedly rushed back to the Collector's ship. Watch out! Quill shouted as he drew his pistol and fired a few inches above Gamora, who was about to be beheaded by a Chitauri soldier on a hoverbike. Luckily, his aim was perfect as the soldier took an energy bolt to the face and crashed into one of the many bars in the city. Boom! Whistle! Quill! Yandu yelled as an arrow came shooting his way. I knew it. Quill froze as the arrow whizzed past his ear and tore through 5 different Chitauri soldiers behind him before returning to Yandu's holster. Get moving, you idiot. Yandu said as he pushed Quill forward. Why yeah. Quill stuttered as he rushed to catch up to everyone else with Yandu at his back. As the group of Guardians and Ravagers ran through the city, defending themselves from the invading army, they could hear and see that everyone else in the city wasn't faring so well. Of course, they wouldn't rush to save these people, especially when their lives were on the line. When they finally caught sight of the Collector's ship in the distance, the Guardians sighed in relief, though it might have been too early for them to relax. Hello, sister. A voice spoke. Gamora froze as Corvus Glaive dropped in front of their path with a spear in hand. See Corvus. Gamora spoke nervously, still refusing to call him family. Just as the Guardians were looking to turn back and run, another voice appeared from behind. Why so scared, sister? Proxima Midnight dropped down behind the group with a sword hung at her waist. You should welcome your family with open arms. Corvus reprimanded her. Unless, of course, you're a dirty little traitor who betrayed her family for some riffraff. Proxima exclaimed angrily, though she was certainly enjoying the moment. Father took you in and raised you as his own child, Gamora. Corvus was the next to lay on the guilt. Your actions disgrace his kindness. Kindness? Kindness. Gamora snapped after hearing that. That lunatic killed my parents in front of me? Is that kindness? Was it kindness when he slaughtered half of my planet? No, you're right. It had to be kindness when that sick son of a b***tch ordered his men to behead the children I went to school with. My friends. I didn't know you felt this way, little one. A deep rumbling voice spoke as a third much larger figure walked up the path behind Proxima. Gamora's eyes widened as her entire body shook with fright. Corvus instantly turned and dropped to his knees followed by Proxima, who looked absolutely shocked at Thanos' arrival. Father. Corvus greeted Thanos respectfully. Father, what are you dash? Shush, Proxima. Thanos dismissively waves at his eldest daughter. Father. Gamora ground out those words in distaste. Gamora. Thanos looks at her like a regretful father. Where is Dash? What's all this ruckus out here? Another new arrival entered the fray. I was in the middle of Dash. Spider-Man. Thanos finishes his question as he turns to see the man himself come strolling out of the ship behind Corvus. Oh. Peter grunted as he realized that Thanos was actually there. I expected those two. He points to Proxima and Corvus, who continue to bow to Thanos. But not you. He then points to Thanos. What's the matter? Come to take your favorite daughter home, or looking for this? Peter held his hand up as the sealed orb appears in his palm. Both. Thanos speaks plainly. I see. Peter nods as he looks at the trapped Guardians and Ravagers. Well, except Drax, who had his eyes trained on Thanos, ready for a battle. Can you guys fight? Peter asks, knowing they've been through a lot today. Aiic. Drax lets out a war cry as he grips his blades tightly. Yeah, what he said. Quill nods as he held his pistol at the ready. Hey, give me my gun back. Rocket yells as he snatches his weapon from Quill. Ravagers are always ready for a fight. Right boys? Yandu yelled as his clan let out their own war cry. Gamora. Peter asks the stunned and frightened woman. Thanos looked straight at her, waiting for her to make the choice. Aye. Gamora was petrified by the mere presence of her father. I see. Peter says as he waves his hand. Suddenly, a portal appeared under Gamora, sending her away before snapping shut. Gamora. Quill yelled as she disappeared. Where did you send her? Thanos asks demandingly. On Earth, Nebula woke up early to watch the sunrise as she sipped a hot cup of coffee with extra milk and sugar. Ever since she betrayed her father, Nebula has been staying in the Avengers Tower, though she wasn't a member just yet. Peter practically ordered her to enjoy life for a while before making any big life decisions, so that's what she's been doing. Touring the world, Nebula tried all of the foods and drinks that caught her eye as she took in the sights. Luckily, everything was paid for by Peter, so she was able to enjoy her life like a rich young lady. Of course, her inhuman appearance drew a bit of attention, but with the introductions of metahumans, she wasn't bothered much. This planet is beautiful, Nebula thought as a golden portal opened over her couch. She watched as a very familiar green figure tumbled out. What Gamora muttered as she looked up to see her scowling sister looking down at her with a mug in hand. What are you doing here? Nebula asks in annoyance. I was having such a good morning. She would either get herself or someone else killed, so Gamora can go visit her sister for a while. Peter says as Thanos nods his head in understanding. You should come to visit as well. I could use a few more ships. You can never have a big enough space fleet, after all. I plan to, but sadly, you won't be there to welcome me. Thanos states threateningly. We'll see. Peter shrugs as he looks at the kneeling Corvus Glaive. Let's even the odds, shall we? As Peter spoke, a portal opened underneath Corvus, causing him to fall through just like Gamora. Though, unlike his rebellious sister, the golden portal snapped itself shut a bit earlier, wrapping around his neck and decapitating the son of Thanos in an instant. Corvus. Proxima screamed in anger, disbelief, and despair as her husband's headless body fell in front of her and Thanos. Why are you here? Nebula asked gruffly as she stood in front of her sister. Did Spider-Man send you? I don't even know where here is. Gamora says with a scoff as she stands and walks past her sister. This is Earth. Why are you here? Nebula repeats herself as her sister peered out of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Is this Spider-Man's planet? Gamora continues to avoid the question. Yes, he's very popular here. Nebula nods as Gamora caught sight of an electronic billboard in the distance with Peter's masked face on it. New York City, home of Spider-Man. Now stop avoiding the question. Why are you here? Nebula asks as Gamora felt the cold steel of a gun on her back. Is father planning something? At novel bin at. No, I've already betrayed Thanos, like you? Gamora says as she whips around and throws Nebula over her shoulder, taking the blaster in the process. You're rusty, sister. F***CKU. Nebula spat as she groaned on the floor. Is this your new home? Gamora asks as she steps past her downed sister and tours around the place. Yes, now leave. Nebula spat as she picked herself up. You're not welcome here. Spider-Man sent me here, so apparently I am. Gamora commented as a knock could be heard from the door. A visitor. No, don't Nebula tried to stop her but it was too late. The door opened, revealing a demonic-looking blue man with a sharp black tail. You're not Nebula. Nightcrawler commented as he noticed the gun in her hand. Before Gamora could say a word, Nightcrawler disappeared in a blue mist and appeared to her right, snatching the weapon from her hand. As Gamora tried to counter him, Kurt disappeared once again. Where's Nebula? Nightcrawler asks as he held the gun to the back of Gamora's head. I swear if she's hurt. Sister, is this your lover? Gamora asks over her shoulder. Following her gaze, Kurt saw Nebula standing behind him, safe and sound. That's none of your business. Nebula states as she walks up and takes the gun from Nightcrawler, prodding her sister out the door. As I said, you're not welcome here. Bam. Nebula slams the door in Gamora's face, locking her out. That's Gamora. Kurt asks curiously. Yes, now wait here. I'll be ready for our date soon. Giving up on talking to her sister, Gamora traversed through the tower until she ran into a roadblock. Access denied. A cybernetic voice said as she tried to use the elevator. Great, now what? She sighed in annoyance. Suddenly, the elevator closed, locking her inside as it climbed up to the higher floors. Who are you, pretty lady? The doors opened, revealing a smirking Tony Stark. Gamora, she says plainly. Spider-Man sent me. Alien then? He asks and she nods. Good. I could use a navigator. Follow me. What the hell did I get myself into? The look on the Mad Titan's face didn't change a bit as his son's headless body landed on the ground before him. On the other hand, Proxima wasn't taking it so well. She looked between her husband's lifeless body and his separated head at Peter's feet with an anguished look on her face. Haha, that was bad *SS. Yandu laughed as he stared at his new captain in awe. At first, he had second thoughts about becoming subordinate to another, as he's been the king of his own crew for a while now, but after seeing his new captain's display of power all of his doubts disappeared. Now, he just has to live through this encounter to reap the rewards of his smart decision. You. Proxima yelled as her hate-filled eyes turned to Peter. Me. Peter played dumb as he pointed to himself. You're dead. I'll rip you open and tear out your insides. Gouge out your eyes. Bleed you dry, feed you to. While the mad woman was ranting about what she would do to the man who murdered her husband, Peter turned to the guardians in front of him. You guys deal with the angry widow and I'll handle Gamora's daddy. Peter says as he looks at Thanos. Just remember that an emotional enemy is a sloppy enemy. She may be stronger than you, but her sights are set on me. Use that. Are you done preparing? Thanos asks knowingly. He waited patiently this entire time and was getting tired of it. Yeah, sorry. Usually, my lackeys would be better trained, but these ones are new. Peter apologizes as the guardians turn to glare at him for his comment. Good, let's begin. Thanos said as Peter kicks off of the ground and appeared in front of Proxima, punting her across the street towards the guardians. Good luck. Peter gave them a wave as he stepped to the side, dodging a big purple fist to his back. Try not to die. Using his spider senses to dodge a few more punches to his back, Peter turned away from his crew and gave Thanos his full attention. Attacking a man when his back is turned. How cowardly. Peter commented with a shake of his head. Did you not do the same to my son? Thanos motions toward the headless body between them. You got me there. Aiager. Proxima screamed as she emerged from a pile of rubble. Instantly, her eyes lock onto Peter's back, though they don't stay there for long. Whistle. Suddenly, a Yaka arrow flew towards her head, but sadly, Proxima's hand moved swiftly and caught the arrow with ease. Our captain doesn't have time to deal with lackeys like you. Quill commented as Proxima's arm shook under the power of Yandu's arrow. Whistle. As Yandu's whistle grew louder and louder, Proxima found it harder to hold back the arrow from piercing her face. Weak. She muttered as her grip tightened and the arrow split in half, losing its power in the process. Arg. Yandu groaned in pain as his red mohawk flashed for a moment. You alright? Quill asked worriedly. Yeah, just give me a gun. Yandu said as one of his men tossed him a pistol. That arrow was expensive, you ugly bee *tch. Without waiting for anyone else, Yandu started opening fire, though everyone else joined in soon enough. Kicking off of the ground, Proxima weaved through the many energy bolts sent her way, growing closer and closer with every shot fired. I wonder how he'll feel if I slaughter all of you. Proxima asked menacingly as she appeared in front of one of Yandu's clansmen. Die. Piercing her hand forward, Proxima dug her hand into the poor guy's chest and ripped out his heart. Ew. Rocket groaned in disgust as she tossed the heart at his feet. Aya. Drax rushed forward and swung his blades toward Proxima's back. Clank. Swiftly spinning around, Proxima pulled her sword and clashed with Drax's dual blades. Prepare yourself, respawn of Thanos. Drax grits his teeth as she overpowers him, sending him crashing into an abandoned food cart. Pew pew pew. Just as Proxima was about to follow after Drax to finish the kill, Quill and everyone else opens fire on her. Ugh. Proxima grunts as a few shots land, though she managed to dodge most of them. She can bleed. Keep it up, boys. They seem to be having fun. Peter commented as he carefully weaved around Thanos' attacks. You may lose your fourth child today. You've only killed one. Thanos corrects him as the two stand across one another, merely testing out one another before the real fight begins. True, but the other two abandoned you, didn't they? Peter taunted. For the first time since they'd met, Peter saw the Mad Titan's calm facade crumble for a moment. Though I think we both know you only care about one of those children. Peter continues his poking and prodding. Compared to Gamora, the rest are all either disappointing or simply lacking, aren't they? Thanos' facade continues to crumble. It must hurt for her to betray you. I mean, Nebula didn't matter, but Gamora on the other hand. The Golden Child rebels. Peter continues. She'll return soon enough. Thanos gets himself under control as he steps forward. Let's stop playing around. You're no fun. Peter whines as he pulls out the orb and tosses it to his opponent. Here you go. Thanos caught the orb in confusion, though that was a mistake on his part. Suddenly, the orb started glowing with golden spell lines and swiftly exploded, completely engulfing the Mad Titan. Boom. Father. Proxima turned just in time to see her father's figure disappear behind a bright golden explosion. Pay attention. Quill chided her as he rolled over a familiar-looking device, which stopped at her feet and opened up. Instantly, Proxima's sword was magnetized to the ground below, disarming her just in time for Drax to appear with his blades drawn. Die. He bellowed as he slashed his knives downward. Proxima, who was far too distracted by her father's predicament, tried to dodge the attack, but, swish. Due to her carelessness, Proxima's right arm was severed cleanly from the shoulder, finally wetting Drax's blade with the blood of his enemies. Your move, respawn. Father. Proxima ignored Drax's taunt as well as her severed arm, which was still gushing blood everywhere, and rushed into the blast zone. Where do you think you're going? Rocket yelled as he and everyone else turned their weaponry in her direction. Instantly, a dense hail of colorful blaster bolts shot toward Proxima's open back, though she never turned back nor did she even try to dodge. Her father's safety was her and the Black Order's top priority, after all. Ugh. Proxima grunted as her back was pelted with blast after blast, trudging her way to her father's position. This lady is nuts. Rocket commented as another one of his shots hit her on the shoulder. Petty tricks. Thanos muttered as the smoke cleared, revealing his slightly disheveled form. Father. Proxima smiled weakly as she fell at his feet, continuing to leak blood everywhere. Although the explosion was powerful, it only left the Mad Titan with a few spots of black soot on his body and some torn clothes, making Proxima dying efforts absolutely meaningless. His body didn't seem to have the slightest scratch anywhere, which was impressive because the area around him showed just how powerful that explosion really was. Thanos stood in a 10 feet deep crater where the street once was, while the buildings around him, which were practically untouched only moments ago, have completely collapsed from the shockwave. Thanos curiously peered down at the orb in his hand, completely ignoring his dead daughter's body. "I wouldn't open that if I were you," Peter warned. Of course, the Mad Titan didn't heed his warning. Ripping it open with his bare hands, Thanos expected to see the bright light of a purple infinity stone. As the orb separated in the middle, a spring-loaded Jack-in-the-Box clown popped out. Clown face. Thanos didn't even flinch as he turned to look at Peter with a humorless glare. The game's end. Thanos spoke, though he was interrupted by a wet surprise. PSSHHHT. A black liquid shot out of the mouth hole on the clown's head, spraying the Mad Titan's face. A few sprays even landed in his eyes, nose, and mouth. Thanos quickly threw the orb aside and started wiping his face. "What is this?" As he looked down at his hands, which were now covered in a black substance, Thanos could feel his strength slowly leaving his body. And as his strength went, the pain started to kick in. Starting from his mouth, nose, and eyes, an excruciating burning shot through his entire body, unlike anything he's ever felt before. Peter watched in interest as Thanos' skin turned pale and his veins began to show, turning a deep black in the process. "I told you not to open it," Peter said in an "I told you so" sort of manner. "What did you do?" Thanos screamed. His former calm and collected persona disappeared completely. "When we sold off the Power Stone to the Collector, I asked for something on top of the normal payment." Peter lies, as he doesn't want Thanos to know too much. Wait, Drax was about to correct him when Quill reached over and covered his mouth in a hurry. "That right there is called the poison," Peter reveals as Thanos' eyes widen in realization. "Apparently, it's the strongest poison in the entire universe. I was only able to get a little bit of it from Tavan before he ran off with his new purple pet rock, but it looks like it was enough." As Peter was speaking, Thanos began to stagger in place. "This is not over," he muttered in torment before turning to run away, leaping over a large distance like the Hulk. "Are we going after him?" Quill asks as Peter remained unmoving. "Nah, there's no antidote for the poison and I'd rather not get any of it on me in the scuffle." Peter says he points to the few drops of poison on the floor, which were melting through the metal street upon contact. Just punching Thanos in the face right now could transfer the poison to Peter, so the best bet would be to let Thanos escape and die on his own. "So he's a dead man walking?" Quill asks. "Maybe," Peter says cryptically. "What do you mean maybe?" Rocket asks in confusion. "Thanos is a very well-connected and powerful man. If he could hold out for long enough, then I have no doubt that he could get an antidote made." Peter explains with a shrug. "It all depends on how long he can last." Silence filled the street as everyone hoped Thanos would have a swift death. Otherwise, they would have a very angry space warlord on their tail soon enough. "They're leaving?" Yandu said as he and everyone else watched the Chitauri retreat out of the city and fly off in a hurry. "Good, you guys sweep the city for any leftovers, while I finish packing our spoils," Peter orders as he strolls back inside. "I got some men that need taking care of," Yandu says as he gestures to his fallen clansmen. At the start of this, Yandu had around 40 Ravagers in his clan. Now, he has about 20. A handful died when the invasion started and the rest were killed off by Proxima, who now lay dead in a puddle of her own blood. "We'll join you once we're done." Yandu nodded toward Quill as he and his men gathered their fallen brethren and walked off. "All right, let's make this quick. I want to get back to the ship and take a long nap after this," Quill said tiredly as he, Drax, and Rocket started their search of the city, killing any and all of the Chitauri stragglers. As Thanos rushed into his ship and flew off, the effects of the poison had already started to worsen. Drowsiness, dizziness, weakness, high temperature, chills, headache, irritability, though that could be chalked up to his recent loss against Spider-Man, difficulty breathing, skin rash, blurred vision, mental confusion, etc. Name a symptom and Thanos was currently experiencing it to an extreme degree. The few Chitauri soldiers who rushed to help him instantly died upon contact with the black poison that coated much of their leader's body. "Get Ebony Maw," the Mad Titan ordered before collapsing into a coma. "Rest in peace." Peter saluted as he opened a portal under the Collector's dead body, sending him straight to the nearest Sunday and thanks for all of the cool stuff. Especially the genie's lamp. With Tavan's body gone and his collection empty, Peter hoped that Thanos would believe his lies from earlier. After all, the Collector is supposedly as old as the universe itself, so it's safe to say that he would be able to hide from the Mad Titan fairly easily. With this, Thanos will hopefully keep underestimating me, Peter thought as he got back to work cleaning out the Collector's museum. "I should probably kill that mind-controlling snake. Tony, what's so important that I have to rush here during a meeting with 3 generals?" A dark-skinned man in a military uniform came storming into Tony's lab. "And who the hell is that?" Rhodes turned to the green-skinned woman who was leaning on a car in the corner. "That's our navigator," Tony says excitedly as he grabs a thin glowing object and slaps it on his friend's chest. What are you doing?" Rhodes asked as he looked down at the arc reactor attached to him. "It's a present," Tony says as he taps the reactor like a button. Instantly, waves of metal shoot out of the reactor and covers Rhodes' body completely, forming an all-black War Machine armor set. Insert picture of War Machine Mark 7 here. Gamora watched on with an impressed look on her face. For a non-spacefaring planet like Earth, weaponry of this caliber was completely unheard of. Is this what I think it is? Rhodes shouted from inside the suit. Yup, I thought that since we're going to explore space together, you and Pepper would need your own suits. Tony says as the sound of high heels clacking could be heard. I get one too. Pepper asks with her arms crossed as she stood in the doorway, admiring Rhodes' new armor. Wait, did you say space? Rhodes kept screaming. You know, you don't have to yell. The helmet will project your voice to us. Tony explains. Oh, sorry. Rhodes practically whispered this time around. We're going to space. Pepper asks as she eyes a triangular-shaped arc reactor next to Tony. Who's going to run your company? Happy and Jarvis will have it covered. Tony says as he walks up to her with the arc reactor in hand. Come on. Don't you want to see what's out there? Visit an alien planet or two. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Pepper seemed to hesitate for a moment before grabbing the reactor from Tony's hand. So, how does this thing work? She asked as Tony smirked in victory. Just put it on like this. Tapping her chest just like before, Pepper was covered in a blue and silver form-fitting Iron Man armor. Insert picture of Mark XLIX Iron Man armor here. Looking good. Tony commented as he tapped his own chest. Once again, metal waves rushed out of the reactor and covered his body in his updated red and gold Iron Man suit. Insert picture of Tony's endgame suit here. Can I have one of those as well? Gamora asks. No. 3 voices deny her all at the same time. After packing everything that the Guardians would be taking from the museum, destroying everything that was just too dangerous to continue existing, and stashing away all of the best stuff for himself, Peter returned to their new ship. ZZZZZ. As soon as he stepped inside, Peter found the common area filled with empty liquor bottles and passed out Ravagers. Maybe recruiting Yandu wasn't the best idea. Deciding that he wouldn't be dealing with this right now, Peter made sure that the room holding all of the loot was secured by a spell before portaling away. Earth. Beware R18 ahead. Stepping out of a portal and into his bedroom, Peter arrived just in time to catch his girlfriend naked and wet from the shower, smelling like soap and roses. Although MJ is more of a thin beauty, the enhancements she went through enhanced her breasts and butt as well, giving her a bit more curves than she originally had. You become even more irresistible every time I see you. Peter comments as his spider suit disappears, replaced with casual clothes. MJ jumps and quickly covers herself with her hands. What are you doing here? Well, I just won a fight against Thanos and most likely killed him, so I was thinking we could celebrate. Peter reveals as he walks forward and pulls her naked body into his arms. What? MJ exclaimed in shock. I thought you said you were waiting for him to come to you. We ended up bumping into each other. Peter explains as he leans down to kiss her exposed neck. But that's enough about him. I'm much more interested in you right now. Peter, stop. MJ whined and moaned as he pushed her up against the wall and reached down to massage her lower lips. I have to wake Lily up for school. She can be late. Peter says uncaringly as he snapped his finger, vanishing his clothes in an instant. She has a... MJ tried to speak again, but Peter captured her lips. As they kissed, Peter lifted MJ up off of the floor and positioned the tip of his towering rod against her moistened slit. MJ could feel the heat of it as it rested against her, waiting for Peter to put it in, though it never came. Peter continued to toy with her body as she rocked her hips, hoping to entice him into finally piercing into her. Say what you want. Peter smirked as he looked at her. Put it in. MJ whined as she tried to push herself downward, but Peter held her securely against the wall. Put what in? Peter felt sadistic today. Put your D***CK in me already, asshole. MJ screamed in need. Smack. Before she knew what was happening, MJ felt a painful stinging sensation on her backside. Be more respectful. Peter chides her as he rubs his swollen tip up and down MJ's lips, making sure to hit her clit with every passing motion. MJ grew more excited after the slap, moaning like it was her first time again. Please, put your D***CK in me, sir. That's better. Peter nods as he slides her down the wall and pierces her just as she wanted. Ayah. MJ moaned, feeling that full sensation that she loved so much. Knock knock. Mom? Are you in there? Lily, who awoke to an odd noise, sleepily trudged to her parents' bedroom and knocked at the door. Oh, F***CK. Peter muttered as he quickly separated from MJ, who immediately scrambled to find some clothes. Is this what being C***CK blocked feels like? This is your fault. You fix it. MJ says accusingly as she pointed to the door and rushed off to the bathroom. Sigh. Peter let out a sexually frustrated breath as his clothes reappeared. I'm coming? Though it's not the type of coming I was planning on. R18 end. Peter checked the room for any lingering evidence before opening the door. Good morning, princess. Peter greets his daughter with an awkward smile on his face. Dad, when did you get back? Lily asks as she perks up from her sleepiness. Just now actually. Peter says as he steps out into the hall and closes the door behind him. Mom's in the bathroom, but she'll be out soon. Where were you? She asks as Peter lifts her up into his arms. Taking care of some business in space. I beat up a very bad man and sent him running with his tail between his legs. Peter bragged with a confident smirk. Oh, can I go to space too? While answering all of his curious daughter's questions, Peter started cooking breakfast for everyone. Was it Thanos? Lily asks out of nowhere. How do you know that name? Peter asks in surprise. I hacked into the Avengers Tower. Lily admits as she turned her head away. Wow. Peter blurts out, impressed by her ability. And Jarvis didn't detect you. You mean that consciousness in the tower? Lily asks back and receives a nod. I just kept away from it. Peter was beyond impressed. His daughter was able to steal data out from under Jarvis' nose. Wait until Tony hears about this. Peter couldn't wait to see the look on his friend's face. You're not mad? Lily asks hesitantly. No, sweetie. Peter sends her a comforting look. Just be careful where you stick your nose. Others won't be as welcoming as me if they found out you hacked them. Okay, Lily answered in relief. She thought her father would be angry, though that did seem to be the case. If Lily was a normal girl, Peter would be a lot more strict with her, but since she's an AI given human form things are a bit different. I've actually been meaning to talk to you about something. Peter says as he walks over with a plate full of food. Lily looked up at him curiously as she nibbles on a piece of bacon from her plate. How should I say this? Peter wondered out loud. When I first started making you, I wanted to make an assistant, who would help me with my work, manage some of my responsibilities, and give me information while I'm out in the field. As Peter explains this, Lily begins to frown in contemplation. Am I not doing what I'm supposed to? Lily asks in realization. No, you're perfect exactly the way you are. Peter quickly explained the misunderstanding. That was just in the beginning. You're my daughter now and I love you far more than the cold and calculated assistant I was originally going for. Oh okay. Lily stuttered as she smiled happily at his words. What I'm trying to explain is, I need an assistant and since you're able to outwit Jarvis now, I was wondering if you were interested. Peter offers. She already knows every bit of data in the tower and had the ability for the job, so Peter wasn't worried about much. The job could even be done from home, as a Wi-Fi signal should be more than enough for her to do just about anything. Lily's brain is made from the strongest alien computer that Peter could find at the time. Shrinking it with a spell and etching some runes for the weight, cooling, power, and a few other things, Lily would become the smartest person on this planet soon enough. Though, if you don't want to, I can make another less lifelike AI for the job. Peter gives her a way out. Either way, I'm still your dad and your mom's still your mom. Nothing changes whatsoever. Although Peter would prefer to make a second AI for this, he wanted to give Lily the choice. After all, someone as smart as her would need challenges and a purpose, so maybe this could give that to her. She may be childlike, but Lily is already mature enough to make her own decisions. Lily remained silent for a moment before answering. Can I think about it? Sure, I don't need an answer right this second. Peter nodded understandingly. Maybe ask your mom and grandmas for advice too. I'm sure they can help. Okay, I will. After a quiet breakfast, where Lily seemed to be thinking about her decision, Peter left her to MJ and suited up before portaling to Camartage. Peter looked around in confusion as he found himself stepping into a different location than intended. Did you reroute my portal? Sat in front of him was the Ancient One, who was sipping a cup of tea with a serene atmosphere surrounding her. At novel bin at. Yes, you stole from the restricted section and used my name to do so. She gets straight to the point. Yeah, sorry about that. Peter says as he whips out a picture from his pocket. I needed information for this. I know about your daughter, Peter, she says plainly. Look at the picture. He took a seat and pushed the photo in front of her face. She's the cutest, isn't she? Sigh. The Ancient One rolled her eyes at Peter's typical fatherly behavior. Yes, very cute. Don't be like that. Peter whined at her unenthused demeanor. You have a granddaughter now. It's a happy occasion. Since when am I your mother? The Ancient One raises a questioning brow. Teacher, master, mother. Same thing. Peter shrugged. Of course, she knew that Peter was right, but would never admit it. When you take a personal student in Camartage, that student is practically your child from that moment on. You teach and care for them as any parent would. Return the books, she states plainly. Without a word, Peter opens a small portal above the table, depositing the few books he stole with a smile on his face. There, are we good now? Peter asks. Yes, now why are you here? She asks, knowing that Peter only ever visits when he needs something. First, I wanted to invite you to meet your granddaughter, Peter says as he flashes her the picture once again. And secondly, I wanted to ask your advice on this. As he finished speaking, a Persian-style lamp appeared on the table between them. When her eyes landed on the lamp, the Ancient One's mouth hung open in shock as her eyes widened. I found this in the collector's collection, and based on your expression I'd say it's real, isn't it? I found this in the collector's collection, and based on your expression, I'd say it's real, isn't it? Peter looked at her expectantly. The Ancient One remained silent. Because if it is real, Peter says as he picks the lamp up and starts to play with it. Then you wouldn't mind if I summoned the djinn. Acting quickly, the Ancient One reaches forward and pulled the lamp into her hands. Please think before you dash. Suddenly, the lamp in her hands turned to sand, which fell through her fingers and pooled in her lap. Of course, Peter wouldn't play around with a djinn's lamp like that, nor would he give it to the Ancient One so easily. You think I'm that stupid? Peter asks with a victorious smirk. Now, tell me about djinns so I can figure out how to get my wishes. I can't talk you out of this, can I? She asks with an annoyed sigh. No, it's literally a genie. Peter says matter-of-factly. Unless everything I know is wrong, and they don't grant 3 wishes. They grant wishes all right, she says with a far-off look, remembering some sort of past experience. It just depends on your genie's alignment. Like good and evil? Peter asks in interest. Sort of. The Ancient One says as an old book appears on the table. With a wave of her hand, the book flipped open to a page with a portrait of a pitcher-black humanoid demon. It had large hands, a protruding stomach, 3 long horns, and the face of a wild beast with sharp tiger-like teeth. Meanwhile, on the opposite page was a much less threatening figure. It looked almost human except for the bluish skin tone and lack of legs and feet. In fact, both portraits lacked a lower body, as if they were some sort of disembodied ghosts. Jinn, commonly known as genies, are a powerful race of wish-granting beings made of pure energy. They're gifted with phenomenal cosmic powers that allow them to bend the rules of the world and take on any form they desire. It didn't take long for genies to be seen as highly desirable slaves due to their great powers. As such, their entire race was slowly captured one by one until none remained free. Masters of the mystic arts and other energy users bottled them up in lamps or any other containers, which forced them into never-ending servitude. She continues. Were you alive when they were turned into slaves? Peter asks curiously. No, I'm not that old. She replies with a roll of her eyes. My master was though, and he always felt bad for what happened to the genie. Well, most of them. What do you mean by that? Peter asked. Not all genies were good-natured or neutral existences. In fact, the start of their enslavement was due to a rotten bunch that unleashed terrible and contagious plagues upon the world, among other catastrophes. The Ancient One pointed to the demon on the page as she spoke. From what my master told me, once the genies found out about their brother's horrendous actions, they sealed them away in random containers. So the genies sparked the craze for their own enslavement. Peter asked. Yes. The Ancient One nodded. They unknowingly started the downfall of their race. Masters experimented on the sealed genie and found a way to capture more of them, though that wasn't all. They also bound the genie to a master. So, basic genie stuff. I activate the lamp, a genie comes out, and I get 3 wishes. Peter sums up the rest. Does it just return to the lamp afterward? That depends on what type of container it is. The Ancient One shrugs unknowingly. You'd have to study the lamp and figure out its enchantments, though I can't emphasize enough how careful you should be. Why? Peter asks. Of course, he was planning to be careful in the first place, but the seriousness in her voice made him a bit nervous. Genies are an enslaved race of people and none of them are bound to be happy about it, not even the good-natured ones. She explains with a pointed stare. So what? If they're forced to grant me wishes, then what could possibly go wrong? Peter asks in confusion. They are forced to grant you wishes, but give them the slightest loophole or stray thought and they will pounce on it, twisting your wish for wealth into a theft leading back to you, or your desire for love into a curse of endless fanatical suitors. The Ancient One warned seriously. So be careful what you wish for. Peter muttered in understanding. Yes, that exact phrase was coined soon after the genie were enslaved. Remember it and be extremely careful. The Ancient One emphasized as she slammed the book shut. I would rather you just forget about this genie business, but yeah, no way. Peter shook his head as the Ancient One sighed tiredly. This is a wish-granting genie we're talking about. I've watched Aladdin far too many times to pass this up. After hearing a few more warnings from his bald teacher, Peter returned home just in time for Lily to get out of school. Quickly texting the family group chat that he would pick her up, he grabbed his keys and rushed out of the door. Pulling up to the school in his old rust bucket, which only needed some cosmetic upgrade at this point, Peter heard the bell ring and watched as the children started pouring out of the doors in waves. Beep beep. Peter honked the horn as he saw his daughter walk out with 2 children on each side of her. One of them was obviously Miles, who has quickly become Lily's best friend, while the other was someone that Peter hasn't met before. A girl about the same age as Lily with short blonde hair talked animatedly with them as she followed along. Insert picture of Gwen Stacy here. The group looked up as they heard the beeping and found Peter in his rust bucket. That's my dad, Lily explained to Gwen, who looked confused. Oh, I thought your mom was picking us up. Gwen asked as they all planned to go to Lily's house after school. Lily just shrugged as she walked over to the car and hopped in, followed by her friend filling up the backseat. At novel bin at. Your friends are coming over. Peter asks as Lily nods and motions back to her newest friend. That's Gwen. She came over yesterday too, but you weren't home. She introduces. Peter looked back at the blonde girl for a moment. What's with my daughter and befriending future spider heroes? First Miles Morales and now Gwen Stacy. It's like she's building her own superhero group. It's nice to meet you, Gwen. While the kids were eating pizza and playing some Lego game on the Xbox in the living room, Peter left them alone and locked himself in his bedroom. He pulled the genie's lamp out of nowhere and placed it on his desk, where he sat down and simply stared at it in awe for a moment. I need to study this and then come up with some airtight wishes. Maybe I should write them down like a contract and have some lawyers look it over for any loopholes. Peter wondered as he got to work. Snapping his fingers, the lamp floated up to eye level as a nexus of golden spell lines surrounded the thing, scanning it meticulously. Now, what kind of enchantments are keeping you locked away? Peter muttered as he started getting some information. First, the lamp has a very intricate and complex prison enchantment, which seemed to be the main purpose of the container. Once he found that out, Peter started looking for how to summon the genie, as the collector tried and failed to do so for a year. Of course, he wouldn't be activating just yet. Almost an hour after Peter started his research, the door flung open and MJ came storming in. Do you know dash the wind instantly left her sails as she caught sight of the floating lamp. What is that? A genie's lamp. Peter says plainly. What's with the grand entrance? A genie. She muttered in shock before shaking her head. You know what? I'm going to ignore that for now. Do you know what your daughter was doing downstairs when I got home? No idea, but since she's only my daughter for this scenario I'd say it wasn't good. Peter says with a small laugh. She was. MJ pauses to peek out of the door before closing it. She and Gwen were taking turns kissing Miles. One would peck him on the lips and the other would go next dash. I'm going to kill that little sh*t. Peter exclaims and he sprung out of his chair. A/N. I have an 8-year-old niece who told me some kids in her class kissed, so I thought that this would be an interesting development and a good reason for Peter to get P***SSED off. LOL, it can't always be Fury. Downstairs. Do you think we're in trouble? Gwen asked worriedly. I don't know. I don't think Lily's mom was mad. Miles shrugged unknowingly. The kids did it at school, so I don't see the problem. Lily muttered in confusion. I'm going to kill that little sh**t. Peter's voice carried through the house to the living room. Gwen and Miles both jumped out of their seats in fright. Upstairs. Calm down. MJ yells in a hushed tone as she pushes Peter back into his seat. It's normal for kids to experiment like this and you won't be killing anyone. They probably don't even know what they're doing. Can I at least beat him? Peter asked with a dangerous glint in his eye. No, they're children. MJ swatted him upside the head. I shouldn't have come to you for this. MJ instantly started regretting bringing this issue to Peter. Lily's grandmothers would have been a much better choice. Now, stay here while I talk to the kids. MJ sighs in frustration as she goes for the door, preparing herself for the awkward conversation. As she opened the door, MJ turned back to Peter with a piercing glare. If you leave this room and cause trouble, I won't sleep with you for a year. Seeing as he wasn't allowed to kill young Miles Morales for his transgressions, Peter threw himself back into examining the lamp. After a few hours, he came to a full understanding of the enchantments on the lamp and how to summon the genie. I just have to rub the lamp a few times while injecting it with energy. Peter thought as he sat back in his chair. Eldritch energy should work. Other than that, this particular lamp was made to do a few things. Although most of the enchantments are normal genie stuff, like summoning, becoming the master, getting 3 wishes, and all of that good stuff, the lamp also has a few add-ons. Though most of them don't really matter, except for one. The lamp will disappear after the 3rd wish is granted, alongside the genie of course. Meaning, after the wish is granted, the lamp will teleport itself somewhere in the vast universe, ready to be used once again by whoever finds it. Maybe I should waste a wish on keeping it out of other people's hands. Peter wondered. After all, this is a comic book world, where villains lurk in every corner of the universe. Just imagining Thanos, Ego, or even some small-time bad guy finding the lamp and getting 3 wishes sends a shiver down Peter's spine. Looks like I'll only get 2 wishes. Peter muttered as MJ came walking into the room and let out a tired sigh. How did the talk go? He watched in amusement as MJ flopped onto the bed and pushed her face into a pillow. That bad, huh? Peter laughed. You have no idea. MJ says as she pulls her face out of the pillow. I had to explain to them. Flashback. MJ sat on the coffee table in front of the kids, who were attentively listening to her explanation. And that's why kissing like that is only for somebody you love, like your boyfriend or girlfriend. She finished her long-winded talk. Does that mean we're Miles' girlfriends now? Lily asked in confusion. I don't think my dad will like that I have a boyfriend. Gwen mutters in contemplation. George Stacy is a high-level member of the police department, who has made quite a few joking threats over the years about shooting his daughter's future boyfriend. I don't think my dad does either. Lily nods in understanding. Little Miles just sat there quietly with a confused look and a blushing face. No, that's not what I'm saying. Flashback end. By the time I got them to understand that they weren't in Miles' harem, they started asking about sex, which was a whole other can of worms. MJ groaned as she threw the blanket over herself, disappearing from the world. Are you sure that I can't just beat the kid a little bit? Peter asks and receives a pillow to the face for his troubles. After having dinner, where Peter had to deal with May and Gray squealing about Lily's kissing fiasco, the family hung out for a while before Lily's bedtime. As Peter was leaving Lily's room after putting her to bed, he was immediately surrounded by the woman of the house. What's this about Lily being your AI assistant? Grace asks disapprovingly. Well, I made her because I needed an assistant, so I offered her the job. Peter explains with a shrug. But if she doesn't want to, then that's fine too. I can always make another less lifelike AI to do it. Good, because she's too young to be exposed to the type of criminals that you deal with. Grace seemed to be in favor of Peter's backup plan. Are you sure she's old enough to make this kind of decision? May asked worriedly. Lily isn't a normal 10-year-old girl. Peter says matter-of-factly. Actually, she's not even a year old, but that's not the point. Lily is already smart enough to have graduated college with a master's degree 10 times over. Yeah, she's childlike and naive and we'll keep treating her as a child, but that doesn't mean we should hold her back with the rules and expectations of a normal kid. That seemed to shut everyone up, as they didn't have a counter to Peter's little speech. though, feel free to express your opinions to her. Peter says with a shrug. I have no problem either way. Fine, I'll talk to her tomorrow. Grace mutters as she walks off down the hall followed by May. Both of them didn't seem to agree with Lily making the choice herself, especially Grace, but they couldn't exactly argue with Peter's logic. After all, he is her father. The only possible route of changing his mind would be convincing MJ, though she didn't seem too bothered with Peter's decision. I'm going to sleep. Today has been an exhausting day, MJ says as she walks off. We could pick up where we left off dash. Bam? No. MJ denies him instantly as she slams the bedroom door behind her, leaving Peter alone in the hallway. Peter sighs as he looks down at his right hand and smiles wryly. At least I still have you. After relieving himself the good old-fashioned way, Peter sat in the living room with a notepad and pen, thinking of good wishes that he could make. The list started with the obvious stuff. At first, Peter was thinking of the normal superpowers. Invisibility. At novel bin at. Superhuman strength, though he already had that. Flying. Shapeshifting. Super speed, like the Flash. Super senses. Telepathy. Mind control. Telekinesis. The list went on for a few pages before Peter gave up and crossed each of them out. It's just too generic, Peter thought as he started thinking more abstractly. Concept-type powers centered on an idea that allows essentially any effect related to it. For example, autopotence, omnipotence over oneself, boundary manipulation, and subjective reality. Function-type powers centered on what they do, which usually specialized in relatively specific fields. For example, creation, destruction, and most manipulations. Mechanism-type powers centered on the manipulation of immanent laws of reality. For example, causality manipulation, physics manipulation, and virtual warping. Source-type powers centered on their origin are usually supernatural, allowing a variety of applications. For example, divinity, lordship powers, magic, and supernatural dominion. Unfathomable powers without actual cause or mechanism, which are defined as beyond understanding. For example, author authority, logic manipulation, and systems. Systems like a game status screen, missions, shops, inventory, and everything else definitely piqued Peter's interest. I could literally live my life like a game character and grow infinitely in the process. Peter thought in interest, though the genie may not be powerful enough to do something like that. Actually, almost everything that I just listed is probably outside of any genie's power. Although he didn't believe that the genie would be able to grant him things like author authority, divinity, virtual warping, creation, and autopotence, Peter still left them on this list just in case it was possible. I only get 2 wishes, so I better make sure I'm thorough, Peter thought as he stayed up all night filling the pages of his notebook with all sorts of ideas. I could try tricking the genie into giving me more wishes. After thinking on that idea for a moment, Peter remembered the crazy intricate enchantments on the lamp. Yeah, that probably won't work, he muttered in disappointment. Every possible loophole he could think of seemed to be covered by the lamp's enchantments. I can't make him too op after all. By the time the sun rose and brightened the dark living room, Peter was just finished picking his wishes. He made 3 different sets of wishes. The first set consisted of the most overpowered stuff that he could think of, so basically omnipotence-related stuff. Though in case that isn't possible, Peter came up with 2 other sets of slightly lesser wishes. And if those 2 aren't possible, then he'll just have to go back to the drawing board once again. Peter also thought of wishing Thanos dead, though that seemed like a waste of a wish, as he could already be dead for all Peter knew. And even if he isn't, then Peter can still handle him on his own, as he originally planned from the beginning. I need to get a lawyer to write up 3 separate contracts for these wishes, Peter thought as only one name came to mind. Whipping out his phone, Peter called the best and blindest lawyer he knew. Do you know what time it is? Daredevil answered the phone with a tired groan. Yeah, but I need some help with a few contracts. Peter heard another groan from the other end. Wake up, get some breakfast, and meet me in my office in an hour. Make it 2. Matt muttered as he ended the call. So rude, Peter commented as he walked off to the kitchen and started making breakfast for the family. As Peter was cooking a large breakfast for the many women in his life, he heard a knock at the door. Who the hell is at my door? It's not even 6 a.m. yet, Peter thought as he walked over and pulled the door open. Why are you here? Standing across from him was the one and only bald spymaster, Nick Fury. My wife and daughter live here. How else am I supposed to see them? Fury scoffs as he pushes past Peter and strolls inside. Sorry, let me rephrase, Peter says as he closes the door and follows after his father-in-law. Why are you here so early in the morning? Not all of us can make our own hours, like you. This is the time slot that I have open today, Fury says as he walks into the kitchen and found a bunch of freshly cooked breakfast foods. I didn't know that you could cook. Peter watches as the old spy starts making a plate of food for himself. Well, no offense, but your daughter is a horrible cook, so I ended up filling that role in the relationship, Peter says with a laugh. Oh, trust me, I know. Fury winced as he remembered the last time MJ cooked for him. Well, make yourself at home, I guess, Peter says as Fury sat down at the table with his food. I'm going to wake up. Peter was just about to say his daughter's name, but then he remembered that Fury has no idea that Lily even exists. Instantly, a smirk appeared on his face as Peter walked out of the kitchen, confusing Fury with his odd behavior. This will be an entertaining morning, Peter thought as he climbed the steps and opened Lily's bedroom door. Lily slept sprawled out on her bed with her mouth wide open and drool leaking out onto her pillow. Rise and shine, princess. Peter says as he walks over and pulls the curtains open, lighting up the room in an instant. Ugh. Lily groaned as the sun hit her face, waking her up. 5 more hours. Isn't the line 5 more minutes? Peter asks as he takes a seat on her bed. 5 minutes isn't long enough. Lily grumbled as she peeked up at her smiling father. Can you stop being so happy in the morning? It's a time of dread and slothfulness, not joy and happiness. Well, my little thesaurus, there's a reason for this smile. Peter says as Lily stares up at him in interest. Your grandpa is here and he doesn't even know that you exist. Is it fury? Lily asks in excitement. Instantly, her usual morning mood disappeared. She knew all about her grandpa from the data she stole from the tower. Yeah, and I was thinking we could prank him a little bit. Are you in? Peter asks as Lily's face blooms into a mischievous smile, matching her father's perfectly. What's the plan? After explaining the plan to Lily, Peter sent her off to the bathroom to get ready for the day and went to entertain his bald guest. Peter could already hear the rest of the house waking up, so he didn't bother them. After all, the grandmas have work and MJ has school. Technically, I have school too. Peter thought as he contemplated skipping out on school once again. So, how has the new and improved shield been holding up? Peter asked as he sat across from Fury with his own plate of food. Good, we're just barely functional again. Fury answered tiredly. Have you figured out which of the World Security Council was Hydra? Peter asked as he hadn't checked up on them. No, I've been too busy with S.H.I.E.L.D. and chasing after the remnants of Hydra to even think about visiting my old employers. Fury says with a smirk. He seemed to almost enjoy the fact that the group that once bossed him around and made his life difficult was still held in captivity. I'm guessing Steve and Peggy are the ones chasing Hydra stragglers down. Peter receives a nod from his father-in-law, though they were reluctant to leave Mr. Barnes behind. Fury says, how has Bucky been? Peter asks curiously. The last time I saw him, he was suicidal and begging Tony to kill him. He's still in his cell. The same psychologist that worked on Blinsky sees him twice a week. You'll have to ask Steve or Peggy for more information. I've been too busy to look further into it. Fury explains with shrug. Now are you going to tell me what you've been doing in space? It's a long story. Peter was reluctant to get into it. Simplify it. Fury insists. I turned a group of alien criminals into a functioning crew of heroes for pay and fought Thanos, who might be dead. Peter explained simply, surprising Fury with the second bit of information. Did he have the Tesseract? He asks hopefully. Of course, Thanos wouldn't have the Tesseract as Peter was the one that stole it, but he wouldn't be admitting to anything. Not that I saw, but he's probably still alive so we'll have another chance to find it soon enough. Peter technically wasn't lying. Just as Fury was about to ask more questions, MJ came strolling into the kitchen in one of Peter's old shirts, like a short dress. Since the majority of the house is women, leaving Peter as the only man around, they tended not to care about exposing themselves a little bit. For instance, MJ is currently wearing nothing but underwear and a shirt. Although this is normal for her in the morning, MJ instantly froze as she caught sight of her father, who was currently looking at her with a disapproving eye. Morning, beautiful. Peter says with a smirk as Fury turns to glare at him. Your dad came to visit. His words seemed to unfreeze MJ, who rushed out of the kitchen and up the stairs to find some clothes. Fury sighs in frustration as he heard Peter chuckle to himself. Once MJ returned, she brought the grannies with her, who were thankfully fully dressed. She must have warned them. Peter thought as MJ glared at him while chewing on a piece of bacon. Due to the surprise visit, everyone but Peter seemed to forget that Fury didn't know about Lily, though that worked perfectly for his plans. You're so cute when you're mad. Peter smirks as he enjoys MJ's glare. Shut up. MJ spat as she rolled her eyes. So, how has school been? Fury started asking the normal absent dad questions. And while they were all talking, Peter could hear the pitter-patter of little feet rushing down the stairs. It's showtime. Peter smirked inwardly as he eyed the door. Seconds later, the kitchen door swung open and a 3-year-old version of Lily came rushing in. Mommy. Lily exclaimed as she rushed up to MJ and jumped into her lap. Fury and everyone else were confused and shocked by her appearance. Even MJ had no idea what was happening. Though one thing was for sure. This little girl looked exactly like MJ when she was this age, solidifying the fact that Lily is MJ's daughter in Fury's chaotic mind. Good morning, Daddy. Lily separated from her mother for a moment and smiled at Peter. Morning, Princess. Peter smiled back as he peeked over at Fury, who looked like a deer in headlights. What is? Fury almost lost it at that moment. This mother f***er got my daughter pregnant. His hands gripped tightly as he glared at Peter with enough killing intent to shake a weaker man. Thankfully, a child was in the room so he quickly reined himself in. Who's this? Fury projected a false calmness as he turned to his daughter, who was almost as confused as him. This is. MJ went to explain and froze for a second time that morning. Explaining Lily's origins was easy as a 10-year-old because she couldn't have possibly given birth to her at that age. But as a 3-year-old the line begins to blur, which is why Peter used the reality stone to revert her to this form. This is our daughter, Lily. Peter finishes her sentence, enjoying the moment. Lily, why don't you go and give your grandpa a big hug? Okay. Lily jumps down from her mother's lap and rushes over to stand in front of Fury. She held her arms up, waiting for him to lift her into his lap. Fury matched his daughter and froze in place. Grandpa, Lily mutters as her eyes started to tear up. Do you not like Lily? Peter was filled with pride when he saw how great of an actress his princess was. And no, Fury practically shouted as he scrambled to pick her up. Grandpa would never. How could I not? He sounded so awkward and forced as he tried to pacify the poor girl that Peter and Lily couldn't contain themselves anymore. Ha ha ha. Peter and Lily broke out into a fit of laughter. Everyone looked at them in confusion. Although it took them a moment, the women of the house were the first to understand what was happening. Peter was F***ing with fury, again. What the F***ck is happening? Fury shouted in exasperation. Language. Grace reprimanded him as she reached over to cover Lily's ears. Dad, you can turn me back now, Lily said as she pecked her grandpa on the cheek and hopped out of his lap. Being small was fun, but I want to go back to normal. Sure. Peter snaps his fingers and the 10-year-old Lily returned in an instant. That's better. Lily nodded as she turned to Fury. Hello, Grandpa. I'm Lily Parker. At novel bin at. Fury had no idea what was happening, but he knew one thing for certain. Peter was behind this. After explaining Lily's origins, Fury's confusion was instantly cleared up, though that didn't mean he was happy. You stole my daughter's DNA and made a child with it. Fury glared at Peter, ready to pull his gun at any moment. Would you rather I put a bun in her oven? Peter asks jokingly. I wouldn't mind, but the kids at school might say something. Hearing his words, Fury couldn't take it and pulled his desert eagle from the holster. No guns at the table. Grace glared as she swiftly plucked the gun from his hand before turning to Peter. And you, stop antagonizing him. Yes, ma'am. Peter throws his hands in the air as Grace unintentionally waved the gun in his direction. I'll take that. May carefully took the gun from her for safety reasons. Seriously though, yes, I took her DNA without permission and we've already talked about it. Peter says as he looks toward MJ to back him up. Yes, and he won't be taking my DNA again unless I agree, right? She says pointedly and receives a quick nod. And although I didn't know Lily would be entering my life so suddenly, I most certainly don't regret it. MJ reaches over and combed her fingers through Lily's hair with a fond smile on her face. Besides, you're a grandpa now. You should be happy. Peter says as Lily smiles adorably in Fury's direction. I never said I wasn't happy. Fury couldn't help but be swayed by his granddaughter's cuteness. She looks just like MJ. I know it's crazy, isn't it? Grace nodded in agreement. She might as well be a clone. She looks like me too, right? Peter turns to May for some assistance, though she simply looks away. Look, she has my ears. May refused to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. A/N, I like that meme. Whatever, I have to head into the tower for some business. Peter changes the subject with a huff. Lily, why don't you have your grandpa drive you to school today? She goes to school. Fury asks incredulously. Yup, and she kissed a boy yesterday. Grace exclaimed like an excited schoolgirl. Fury didn't look happy about that either. Mom, why would you tell him that? MJ sighed as she saw her father react the same way as Peter. She wasn't the only one to notice this either. Maybe an anti-Miles alliance can be formed between us. Peter pondered thoughtfully. After all, they can't let that kid get away with it. You want me to write up 3 separate contracts for a genie's wishes? Daredevil stared at Peter with a confused and incredulous look on his face. Yes. Peter nodded. Matt stared at him for a moment before speaking again. Did you find a genie or something? Because if not, then this is a giant waste of my time. I cannot confirm or deny anything, but I can say that this isn't a waste of time. Peter explains cryptically. After some more convincing, Peter clarified explicitly how important it was that the contracts were airtight, leaving no loopholes or room for misinterpretation. By the time Peter left him to do his work, Matt was convinced that his boss found a genie's lamp or some sort of monkey's paw that would grant him wishes. What a lucky bee! Starred. While waiting for the contracts to be drawn up, Peter portaled back to the Guardians. As soon as he stepped into the ship, he found that his crew was rather somber and quiet, which wasn't like them at all. What the hell's going on? Peter asked in confusion. That city in Xanov we visited was destroyed by the Chitauri. Quill said as he showed a galactic news video of the decimated city ruins. They killed everyone. Drax said with a frown. In his experience, the fact that the rest of the planet was spared was truly a godsend. Drax has chased Ronan and Thanos across the galaxy since his family's deaths, so he's seen far worse than this. So sadly, compared to most of Thanos' victims, Xanov was lucky. They must have been tracking us and attacked the city when we left. Peter muttered as he watched the video, joining the Guardians in their somber mood. While everyone was watching, no one noticed the thoughtful frown on Rocket's face. After all, he purposely ignored a call from the Nova Corps recently. After finishing the video, Peter turned to the crew. Some were less down than others, but nobody liked the fact that this happened, especially since it was done in the name of tracking them down. I'm going to go and say my condolences to Irani and explain some things. Peter says as he opens a portal. Wait, I'll come too. Quill hops up and follows Peter through the portal with a bit of trepidation. After all, he's seen the portals countless times, yet he never used them before. Peter wondered why he wanted to follow along but didn't care either way. Xandar. Arriving at the front of the Nova Corps headquarters, Quill instantly spoke up. So, when are we getting Gamora back? Quill asks. And now I know why he tagged along. Peter thought in exasperation. I'll go pick her up once we're done here. That seemed to perk up Quill's mood, as he excitedly followed Peter into the downcast atmosphere of the Nova building. Peter could feel the mournful energy of most people inside. After all, they just lost the capital city of their empire's second most populated planet. Not to mention the fact that many of them most likely had some colleagues, friends, or family in the city at the time. I'm here to see Irani Rail. Peter stepped in front of the receptionist, who instantly recognized who he was. I'm so sorry, Irani. Peter says as he was escorted into the Nova Prime's office, followed by Quill. I rushed over as soon as I heard the news. Thank you, Spider-Man. Irani sighs tiredly from her desk, which was filled with all sorts of paper due to the tragedy. We tried to contact you, but... Peter raised an eyebrow at her words. I don't remember any calls, but we did just switch ships. Peter frowns unknowingly. I'm sorry, Irani. If we got your call, maybe Varys would still be standing. It's not your fault. Irani says understandingly, though her face hardens in the next moment. It's Thanos and his army. Speaking of Thanos, Peter quickly explains their run-in with Thanos and his children, as well as the fact that Varys was most likely attacked because of them. Once again, I'm sorry. Adat novel bin adat. Irani frowned as she took in everything that Peter just said. It's still not your fault. Maybe. Maybe not. Peter shrugs. Is it true about Thanos? Is he really dead? Irani asks hopefully. After all, one city for the death of a cosmic tyrant like Thanos was a good trade in her book. He was severely poisoned when he fled, though I would bet on his survival. Men like Thanos aren't so easily killed. Peter's words caused the Nova Prime to sigh sadly. You're right, we shouldn't get our hopes up. Irani nods in agreement. But you did kill his children. Yes, Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight are dead. Peter answers. Can I have the bodies? Irani asks hopefully. Why? Quill asks as he didn't know why anyone would want that to begin with. We believe that the leaders in the destruction of Varys were these two people. Irani says as the video call before the invasion of Xanov appeared, showing Corvus and Proxima. And parading the bodies of the perpetrators around will help calm the scared masses. Peter understood her thought process. Not exactly a parade, but yes. We need to show our citizens that we can protect them and our enemies, that such attacks won't go unpunished. Irani clarifies. All right, you can have the bodies. Peter says as he opens a portal and deposits the corpses of Thanos' children by the door. Thank you, Irani says as she hits a button and some subordinates come to take the bodies away. It's the least that I could do. Peter didn't mind. After all, he already took their possessions and didn't have any other use for the bodies. Just as Peter and Quill were about to be on their way, Irani seemed to remember something. Starlight. Irani looks to Quill. It's Starboy. Peter corrects her with a smirk. No, it's not. Quill sighed in annoyance. It's Star-Lord. Mr. Quill. She opted to just use his real name. I thought that I should inform you. What? Am I dying or something? Quill asked as the mood in the room became serious out of nowhere. Do you know who your father is? Irani asks nervously. No, my mother called him an angel, but I think she was just covering up a one-night stand or something. She was very religious. Quill recalled the happy memories of his dying mother. Well, she may not have been wrong. Irani says as she shows them Quill's DNA, which was all sorts of weird. What is this? Quill asks in confusion. When we arrested you, we noticed an anomaly in your nervous system, so we had it checked out. Irani explains as she separates the image of his DNA. This is your mother's DNA and this is your father's. Compared to his mother's, which was the normal two linked strands that wind around each other to resemble a twisted ladder, his father was extremely odd and constantly changing shape, never remaining the same for long. I'm not a Terran. Quill asks in shock. You are half Terran. Your mother was of Earth. Your father, well, he's something very ancient that we've never seen here before. Irani says with a bit of trepidation. Peter watched as Quill finally learned a bit about his celestial origins. Now I have to deal with Ego Seed on Earth. Peter thought as he remembered the plot from the movie. Maybe I can get the Ancient One to deal with it. After all, Peter already had the genetic material from Knowhere's Celestial, so he didn't exactly need any more. Meh, I'll check it out anyway. Peter thought as he said goodbye to Irani and portaled back to the ship with his stunned second in command in tow. As they left, Irani started spreading the word of Thanos' defeat and the death of his children. She even shared images of their dead bodies on the news. Of course, Irani was truthful with who was behind it and even provided pictures of the heroes for the news. Although the goal was to stabilize the situation and show the power of the Nova Empire, she knew that it wasn't a good idea to take full credit. After all, she and the administration of the Empire were still too scared to offend Thanos too much. In a matter of hours, the galaxy's many news corporations coined the name Guardians of the Galaxy. Instantly, not only was Spider-Man a galactic celebrity, but even his new crew of former criminals were all famous as well. Spider-Man, Star-Lord, Gamora, Rocket, Groot, and Drax the Destroyer were quickly becoming legends among the citizens of the Nova Empire and beyond. And of course, the Nova Empire made sure to explain the Guardians' close relationship to the Nova Corps. Sadly, Yandu was a new addition, so his name wasn't among them just yet. After dropping off Quill, who was still stunned into silence by the news of his father, Peter returned to the tower and picked up his 3 genie contracts from Matt. Though before he could summon the genie, which he was extremely excited to do, Peter went looking for Gamora, hoping that her return would help his first mate. Knock knock. Hey, where's Gamora? Peter asked as Nebula opened her apartment door. I don't know. Nebula shrugged uncaringly. Okay, I may have made a mistake. Peter thought as he rushed around the tower searching for his missing crewmate. Just as Peter was about to search Tony's penthouse, Jarvis' voice filled the room. Sir, Miss Gamora left the planet with Mr. Stark 20 hours ago. That mother f***er. After questioning Jarvis, who thankfully wasn't barred from telling him anything, Peter found out exactly what was happening. Tony was annoyed and jealous that Peter didn't bring him along for a space adventure, so he pretty much kidnapped Gamora in order to navigate for him. Forget it. Peter shook his head as he opened a portal to the mirror dimension with his genie contracts in hand. I'll check on Tony later. Thankfully, Peter placed a tracking spell on each of their ships, so he can go and take back Gamora at any moment. It's finally time, Peter thought as he pulled out the lamp. I'm sure Tony and Gamora will be fine until I'm done. What's happening? Tony yelled as he awoke to what appeared to be a crazy amount of turbulence. The Kree ship he commandeered was shaking and creaking like crazy, sending him and Pepper tumbling from the bed and onto the cold metal floor. Through the floor-to-ceiling reinforced glass window, he could see an odd-looking planet below, which seemed to be filled with trash, like some sort of junkyard. Though that wasn't what worried him. He could also see a good portion of the ship from this angle, and it wasn't looking good. The engines were smoking and a good portion of the hull seemed to be missing, and when he looked behind them, Tony spotted the culprit instantly. A giant wormhole hovered behind the ship and it was still spitting out portions some of the debris, solidifying Tony's fears. We flew through a wormhole, he thought in a mix of excitement and horror. Though that wasn't all. This trash planet seemed to be surrounded by countless other wormholes, and each of them was dumping junk out as well. Can we even leave this place? Tony was worried beyond belief. After all, one wrong move and they could get sucked into the orbit of a wormhole, not that they could try with how damaged the ship is right now. Tony. Pepper called out in fear as she stood on shaky legs. Pushing his worries aside for now, Tony acted quickly and activated his armor, which covered his body in an instant. In a matter of seconds, Tony's chest lit up and a thick beam of white energy shot out, impacting the glass window. Sadly or luckily, depending on the situation, the glass didn't shatter as Tony hoped, so he had to melt it and slowly create an opening. As the hole was made, strong winds rushed into the room, nearly blowing Pepper off of her feet. Go, I'll meet you at the wreckage. Tony yells over the raging wind as he used his suit to remotely access Pepper's arc reactor. Before she even knew what was happening, Pepper was covered in her blue Iron Man suit and expertly launched out of the window. He watched as she landed safely before rushing out of the door, flying through the ship's spacious hallways. Rhodey, where are you? Tony called out over the communications built into each of their suits. Looking for you. Are you out of the ship? His friend's voice appeared in his ear. No, I'm looking for Gamora. Tony, are you okay? Pepper's worried voice filled their ears. Yes, follow the ship. I'll see you soon. Tony tried to calm her down. I found Gamora. Rhodes exclaimed over the comms. She's a little banged up, but she'll be fine. Good, let's get out of here before this thing crashes. Tony says as he rushes toward the engine room of the ship. Since every one of the Avengers ships is powered by one of his arc reactors, Tony had to be careful with each of them. After all, the arc reactor is a powerful weapon. In the wrong hands it could be used for some very nefarious deeds. Tony, where are you? Pepper calls out worriedly. Rhodes and Gamora are already out. Just had to make a quick stop. I'm coming now, Tony answered calmly. Quickly ripping the small reactor from its connectors, Tony broke out of the ship, where he found Pepper, Rhodes, and Gamora waiting for him on a hill of junk. Thankfully, everyone was safe and in one piece. The only one that took some damage was Gamora, who only had a few bumps and bruises from the crazy turbulence. Moments after Tony made his exit, the large Kree ship crashed down into a mountain of trash, sending junk flying everywhere. Thankfully, the ship didn't explode, as the trash piles absorbed a lot of the impact, but it was definitely damaged beyond repair. This is... Gamora looked up at the sky, which was filled with all sorts of wormholes. Sakaar, you know this hellhole? Tony asked incredulously as he landed beside them and retracted his suit. Yes, Sakaar is an anomaly. As you can see, it's surrounded by numerous wormholes that deposit space waste on the planet below. It's said that Sakaarans and many other species are stranded here due to the wormholes. Though nobody is dumb enough to even come near here, so it's all just rumors. How did we get here? As Gamora explained the small amount of knowledge that she had about Sakaar, everyone took in the sight of the hills of junk, which were only growing larger thanks to the wormholes. This place is like a giant junkyard. Rhodes muttered. I refuse to believe anyone actually lives here. It's disgusting. Pepper winced as she covered her nose. Really? I think it's amazing. Tony smirks as he eyes the piles of trash for anything interesting. How could you possibly think that? Gamora asks in annoyance. I should have just waited for Spider-Man to pick me up. One planet's trash is another planet's treasure. Tony says as he bends down and picks up an advanced alien circuit board. In your point of view, this place is filled with garbage, but to any government or company on Earth, this place is a gold mine. They all watched on as Tony started running around collecting trash with a smile on his face. Oh, what's this? Is that a broken nuclear rubidium collector? How can someone throw this away? Oh my god, it's a cerium auto sequencer's kit. I can use this quantum drive plate bonder to make an argon microfilament detonator. After a few minutes of scavenging, Tony started talking tech gibberish, which no one understood. Not even Gamora. Suddenly, as Tony was having a field day collecting his trash, a small dingy transport ship flew overhead before landing in front of the newly stranded group. People actually live here, Rhodes muttered in shock. As the doors of the ship opened, a large group of masked and hooded figures came walking out with weapons in hand. Tony. Pepper called out to her boyfriend, who wasn't paying attention. What? Tony turned around with junk-filled arms. Are you fighters? Or are you food? One of the masked aliens asks as he rested his rifle on his shoulder. We're just passing through, Rhodes says as he prepares to activate his armor at any moment. They look weak. You guys can handle this. Tony looked the horde of ragged aliens over before turning back to collect his space junk. Oh, is that cesium compactor wire? It is food. The leading man yelled as the horde rushed forward. On your knees, food. Rhodes acted much quicker than Pepper, who stood frozen beside him, as his bulky armor formed over his body in an instant. At novel bin at. The last to form was the giant gun on his shoulder, which immediately opened fire on the oncoming horde of enemies. Do-do-do-do-do. Ayop. Ugh. Arg. Within seconds, the large wave of enemies was decimated by a never-ending stream of lead. For aliens, these guys were pretty weak. Rhodes mutters in disappointment. I told you so, Tony said as he dragged a pile of trash over to the transport ship. After throwing all of the junk inside, Tony turned back and waved everyone over. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Mirror dimension, Earth. With the lamp in hand, Peter laced his free hand with some eldritch energy before finally giving it a rub. Instantly, the lamp began to rapidly devour his eldritch energy. After a few seconds, Peter felt the lamp vibrate in his hand as it started to glow in a red light. This seems familiar, he thought. Suddenly, a loud screaming could be heard as a blue and red-hued shimmering smoke shot out of the lamp, filling the open space before morphing into a familiar blue character. Insert picture of Genie from Aladdin here. 10,000 years will give you such a crick on the neck. Genie held his neck in pain. Hang on a second. Genie motions for Peter to wait as he lifts his head off of his body and spins it around 360 degrees before putting it back on his shoulders. Wow, it feels good to be out of there, Genie says as a microphone appears in his hand. Nice to be back, ladies and gentlemen. Out of nowhere, clapping and cheering could be heard from all around, as if they were being watched by an audience. Genie looks down at Peter with his mic in hand. Hi, where are you from? What's your name? He asks as he held the mic up to Peter like a cringe late-night talk show host. Did you read my mind and copy the Genie from Aladdin? Did you read my mind and copy the Genie from Aladdin? Peter asked as he caught a glimpse of a smirk on the Genie's lips, though it disappeared a moment later. As the Ancient One said, genies have the ability to read their master's mind, and although Peter's mental protections are perfect, it seems like it's still not strong enough for an entity like this. Peter? Hello, Peter. Nice to have you on the show. Can we call you Pete? Genie uses his name without being told, solidifying Peter's assumption even further. No, Peter refused to be called Pete. Do you smoke? Genie asks as the mic turned into a cigar, which he stuck in his mouth. Mind if I do? Sure, go ahead. He shrugged. At the very least, the Genie was amusing and he sounded just like Robin Williams, which was a plus in his book. A/N, rest in peace Robin Williams Redheart. You're a lot smaller than my last master. Genie took a moment to size Peter up. Either that or I'm getting bigger. Check me out from the side. Do I look fat to you? Genie turned and stuck his stomach out before sucking it back in and flexing like a muscle-bound bodybuilder. Nope, looking good. Peter decided to just play along. Thanks, kid. So, what would you wish of me? The ever-impressive, the long-contained, often imitated but never duplicated, Genie of the Lamp. With every word, Genie acted out different scenarios and characters. Right here direct from the lamp. All for your wish fulfillment. Wish fulfillment? Huh. Peter smirked. 3 wishes to be exact. And no wishing for more wishes or other thought-up loopholes. That's it. 3. Uno, dos, tres. No substitutions, exchanges, or refunds. Genie explained theatrically. Sounds almost too good to be true. Peter continued to play along while wondering if he would actually start singing like the Genie in Aladdin. Aladdin is my favorite Disney movie. The Genie seemed to hear Peter's thoughts as that smirk returned once again. Master, I don't think you quite realize what you've got here. So why don't you just ruminate whilst I illuminate the possibilities? Genie said as familiar music started to fill the surrounding area. Musical notes Aladdin, friend like me musical notes. A/N, I heavily recommend listening to the song while reading, though if you don't like this kind of stuff, then just skip the song portion. P.S. Make sure it's the original with Robin Williams. When Ali Baba had them 40 thieves, Scheherazade had 1,000 tales. But master you in luck cause up your sleeves, you got a brand of magic never fails. You got some power in your corner now, some heavy ammunition in your camp, you got some punch, pizzazz, yahoo, and how, see all you gotta do is rub that lamp, and I'll say, Mr. Peter, sir, what will your pleasure be? Let me take your order, jot it down, you ain't never had a friend like me. Ha ha ha, life is your restaurant, and I'm your maitre d'? Come on, whisper what it is you want, you ain't never had a friend like me. Yes, sir, we pride ourselves on service, you're the boss, the king, the shah. Say what you wish, it's yours. True dish, how about a little more baklava? Have some of column A, try all of column B. I'm in the mood to help you, dude. You ain't never had a friend like me. Wahaha, oh, my. Wahaha, no, no. Wahaha, my. Can your friends do this? Do your friends do that? Can your friends pull this out their little hat? Can your friends go, poof? Well, looky here, haha, can your friends go, abracadabra, let ER rip, and then make the sucker disappear? So don't you sit there slack-jawed, buggy-eyed. I'm here to answer all your midday prayers. You got me bona fide, certified, you got a genie for your chair d'affaire. I got a powerful urge to help you out, so what you wish? I really wanna know. You got a list that's 3 miles long, no doubt. Well, all you gotta do is rub like so, and oh, Mr. Peter, sir. Have a wish or 2 or 3. I'm on the job, you big nabob. You ain't never had a friend, never had a friend. You ain't never had a friend, never had a friend. You ain't never had a friend like me? Ahaha, wahaha, you ain't never had a friend like me. Song end. As the song came to an end and Peter emerged from the whole crazy magical experience, which could almost rival the time his consciousness was thrown across the many dimensions, Genie sat there in front of him with a smirk on his face and a floating neon sign that read applause. Peter couldn't help it and started clapping. After all, he just had the chance to live out a childhood dream, so the least he could do is show some appreciation for the genie's effort. That was great. Peter says wholeheartedly. Though you can go back to normal now. You made your point. At novel bin at. I don't think I will. Genie said as a huge mirror appeared in front of him. I quite like this genie, so I think I'll keep the image. Okay. Peter nodded dumbly. So, what'll it be, master? Genie asked expectantly as the mirror disappeared. He seemed to be keeping with the Aladdin genie persona, which Peter didn't mind. Although he found it a bit weird, genies were already a complicated race to become with, and it's very likely that they've become a bit insane due to the many millennia spent trapped in containers. It's possible that this genie found Peter's idea of a perfect genie and latched onto it somehow, or he's just evil and wants to put on a good front. Peter thought as the genie turned away, pretending not to listen to his master's innermost thoughts. Any more restrictions that I should know about? Peter asks. Well, there are a few limitations, a couple of quid pro quos. Genie says, like, rule number 1, I can't kill anybody, so don't ask. Rule number 2, I can't make anybody fall in love with anybody else. Rule number 3, I can't bring people back from the dead. It's not a pretty picture and I don't like doing it. Other than that, you got it. Genie explains in his usual exaggerated self. There are a few other unsaid additions, but you'll find them if you're greedy enough. You're an all-powerful genie and you can't even bring people back from the dead. Peter asked, though he didn't plan on doing so in the first place. Excuse me, are you looking at me? Did you rub my lamp? Did you wake me up? Did you bring me here? These are my rules. Take M or leave M. Genie says in annoyance. All right, here. Peter shrugs as he hands over his first and most powerful contract. Let's see here. Genie mutters as he takes the contract and morphs into a lawyer's appearance with a pair of big square glasses. Details of the exchange. Addenda. Confidentiality clause. Termination clause. Consequences of breach of the agreement, and finally the date and signatures. Wow, I like to be thorough. Peter nods. Yeah, well, not going to happen. Genie shook his head as he ripped the contract into confetti and tossed it at Peter. Why? Peter asked as he swatted the paper away. First, I'm not some godlike being. I can't just snap my fingers and make you into a god. Genie waves his hands around. I mean, really? Omnipotence and omniscience? How can I possibly give you something that I can't obtain myself? Come on, kid. I'm a genie, not a miracle worker. With omniscience Peter would know everything. Quite literally. What could be, has been, and will be. Peter would know it all. As for omnipotence, he would have unlimited power with the ability to do anything that he could imagine. He would be an all-powerful god. I thought that might happen. Peter shrugs uncaringly as he pulls out his second contract. Another one. Genie reached out and grabbed the papers. What the hell is a system? Status, shop, inventory, missions, sign in, gotcha. What's a gotcha? It's like gambling for losers. Peter explains briefly. I see, and your second wish is gamer's body. Genie mutters in boredom as he holds the contract up and snaps his fingers, lighting it ablaze and turning it into ash. Not happening. Why? Peter actually cared a bit this time around. I'm not asking for anything godly. Just the system alone is like 6 different wishes, and that's not counting every time you would use the shop. Genie explains with a wave of his hand. Get real, Pete. With the system, Peter would be able to live his life as if it were a game and increase his power with ease. And the gamer's body would assist in making him into a real game character, unlocking his potential into infinity. Of course, it came with a few extra perks, like receiving no physical damage from attacks, only pain for a few seconds and a loss of HP, and after sleeping in a bed, it restores HP, MP, and cures all status effects. He would have truly lived as a game character. Please don't call me that. Peter sighs as he begrudgingly takes out his last contract. He couldn't help but hope it would work as he handed it over to the genie. After all, it's his last one. Let's see here. Genie pushed up his glasses and began to read for a third time. Infinite potential and perfect evolution? These might just work. Infinite potential is as simple as it sounds. Peter's body, mind, and soul would have unending infinite potential to grow. Perfect evolution is just as simple as well. Peter would be adaptable to everything, developing into the strongest being that he could be. And with his infinite potential, there would be no limit to how far he could evolve. With these powers together, Peter could simply inject himself with the celestial DNA that he recently took possession of and evolve, integrating the pros of the celestial race into himself while shooing off the cons. His path to godhood would be much slower, but still possible. If Peter could use his third wish, he would ask for instant mastery or something like that, which would hasten his rise to power by a lot. After all, he would still have to train his evolutionary powers just like any other person. Even Quill, who is a celestial, has lived his entire life as a normal human. Power doesn't just build up on its own. It needs to be practiced diligently over time. Really? Peter asked hopefully. Yeah, but remember when I said there'd be some unsaid additions to the restrictions? Genie said hesitantly. Yeah, why? Peter raised a brow in question. Did you read my mind and copy the genie from Aladdin? Peter asked as he caught a glimpse of a smirk on the genie's lips, though it disappeared a moment later. As the Ancient One said, genies have the ability to read their master's mind, and although Peter's mental protections are perfect, it seems like it's still not strong enough for an entity like this. Peter? Hello, Peter. Nice to have you on the show. Can we call you Pete? Genie uses his name without being told, solidifying Peter's assumption even further. No, Peter refused to be called Pete. Do you smoke? Genie asks as the mic turned into a cigar, which he stuck in his mouth. Mind if I do? Sure, go ahead. He shrugged. At the very least, the genie was amusing and he sounded just like Robin Williams, which was a plus in his book. A/N, rest in peace Robin Williams' red heart. You're a lot smaller than my last master. Genie took a moment to size Peter up. Either that or I'm getting bigger. Check me out from the side. Do I look fat to you? Genie turned and stuck his stomach out before sucking it back in and flexing like a muscle-bound bodybuilder. Nope, looking good. Peter decided to just play along. Thanks, kid. So, what would you wish of me? The ever-impressive, the long-contained, often imitated but never duplicated, Genie of the Lamp. With every word, Genie acted out different scenarios and characters. Right here direct from the lamp. All for your wish fulfillment. Wish fulfillment? Huh. Peter smirked. 3 wishes to be exact. And no wishing for more wishes or other thought-up loopholes. That's it. 3. Uno, dos, tres. No substitutions, exchanges, or refunds. Genie explained theatrically. Sounds almost too good to be true. Peter continued to play along while wondering if he would actually start singing like the genie in Aladdin. Aladdin is my favorite Disney movie. The genie seemed to hear Peter's thoughts as that smirk returned once again. Master, I don't think you quite realize what you've got here. So why don't you just ruminate whilst I illuminate the possibilities? Genie said as familiar music started to fill the surrounding area. Musical notes Aladdin, friend like me musical notes. A/N, I heavily recommend listening to the song while reading, though if you don't like this kind of stuff, then just skip the song portion. P.S. Make sure it's the original with Robin Williams. When Ali Baba had them 40 thieves, Scheherazade had 1,000 tales. But master, you in luck cause up your sleeves, you got a brand of magic never fails. You got some power in your corner now, some heavy ammunition in your camp, you got some punch, pizzazz, yahoo, and how. See, all you gotta do is rub that lamp, and I'll say, Mr. Peter, sir, what will your pleasure be? Let me take your order, jot it down, you ain't never had a friend like me. Ha ha ha, life is your restaurant, and I'm your maitre d'. Come on, whisper what it is you want, you ain't never had a friend like me. Yes, sir, we pride ourselves on service, you're the boss, the king, the shah. Say what you wish, it's yours. True dish, how about a little more baklava? Have some of column A, try all of column B. I'm in the mood to help you dude, you ain't never had a friend like me. Wahaha, oh, my. Wahaha, no, no. Wahaha, my. Can your friends do this? Do your friends do that? Can your friends pull this, out their little hat? Can your friends go, poof? Well, looky here, haha, can your friends go, abracadabra, let er rip, and then make the sucker disappear? So don't just sit there slack-jawed, buggy-eyed. I'm here to answer all your midday prayers, you got me bona fide, certified, you got a genie for your chair d'affaire. I got a powerful urge to help you out, so what you wish? I really wanna know. You got a list that's 3 miles long, no doubt. Well, all you gotta do is rub like so, and oh, Mr. Peter, sir, have a wish or 2 or 3. I'm on the job, you big nabob. You ain't never had a friend, never had a friend. You ain't never had a friend, never had a friend. You ain't never had a friend like me, ahaha, wahaha, you ain't never had a friend like me. Song end. As the song came to an end and Peter emerged from the whole crazy magical experience, which could almost rival the time his consciousness was thrown across the many dimensions, Genie sat there in front of him with a smirk on his face and a floating neon sign that read applause. Peter couldn't help it and started clapping. After all, he just had the chance to live out a childhood dream, so the least he could do is show some appreciation for the genie's effort. That was great. Peter says wholeheartedly. Though you can go back to normal now, you made your point. At novel bin at. I don't think I will. Genie said as a huge mirror appeared in front of him. I quite like this genie, so I think I'll keep the image. Okay. Peter nodded dumbly. So, what'll it be, master? Genie asked expectantly as the mirror disappeared. He seemed to be keeping with the Aladdin genie persona, which Peter didn't mind. Although he found it a bit weird, genies were already a complicated race to become with, and it's very likely that they've become a bit insane due to the many millennia spent trapped in containers. It's possible that this genie found Peter's idea of a perfect genie and latched onto it somehow, or he's just evil and wants to put on a good front. Peter thought as the genie turned away, pretending not to listen to his master's innermost thoughts. Any more restrictions that I should know about? Peter asks. Well, there are a few limitations, a couple of quid pro quos. Genie says, like, rule number 1, I can't kill anybody, so don't ask. Rule number 2, I can't make anybody fall in love with anybody else. Rule number 3, I can't bring people back from the dead. It's not a pretty picture and I don't like doing it. Other than that, you got it. Genie explains in his usual exaggerated self. There are a few other unsaid additions, but you'll find them if you're greedy enough. You're an all-powerful genie and you can't even bring people back from the dead. Peter asked, though he didn't plan on doing so in the first place. Excuse me, are you looking at me? Did you rub my lamp? Did you wake me up? Did you bring me here? These are my rules. Take M or leave M. Genie says in annoyance. All right, here. Peter shrugs as he hands over his first and most powerful contract. Let's see here. Genie mutters as he takes the contract and morphs into a lawyer's appearance with a pair of big square glasses. Details of the exchange. Addenda. Confidentiality clause. Termination clause. Consequences of breach of the agreement, and finally the date and signatures. Wow, I like to be thorough. Peter nods. Yeah, well, not going to happen. Genie shook his head as he ripped the contract into confetti and tossed it at Peter. Why? Peter asked as he swatted the paper away. First, I'm not some godlike being. I can't just snap my fingers and make you into a god. Genie waves his hands around. I mean, really? Omnipotence and omniscience? How can I possibly give you something that I can't obtain myself? Come on, kid. I'm a genie, not a miracle worker. With omniscience Peter would know everything. Quite literally. What could be, has been, and will be, Peter would know it all. As for omnipotence, he would have unlimited power with the ability to do anything that he could imagine. He would be an all-powerful god. I thought that might happen. Peter shrugs uncaringly as he pulls out his second contract. Another one. Genie reached out and grabbed the papers. What the hell is a system? Status, shop, inventory, missions, sign in, gotcha. What's a gotcha? It's like gambling for losers. Peter explains briefly. I see, and your second wish is gamer's body. Genie mutters in boredom as he holds the contract up and snaps his fingers, lighting it ablaze and turning it into ash. Not happening. Why? Peter actually cared a bit this time around. I'm not asking for anything godly. Just the system alone is like 6 different wishes, and that's not counting every time you would use the shop. Genie explains with a wave of his hand. Get real, Pete. With the system, Peter would be able to live his life as if it were a game and increase his power with ease. And the gamer's body would assist in making him into a real game character, unlocking his potential into infinity. Of course, it came with a few extra perks, like receiving no physical damage from attacks, only pain for a few seconds and a loss of HP, and after sleeping in a bed, it restores HP, MP, and cures all status effects. He would have truly lived as a game character. Please don't call me that. Peter sighs as he begrudgingly takes out his last contract. He couldn't help but hope it would work as he handed it over to the genie. After all, it's his last one. Let's see here. Genie pushed up his glasses and began to read for a third time. Infinite potential and perfect evolution? These might just work. Infinite potential is as simple as it sounds. Peter's body, mind, and soul would have unending infinite potential to grow. Perfect evolution is just as simple as well. Peter would be adaptable to everything, developing into the strongest being that he could be. And with his infinite potential, there would be no limit to how far he could evolve. With these powers together, Peter could simply inject himself with the celestial DNA that he recently took possession of and evolve, integrating the pros of the celestial race into himself while shooing off the cons. His path to godhood would be much slower, but still possible. If Peter could use his third wish, he would ask for instant mastery or something like that, which would hasten his rise to power by a lot. After all, he would still have to train his evolutionary powers just like any other person. Even Quill, who is a celestial, has lived his entire life as a normal human. Power doesn't just build up on its own. It needs to be practiced diligently over time. Really? Peter asked hopefully. Yeah, but remember when I said there'd be some unsaid additions to the restrictions? Genie said hesitantly. Yeah, why? Peter raised a brow in question. What the hell is that? Pepper muttered as she peered out of the transport shuttle's window. After flying in nothing but a giant never-ending junkyard for a while, the group found a big city, which seemed to be made out of the scraps that fell from the many wormholes. Though 2 buildings stood out among the rest. A grand multicolored tower as well as a huge arena. On the outside of the oddly shaped tower were sculptures of faces, which were big enough to spot from far outside the city. Insert picture of the Grand Master's palace here. As for the arena, although it was huge, that was about it. It didn't have any crazy art or colors like the tower, but it was certainly impressive. Insert picture of the grand arena here. Okay, I was willing to believe that people live here, but this is just crazy. Rhodes muttered as he joined Pepper and Tony at the window. It's not actually that surprising, Tony says as he points to the pile of junk that he collected. This place is like a gold mine for alien tech and metals. As long as the people are smart enough to fix this stuff up, then a city like this is very possible. In fact, it's a bit pitiful in my opinion. Pepper, Gamora, and Rhodes raise a brow in question as Tony points to the rusted scrap metal buildings, which made up most of the rather large city. With all these resources, why didn't they just build factories to process the scraps and make some fresh metal to build with? The only two places that look to be built properly are that weird tower and the big Colosseum over there. Tony points them both out. Maybe the leadership isn't the best, Pepper assumed. Even on Earth, situations like this pop up in a few countries, where the leaders are either incompetent or corrupt, forcing the civilians to live a much harder life than they could be enjoying. We can always have a look. Tony changed course to the colorful tower with a bit of gleam in his eye. Although Tony isn't overly greedy, it was like this entire world was seductively calling his name. He wants to reap the endless technology from it, and if the current leader is lacking in his duties, or even better, a tyrant that misuses the power he holds, then maybe Tony should step in. For the good of the people, of course. He. Tony laughed quietly to himself as he stared at the never-ending hills of junk in the distance. Is he alright? Rhodes asks worriedly. Yeah, I think so. Pepper shrugs unknowingly. Although he wanted the junk, Tony didn't exactly enjoy the responsibility of leadership, so he would have to think carefully about how to handle this. At novel bin at. As the ship landed not too far from the tower, Tony, Rhodes, and Pepper disembarked and looked for an entrance. Of course, Tony made sure to lock up the shuttle, as he didn't want his precious junk to be stolen. Hey, are you new? Just as they found the entrance, some guards stopped them from getting inside. Each of them was dressed in matching black and brown heavy leather-looking armor, covering their entire bodies from head to toe. Insert picture of Sokka guards here. And unlike the shabby scavengers that they met earlier, the guards were equipped with pristine weapons, which seemed to have been restored back to perfect working condition. Yeah, Pepper answered unsurely. Trash isn't the only thing that falls from the wormholes. People do as well. In fact, Sokka is said to not have a native species. Even the Solarians fell through the wormholes, though they were some of the first to arrive. Good, newbies have to use the other entrance. Follow me. A guard breaks off from the others and leads Tony's group to what appeared to be an amusement park ride on the side of the tower. Sat before them was an advanced roller coaster-style train cart that connected to a rail, which led into the pitch-black side entrance. Sit. The guard points to the seats. Gamora, Pepper, and Rhodes didn't move an inch as they suspiciously eyed the train cart. Maybe we should dash. Pepper tried to voice her suspicion, but stopped as she watched her boyfriend rush into the cart with an excited smile on his face. Come on, what are you waiting for? Tony turns to the group. This looks fun. Obviously, Tony had some suspicions as well, but with his suit always ready to deploy, not much could scare him these days. Tony Stark will be damned if he's afraid of a roller coaster ride. They all looked at one another for a moment before reluctantly following in Tony's footsteps. Taking out a small piece of paper, the guard starts reading in a bored tone. Please stay seated and keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times. The Grand Master is not responsible for any maiming, dismemberment, or decapitation that may or may not occur during your welcome experience. Please note that any defacing or destruction of the ride itself, including but not limited to littering, explosions, projectiles, and the excretion of bodily fluids will result in your swift and imminent death. Please enjoy your stay in Sokka. What? Wait! Pepper exclaimed as the ride activated, driving them into the pitch-black entrance. Before Pepper could continue speaking, suddenly, the walls lit up showing a perfect image of the universe, as if they were flying through space on a roller coaster. It looked so real that it shocked each of them into silence. While the trio was enjoying the view, a soothing female voice appeared. Fear not, for you are found. You are home, and there is no going back. No one leaves this place. As the voice spoke, music reminiscent of the movie Charlie and Chocolate Factory started playing in the background. Instantly, metal bindings shot out of the cart and wrapped around each of their wrists and ankles, trapping them in place. Tony. Pepper called out as she and Rhodes struggled against the metal straps. Relax. Tony said calmly as a small collection of formless metal dripped out of his arc reactor and fell toward the cart. Only moments after fusing into the train cart, the bindings retracted and the metal returned to the arc reactor, as if it were alive. See, no big deal. Tony says confidently. But what is this place? The answer is Sokka. The tunnel walls change quickly, showing images of Sokka's place in the infinite cosmos. Surrounded by cosmic gateways, Sokka lives on the edge of the known and unknown. Images of the wormholes that cover Sokka's atmosphere appear in perfect clarity, exciting Tony even more than he already was. This place is like a dream come true for him. It is the collection point for all lost and unloved things. Like you. But here on Sokka, you are significant. You are valuable. Here, you are loved. What the hell is this brainwashing propaganda bullshit? T. Rhodes blurted out incredulously. And no one loves you more than the Grand Master. The tunnel's images change again, revealing the Grand Master, in silhouette, arriving on Sokka all alone. He is the original. The first lost, and the first found. The creator of Sokka and the father of the contest of champions. Suddenly, videos of the grand arena were shown, depicting awe-inspiring battles to the death between all sorts of alien races. The crowd roared and cheered, filling the tunnel with the excitement of battle. Where once you were nothing, now you are something. You are the property of the Grandmaster. The soothing voice sounded like a fanatic at that moment. What the actual FCK is this crazy SHT? Pepper, who rarely ever cursed, let out her innermost thoughts. This place is crazy. Rhodes muttered as he readied himself for a fight. I knew it. Tony thought as he found his reason to act. Congratulations? You will meet the Grandmaster in 5 seconds. The images around the tunnel begin speeding up. Chaos, violence, and confusion mixed in with the Grandmaster's face filled the surroundings. Pepper, who was already beyond bewildered, looked on the verge of panic at this point. After all, she isn't used to high-stress situations like this. Her life is rather mundane for a CEO of a trillion-dollar company. She didn't have the Avengers experience of Tony or the military experience of Rhodes to help her through this. Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself. You are now meeting the Grandmaster. Mirror Dimension. Remember when I said there'd be some unsaid additions to the restrictions? Jeannie said hesitantly. Yeah, why? Peter raised a brow in question. Well, for those that ask for something especially greedy, like yourself, a trial will appear for each wish. Jeannie explained as he morphed into a professor and a chart appeared behind him. See this? Anyone that asks for a wish that could lead to power higher than the Jinn granting it would need to be tested. Why? Who made that decision? Peter asks in annoyance. He just wanted his wishes already. It ain't me, kid. Jeannie holds up his hands to show his innocence. You can thank the PR**CKs that enslaved me and my people for this one. Jeannie broke character for just a moment, showing his true feelings about his predicament before reverting back to his chosen persona. Right, so how does this work exactly? Right, so what do I have to do? Peter asks, resigned to go through the trials. I don't know. Jeannie shrugs cluelessly. What do you mean I don't know? Aren't you supposed to be the all-powerful genie of the lamp? Peter asks in a half-teasing and half-annoyed tone. Slave. Jeannie points to himself. Right, so can you tell me anything about the trials? Even the slightest bit of information can help. Peter asks hopefully. Look, kid. All I know is that every trial is different. They're never the same and seem to always conform to the master, so it could literally be anything. You could be sent to hell and told to survive for an hour, or you could be sent to a maze and told to find your way out. The possibilities are endless. Jeannie explains dramatically as always. Okay, Peter muttered in contemplation. While Peter was thinking to himself, Jeannie conjured a pen and prepared to sign the contract but stopped midway. Are you sure that you don't want the third wish? Jeannie asks. If Peter doesn't use the third wish, then the lamp can never leave his possessions, keeping it out of the wrong hands and giving him ample time to study the magic that makes it work. Of course, Jeannie knew this already, as he can read Peter's mind, but he just wanted to be sure. No thanks. Peter says as he breaks away from his thoughts. Whatever you say. Jeannie signed the contract and tossed it back over to Peter. Catching the contract, Peter opened a portal and stepped through for a moment, though he didn't go far. Whipping out his phone, Peter texted his friends and family and informed them that he may be gone for a bit, as he didn't know how long these trials would last. For all he knew, the trials could happen in an instant or take multiple months, though he hoped that it would be finished sooner rather than later. Once he was finished, Peter returned to the mirror dimension, read the contract over one last time, and signed it as well. Though as he did so, he made sure to fill his mind with one sentence that repeated over and over again. Follow the contract dutifully. 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 Peter's entire mind was filled with this and only this. Of course, he did this to combat the possibility of the genie changing his wish based on the thoughts in his mind. Though this is just an extra bit of security, as the contract has a special clause for unintended wishes. At novel bin at. Peter was just being extra careful. Easily hearing Peter's thoughts, Jeannie smirked for a moment before snatching the contract. It was time to get down to business. Snapping his fingers, the contract began to glow in a red hue, filling the mirror dimension with a light so bright that Peter was forced to shield his eyes. Good luck, kid. Peter awoke to the roaring of a crowd blaring in his ears. Bone saw, 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 bone saw. Groggily opening his eyes, Peter found himself seated among the screaming crowd with a bottle of beer in hand. He felt a bit tipsy, which was odd as it would take a lot of alcohol to get him to this point. Peter looked up and realized that he was in some sort of arena that was hosting a wrestling match. 1, 2, 3. That's it. He saw the referee count as a muscle-covered leotard-wearing wrestler with long black hair pinned his overweight opponent, winning the fight. Bonesaw? That sounds familiar. Peter thought as the bell rang, signifying the end of the match. As the chubby wrestler who lost was carted out of the ring, the winner stood up and enjoyed the cheering of his many fans. Bonesaw, 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 Bonesaw. Soon enough, a flashily dressed man with sunglasses and a microphone entered the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Bonesaw McGraw. For $3,000, is there no one here man enough to stay in the ring for 3 minutes with this titan of testosterone? Who? I know who. The Flying Dutchman. Boo. The crowd didn't seem very convinced. As the Flying Dutchman came strutting out and entered the ring, Peter tried to understand what was happening. He felt that this situation was very familiar, though he could quite put his finger on it. Maybe the slight buzz he was feeling from the beer was messing with his mind? Winner. The referee called out as Bonesaw threw his weak opponent out of the ring. Next victim. Bonesaw roared toward the announcer. Are you ready for more? The flashy announcer asked as Bonesaw pulled the mic toward himself. Bonesaw is ready, he said, his trademark catchphrase. Pulling the microphone back, the announcer waited for the crowd to calm down before speaking again. Will the next victim please enter the arena at this time? The announcer seemed to wait for some information before continuing the show. If he can withstand just 3 minutes in the cage with Bonesaw McGraw, the sum of $3,000 will be paid to the terrifying, the deadly, the amazing Spider-Man. What? Peter blurted out in shock. Just like all of the other contestants, this one walked down the runway to the ring, though his appearance was rather shabby. He wore the worst-looking Spider-Man costume that Peter has ever seen. The colors were right, but the clothes were all normal and rather cheap, to be honest. Sweatpants, sweatshirt, Nike high tops, and a balaclava. Insert picture of the first Tobey Maguire spider costume here. He looked truly pitiful. Is that who I think it is? Peter thought as he watched the new contender timidly enter the ring. Kill, 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 kill. Everyone called for blood. The crowd roared as a huge cage descended to cover the ring, trapping both competitors inside. Cage, 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 cage. The crowd was loving it. Will the guards please lock the cage doors at this time? The announcer called and the match was ready to begin. Hey, listen, this is some kind of mistake. I didn't sign up for a cage match. Unlock that thing. Peter heard the voice of the badly dressed Spider-Man and immediately knew who it was. That's Spider-Man, he thought dumbly. A/N, people die if they are killed. Shiro Emiya. Of course, he means Tobey Maguire Spider-Man from the original trilogy. Hey, freak show, you're going nowhere. I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime. Bonesaw exclaimed and the bell rang, starting the match. Did the trial send me to another universe, or is this an illusion? Peter wondered as he tried to use his powers. What the? Instantly, he realized that his powers weren't responding at all. Both his spider/super soldier powers and his mystic arts seemed unreachable. Not even the reality stone was responding, though that would prove this to be an alternate universe. After all, the infinity stones for one universe would be nothing more than a beautiful rock in another. Suddenly, as Peter was panicking due to his lack of abilities, something shocking happened. A floating text box appeared in his vision as if he were playing some sort of video game. First trial, save Uncle Ben. Details, an alternate version of yourself is about to lose his uncle/father figure to an armed carjacking. Your alternate self could have stopped this from happening, but instead chose to allow the man who would later kill his uncle to escape due to feelings of vengeance. Objective, save Ben Parker from his sad fate while still showing your alternate self the error of his ways. Reward, infinite potential. Limitations, all powers are confiscated until the end of this trial. Slight inebriation. It's been a while since I've felt this weak. Peter sat there with an idiotic look on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the new champion, Spider-Man. The announcer exclaimed as Bonesaw lay passed out in the middle of the ring. Spider-Man, 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 Spider-Man. The roar of the crowd knocked Peter from his shock as he watched his alternate self hold his arms up in celebration. Before he knew it, the match came to an end. I don't have much time, Peter thought as he sprung out of his seat. I need to find that thief. Getting his bearings, Peter walked along the crowd and followed his alternative self. I need to find where the boss's office is, Peter thought as he tried to keep Tobey, other Peter, in sight. The man who kills Uncle Ben will rob the boss of this WWE knockoff show, so he needs to find that office as quickly as possible. How the hell am I supposed to save Uncle Ben and teach Tobey a lesson at the same time? Peter wondered as he used the skills he learned from Natasha to maneuver around the building. Although he didn't have any of his powers anymore, Peter took good care of himself and went through training under the Black Widow herself, so this shouldn't be so bad. If the task was to beat some supervillain with the same limitations, then I would have a much harder time, Peter thought as he snuck past security whilst keeping Tobey in view. Luckily, this place wasn't some government facility, or else Peter would be having a much harder time dodging security. Peter remembered Natasha's words as he casually walked past some security guards. Most people won't question you as long as you walk with purpose. It's the idiots that creep around that get caught. Move as if you belong and the likelihood of being stopped is extremely low. I'm really thankful for basic training right now, Peter thought as he followed Tobey to an elevator. This has to be the elevator to the office. Peter watched as Tobey entered the elevator and headed downwards, not bothering to follow, though he did pay attention to which floor the elevator stopped. Thankfully he's new to his powers, or else I'd be caught by now, Peter thought as a man walked past him and hit the button on the same elevator, waiting for it to return. Watching the man closely, Peter could see the outline of a gun in his waistband. That's the guy who kills Uncle Ben. Peter watched as he waited for the elevator, pondering how he should handle the situation. What makes his job hard is the fact that he has to save Uncle Ben while still teaching his alternate self the same lesson. I can only think of one way, but I need to remember where Uncle Ben will be. Peter thought as he tried to remember the movie. Time seemed to slow as Peter thought carefully. Toby wanted to go to the fights in order to make some money off of his power, but Uncle Ben wanted to talk to him, so he offered to drive. After a small spat in the car, which could be completely blamed on Toby, Uncle Ben said he would pick him up at the same exact spot. The question was, where did his alternative self lie about going to his uncle? Wasn't it a library? Peter thought as he suddenly recalled the scene in the movie. The downtown library. Uncle Ben would be waiting at the downtown library. And thankfully, both Peters are from New York City, so he knew exactly where the downtown library is. Hopefully, this universe's New York City isn't too different from mine. Peter thought as he waited for the elevator to open before following Uncle Ben's killer inside. Hey, sorry. Peter apologizes as he stops the doors from closing and walks inside. The would-be thief and killer of a very beloved character merely stared at Peter in annoyance. Hitting the button for the floor directly below, Peter leaned against the elevator wall as the doors closed, locking him inside with a crazed criminal. Hey, you got a lighter? Peter asks as he steps closer to the man. Yeah, he says as he reaches into his pocket. Instantly, Peter launches forward and decked him across the face. Ugh. The man grunted as his body slammed against the wall. Sorry about this. Peter mutters as he grasps the man by the hair and smashes his skull against the nearest wall. But you technically deserve it. Just as Uncle Ben's would-be killer dropped down to one knee, Peter reached by the man's waist and pulled out his pistol. It's not personal, Peter says as he rested the barrel against the guy's head and pulled the trigger. Some blood spattered on Peter, but most of it, including some brain matter, sprayed onto the opposite wall. Well, maybe it is kind of personal, Peter muttered as he stashed the gun in his waistband. After all, he's Peter Parker as well, and seeing his uncle die, even in movies, was something that needed to be avenged. Peeking up at the camera in the corner of the elevator, Peter smiled and waved uncaringly. This isn't my universe, so it's not like it matters if anyone sees me. Quickly hiding the body on the next floor, Peter took the bag that the man had on him and followed Toby down to the office floor. I can't believe I'm doing this, Peter thought as he exited the elevator and strolled up to the office. Just as he was about to open the door, Peter's alternate self pulled it open with a P*SSED off look in his eyes and a $100 bill in hand. I would be too if I was promised $3,000 and only got a tiny fraction, Peter thought as Toby brushed past him. Hey, what the hell? The boss shouted as Peter walked in uninvited. On the desk in front of him was at least $20,000 in cash, making Peter wonder why this guy didn't just pay Toby his money. After all, he would probably return to fight again if the money was good, and having Spider-Man as one of your wrestlers would have easily filled seats. Put the money in the bag, Peter orders as he tosses the bag in the boss's face and pulls out his newfound gun. And make it quick or I'll blow your brains out. Outside of the office, Toby stood by the elevator, listening to the man who just ripped him off get robbed and doing nothing about it. At novel bin at. Seconds later, Peter ran out of the office with a gun in one hand and a bag full of money in the other. Hey, he stole my money, the boss yells from his office, alerting some nearby security guards. Peter didn't bother with them as he ran towards Toby and the elevator, and just like in the movie, his alternate self steps out of the way and allows him to pass without a problem. Stop that guy, the security yells. Thanks for the assist. Peter makes it very clear that he helped him get away. After all, he did call the elevator just in time for the escape. Stop him, he's got my money, the boss yelled as the elevator closed and Peter disappeared. What the hell's the matter with you? The security guard admonishes Toby before turning around and rushing off. I'll cut him off in the lobby and call the cops. As the security disappears, the boss comes walking over to Toby with a frown on his face. You could have taken that guy apart. Now he's going to get away with my money. He didn't sound too pleased. I missed the part where that's my problem. Toby stared him in the eye for a moment and then walked off. As Peter rushed through the arena and made his way outside, he was able to easily ditch the security guards. Blending into the crowd of fans outside, Peter quickly figured out where he was and rushed toward the downtown library. As he ran, Peter could hear sirens behind him, rushing to the arena, but thankfully he wasn't there anymore. Where is he? Peter muttered as he arrived at the library. Looking around, he spotted an old beat-up 73 Oldsmobile Delta 88, with an elderly silhouette in the driver's seat. Insert picture of Uncle Ben here. He has good taste in cars, Peter thought as he stalked up to the car and entered the passenger seat. Peter, I'm sorry about before. I know Ben spoke before he knew who it was, only to find a stranger with a gun in his car. Hello, I'm Peter. It's nice to meet you. I'm sorry that it has to be under these circumstances. Peter greets the shocked old man kindly. Well, as kindly as someone with a gun could be. What do you want? I don't have much money, but you can take it all. Just don't shoot, all right? Ben spoke nervously. Sorry, I'm not here for money. Do you have paper and a pen? Peter asks, confusing the poor old man even more. Why yeah, in the glove box. Ben shakily points it out. Thank you. Peter nods as he pulls out a notepad and pen. Whilst keeping the gun trained on Ben, Peter quickly wrote a long note and handed it to him. What's this? Ben asks warily. Don't read it yet. That's for you and your nephew. Please put it in your pocket and read it with him once I'm gone, Peter says as Ben looks down at the paper curiously before stashing it in his pocket. Why are you doing this? Ben asks in confusion. The gun in my hand may make my answer unbelievable, but I'm here to save your life. Peter says as he looks through the rearview mirror, waiting for Toby's arrival. You're right, I don't believe you. Ben guessed that Peter was some sort of serial killer. That's okay. Peter says as he looks over at Ben for a moment. You know, I never met my Uncle Ben, so this is a weird experience for me. May rarely ever talks about him. If Ben wasn't confused before, then now he definitely was. What did you say your name was again? Peter. He replied simply. All right, so why do you need to save my life? Ben asks out of curiosity. Well, technically I already saved your life. Peter says as he gestured to his gun. This gun belonged to the man that would have killed you tonight. Where is he? Ben asks. Dead in a bathroom stall about 3 miles that way. Peter points backward. You killed him? Ben asks in fearful realization. Yup, oops. I probably shouldn't have said that. Peter says as he looks over at Ben's horrified face. You're all about pacifism, aren't you? With great power, comes great responsibility, right? How do you dash? Oh, action is coming. Peter mutters as he caught sight of Toby in the distance. Acting quickly, he hops over to the back seat and waits. Uncle Ben, I'm sorry about earlier. I shouldn't have said dash. Toby apologizes as he sat in the passenger seat, though he froze when his spider senses started tingling out of nowhere. Turning to the side, he found his scared uncle with a gun at the back of his head and a very familiar man in the back seat. Thanks for the assist. Peter's earlier words rang out in Toby's mind. Hello, it's nice to see you again. Peter smiles and waves with his free hand. Thanks for the help earlier. Ben looked at his nephew in confusion, wondering what Peter meant by that. Aye. Toby was lost for words. As thanks for helping me, I decided to give you a gift. Peter's smile turns a bit manic as he prods the gun forward against Ben's head. Channel the Joker. I'm the Joker. Why so serious? Do you want to know how I got these scars? Wait, stop. Toby begged. But before we get to the gift, we need to listen to Uncle Ben's important lesson about power and responsibility. Peter says as he turns to Ben expectantly. Say it. He froze on the spot. Just do what he says. Toby says worriedly as he eyes Peter with a deadly glare. With great power, comes great responsibility. Ben says unsurely. See, this is why we need to listen to our elders. They're so insightful. Peter nodded as he looked his alternate self in the eyes. Anyway, here's your gift. Toby watched in slow motion as Peter's finger squeezed the trigger, yet he could do nothing about it. Not only was he new to his powers, but he had no experience in situations like this. He's just a high school kid. And just as he and Ben were waiting for the ear-piercing bang, which thankfully never came. Click. Peter pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Just kidding. Peter says he pulled out the mag and showed that it was empty. It was never loaded. Toby seemed to freeze for a moment as he wound back his hand, ready to pinch Peter square in the jaw. Though before he could do so, another text box appeared in front of Peter, though only he could see it. First trial, save Uncle Ben, completed. Objective, save Ben Parker from his sad fate while still showing your alternate self the error of his ways, 2 halves. Reward, infinite potential, acquired. Limitations, removed. Oh, looks like my time is done here. Peter says cryptically as he ignores his counterpart in favor of Uncle Ben. Don't forget my note, and once again, I'm sorry about this, though you may be thanking me later on. That is if we ever meet again. As he finished speaking, Peter's figure began to fade, until he completely disappeared, though his alternate self still swung. This universe's Peter broke the back seat in half with a single punch, missing his target completely and shocking his uncle. What the hell was that? Toby muttered as he turned to his uncle, forgetting that he just revealed his strength. Ben stayed silent as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a letter. Holy *T. In a high-security laboratory, a shining blue-skinned man stood bound in the center of the room, forced into a deep sleep. Insert picture of Electro here. Maxwell Dillon, also known as Electro, is an electrical engineer turned villain. Shunned for most of his life, Dillon was extremely insecure and lonely, seeing himself as a self-proclaimed nobody despite designing New York's power grid for Oscorp Industries. However, Max was saved by Spider-Man on his way to work one day, in one of the hero's many fights against the Russian mob. That encounter could be said to be the highlight of Max's entire life. Treated with kindness by the superhero, Max became fanatically obsessed with Spider-Man, coming to reimagine his life as a fantasy in which he and the latter were best friends. Although he was deeply delusional, Max found himself becoming more confident and social in his daily life. However, his life would soon be changed forever when on the day of his birthday, he was forced to work overtime at Oscorp Tower in order to fix a loose electrical cable. Shocked by the giant cable, Max fell into a vat of electric eels, which mutated his body into a translucent form of living electricity. Confused and angry, Max's new electrical nature drove him to Times Square, where the police mistook him for a monster and swiftly attacked, provoking him into retaliating against them with his newfound powers. Novel bin at. With the arrival of Spider-Man, Max's rage soon worsened, as the superhero couldn't recognize him in his new form. How could his best friend not recognize him? When Spider-Man tried to talk and settle the situation peacefully, Max was shot by a sniper rifle, despite the hero promising him that the police wouldn't shoot at him anymore. Max's built-up rage and anger finally bubbled to the surface as he lost it and started attacking civilians, police, and the hero who he felt had betrayed him. Thankfully, Spider-Man managed to capture Electro in the end, sending him to his current prison, where he's heavily sedated and bound. Suddenly, alarms began to blare across the whole building, though they weren't able to wake Electro from his sleep. Seconds after the alarms went off, a young man with messy hair and a black leather jacket rushed inside with a crazed look in his eyes. Insert picture of Harry Osborn here. Harold Theopolis Osborn, the son of the deceased Norman Osborn, also known as the Green Goblin, and ex-CEO of Oscorp Industries, as the board voted him out rather recently. After discovering that he has the same incurable illness as his father, Harry became desperate to live. At first, he decided to get Spider-Man's blood, as he thought it could be used as a cure based on a video of Oscorp's spiders, but he was swiftly denied by New York's favorite hero. Of course, Spider-Man wanted to help his friend, but the possibility of a negative reaction to his blood was very likely. And sadly, all of Oscorp's spiders were long gone, and even if they weren't, Harry didn't have access to anything at Oscorp anymore. Not only was he voted out, but he was also barred from entering the building. Though upon learning that the venom of one of the spiders was still kept in Oscorp's Special Projects vault, Harry decided that he had to steal it. It was his only way to survive, after all. Which is why he's here. To team up with Spider-Man's latest villain, Electro, and use him to get the venom that he so desperately needs. Staring at the bound glowing figure for a moment, Harry quickly hit a button on a nearby panel. Sedation off. A robotic voice spoke as the glowing captive groggily opened his eyes. I'm going to get you out of here, but we don't have much time. Harry says as he nervously looks over his shoulder. Who are you? Electro asks in a deep and rumbly voice. I'm Harry Osborn, and I have a deal for you. He offered. I should kill you. Max wasn't so fond of anybody related to Oscorp. Come on, think bigger, Max. Harry exclaimed as he looked Electro in the eyes. I'm not the one you want. You want Spider-Man and I can give him to you, but I need something first. Suddenly, Harry could hear the sound of footsteps rushing his way from the hall. Max, we don't have much time. Harry continues to frantically look over his shoulder. Give me one reason why I should trust you. Electro asks in suspicion. Because I need you. Harry was practically begging at this point. Those words seemed to spark something in Max's delusional brain. You need me, he muttered. No one has ever needed him before, not even Spider-Man, the friend who betrayed him. As they spoke, a whole team of heavily armed guards rushed into the room and grabbed Harry, who started flailing against their hold. I need you, please. Harry yelled and screamed as they pulled him away from Electro. Please, I don't want to die. I need you. With every word spoken, electricity began to dance around Electro's blue body, sparking hope in Harry as he thrashed against the guards. Ayah! Electro screamed as he was covered in electricity and disappeared from his bindings. Tzzzzz. As he disappeared, a wisp of blue lightning shot across the room, zapping each of the guards, killing them in an instant. As the dead guards collapsed to the floor, Electro appeared in the air, surrounded by crackling electricity. What's the plan? In a packed road of standstill traffic, which was very normal for New York City, a beautiful blonde woman sat at the back of a taxi, on her way to the airport. Insert picture of Gwen Stacy here. Gwen Maxine Stacy was the classmate and girlfriend of Peter Parker and the daughter of the chief police officer, George Stacy. After Spider-Man's emergence, Gwen soon figured out that her boyfriend was a superhero and supported him as best as she could. A year into their relationship, Gwen was accepted into Oxford in England, which sadly caused the two to split apart. What the hell? The taxi driver mutters as he and Gwen watch everyone get out of their cars and walk over to the sidewalk. Wait here. Gwen says as she leaves the cab to check it out. From the sidewalk, Gwen could see across the water, where the Brooklyn Bridge stood with a giant message written across it in what appeared to be a spider's web. I love you. Just as a smile bloomed on her face, a man in a red and blue spider-themed costume swung by, lifting her off the ground and taking her with him. Atop the web-filled bridge, Gwen removed Spider-Man's mask and found her handsome boyfriend underneath. Insert picture of Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man here. Did you get my message? Peter asks as he held the love of his life in his arms. Yeah, I think the whole city got your message. Gwen smiled happily. I love you. Peter confesses as he looks into her eyes. I know there are a million reasons why we shouldn't be together, but I'm tired of them. We all have to make a choice and I choose you. Gwen was on the verge of tears. So, England. I'm following you. I'm following you everywhere. Peter states, shocking Gwen, as she knew how important New York was to Spider-Man. They have crime there, right? They got Jack the Ripper dash. Before Peter could do his usual rambling, Gwen leaned forward and captured his lips, shutting her boyfriend up real quick. As the budding couple was making out at the top of the bridge with the sun setting behind them, suddenly, the entire city's lights flickered for a moment before shutting down completely. Boom boom boom. Alongside the city-wide power outage, a handful of isolated electrical explosions could be seen as well. And as the two separated from their kiss to see what was happening, Peter's eyes flashed for a moment, though Gwen didn't notice it. Instantly, this universe's Peter took a back seat, trapped in his own mind as another took his place. What the hell? Peter muttered as he assessed his new surroundings, finding a familiar beauty in his arms and a sweet taste in his mouth. Is that Emma Stone? He instantly knew where he was. The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Is that Max? Gwen asks as she eyes a glowing figure in the distance, who seemed to be sucking in all of the power from the city's power plant. As Peter followed her gaze to get a closer look, a big text box appeared, blocking his view. Second trial, save Gwen Stacy. Details, an alternate version of yourself is about to lose the love of his life. Gwen Stacy will be killed by Harry Osborn, otherwise known as Green Goblin, after helping her boyfriend deal with the escaped villain Electro. Objective, save Gwen Stacy from her tragic fate and defeat the two villains, Electro/Green Goblin. Reward, perfect evolution. Limitations, stuck in the body of your counterpart, limited to only his powers. Okay, save one damsel and beat two villains. I can do this. Peter thought as he started formulating a plan. Hey, what's happening? Get me out of here. Suddenly, Peter heard a voice shouting in his mind, distracting him from thinking properly. Hey, what's happening? Get me out of here. Andrew, other Peter, screamed in his mind. He tried everything but for some reason, he was trapped in his own body, while another man took control. Get your hands off of her. He yelled as Peter continued to hold Gwen closely. Would you rather I let go and let a strong wind blow her off of the bridge? Peter asks as their current position wasn't exactly safe. Peter, are you okay? Gwen asks as she noticed the odd look on her boyfriend's face. Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking about how to deal with Max. Peter says as he looks off toward to power plant, where Electro was shining brightly compared to the dark city. I am not okay. We are not okay. Get out of my body right now. Andrew continued his angry yelling. Look dumb *s. I'm here to fix things so you don't lose Gwen, so shut up. I need to think properly. I'm stuck in your weak body and about to face a pretty overpowered guy, so some peace and quiet would really be appreciated. Peter lost it as he couldn't take the constant screaming. Weak? Wait, what about Gwen? He asks but Peter ignores him for now. Well, technically all Spider-Men are pretty strong, but Peter had the privilege of having a plethora of other powers at his disposal, including an Infinity Stone. Are you sure? Gwen asks worriedly. Yeah, let's get you out of here. Peter says as his hold tightens around her. Wait Gwen tried to speak as Peter leaped into the air and swung off. As they swung across the city, in the opposite direction of the villain at the power plant, Gwen tried to protest and even struggled against Peter's hold, though she was far too weak to get away. Hey, don't hold her like that. And what did you mean earlier? How can I lose Gwen? Andrew continued to pester Peter. What about be quiet, don't you understand? Peter asks as he continues swinging Gwen as far away from danger as possible. You're giving me a headache. Well, it's my body you're using. So, if I want to give myself a headache, then I will. Andrew shouted just to annoy Peter at this point. Look, I'll answer your questions, but just stop yelling. Peter sighed in annoyance. Fine, who are you, what's happening, and why are you in my body? Andrew asks in a much lower tone. I'm Peter Parker and I'm here to complete a mission. Think of it like a quest in a game. Peter reveals a bit of what's going on, though he made sure not to mention anything about the genie. You're me? Seriously, that's all you could come up with? Andrew didn't believe a word of it. It's true, though I went for MJ in my universe. I guess we have different tastes in women. Peter shrugs uncaringly. Who? Andrew asks as Peter continued to swing across the darkened city with an Emma Stone lookalike in his arms. Where are you taking her? Far away from danger. Peter answered. His goal was simple. Take Gwen so far from the villains that she wouldn't be able to follow him to her tragic death. After all, that's how she died in the movie. Okay, at least we agree on that. What do you mean by your universe? Is this like a weird multiverse thing? Andrew asked as Peter landed at the top of a tall skyscraper and set Gwen down. Hang on, let me deal with this. Peter says as Gwen glares at him. Good luck with that. You are not leaving me here. You can't even beat Max without me? I can help. Gwen set herself on tagging along. Andrew kept quiet compared to before. No, you're going to stay here and keep safe. Peter says as he turns to leave but Gwen grabs his arm. You said that every time you get close to him, he fries your web shooters. How are you going to combat that? Gwen asks pointedly. I'll magnetize them. Peter answers swiftly. Huh? I didn't think of that. Magnetic fields can change the direction of electricity, repelling all of Electro's attacks. At least, on the web shooters. Gwen frowned as she was just about to suggest that. I can still help reboot the power grid. I saw the blueprints at Oscorp. No. Peter instantly denied as he pulled away from her grasp. Bye. After shooting her with a few webs, which locked her legs to the rooftop, Peter gave her a quick wave before swinging off toward the power grid. Peter. Gwen yelled angrily as he left. Okay, you just earned some of my trust. Thanks for not hurting Gwen. Andrew was very grateful. So, what's this quest of yours about? As Peter explained his trial to the voice in his head, he broke open a nearby car and stole some jumper cables and copper wire. Just like 8th grade science class, Andrew muttered as Peter used those materials alongside the car's battery to magnetize his web shooters. Wait, did you say Green Goblin? Who the hell is that? This would be easier if you had organic web shooters like me, but not all Spider-Mans can be as great and awesome as me. Peter gloats as hell tossed the wires aside and rushed off to Electro. And yes, you'll see soon enough. Peter knew that explaining Harry's situation would both waste time and sadden his counterpart. After all, his friend has probably already turned into a monster. Yeah, we're not all narcissistic either. Andrew mutters though Peter ignores him completely. There he is. Arriving at the power plant, Peter could see Electro hovering between some destroyer electrical towers. You're too late, Spider-Man. Elector's gaze turns to Peter. I designed this power grid, and now I'm going to take back what's rightfully mine. I will control everything. I'll be like a god to them. What? A god that sparkles? Meh, I've seen gods and you don't measure up. Peter says as he leaps toward the enemy. Charging up his powers, Electro shot a bolt of energy at Peter. Watch out. Shooting a web at one of the many powerless electrical towers, Peter pulled himself out of the way as he kicked off of the tower, and punched Electro square in the jaw. What's the matter? Peter asks as Electro fell from the sky and impacted the ground. I thought you were a god. I am. Electro shouts as he picks himself up off the floor. Then how are you losing to a mortal like me? Peter asks as he sidesteps a barrage of lightning. It's a lot harder to maneuver when it's not my own body. Sorry, I guess. You should be. Peter thought as Electro turned into a shining wisp of electricity and started rapidly bouncing between the many electrical towers. Zigzagging across the power plant, Electro moved too fast for Peter to follow as he went on the offensive once again. Ugh. Peter grunted as was struck over and over again, unable to block or dodge. Hey, fight back? I need to live in this body when you leave. Shut up. Peter muttered as he started shooting webs like crazy, whilst still taking damage. As some of the electricity made contact with the webs and climbed up to the web shooters on Peter's wrists, the magnetic field was able to repel it, keeping the web shooters from breaking. Soon enough, the webs formed into a large sparking electric net, which Electro dived right into on his own accord. You should really watch where you're going. Peter quips as he pulls on multiple lines of web, tightening the net around his opponent. Okay, time to delay. Peter thought as he started adding extra web to the net, thickening it while also making sure to connect it to every single tower in the power plant. Ah! Electro screamed as he struggled to escape, shooting more and more electricity into the webs. Be right back. Peter waved at the trapped villain and rushed off to a nearby building. Huh? Why are you leaving him there? What's the plan? Andrew asks as Peter entered the building. What happens when you overcharge a battery? Peter asks as he runs through the building, looking for the grid's control room. It explodes. You want to use his power against him? Andrew sounded impressed as he realized Peter's plan. Yup, so hopefully I can get it rebooted before he frees himself. Peter thought as he found the control room. Taking a minute to familiarize himself with everything, Peter started playing around with the system, trying to understand it as quickly as possible. Gwen would know how to do this, Andrew muttered. Yeah, and Gwen would die if she was here, so let's figure it out on our own. Peter replies as he started to understand the controls. At novel bin at. Outside the building, Electro slowly began ripping his way out of the electrified net. Concentrating his power on his fingers, he was able to increase the heat of his electricity to burn the web net open. This, and here, there, connect this, flip these. Peter muttered as he worked quickly on the controls. Don't forget that lever, Andrew reminded him. I know. Peter rolled his eyes as he flipped the lever and held his hand over a large button. Spider-Man. Electro's scream carried all way to the control room, as he managed to free 1/3 of his body from the net. What are you waiting for? Hit the button. Hopefully this works. Peter muttered as he pressed the button. Instantly, the power plant lit up as the grid was reactivated, and enough electricity to power a large city filled the many towers in the plant, which soon coursed through the webs which Peter placed earlier. Each web led to the same place, the net which still trapped Electro's lower body, though that was more than enough to get the job done. Ah! Electro screamed as the energy coursed through the net and entered his body. At first, he welcomed the additional power, but that didn't last for long. Electro quickly reached the limit as golden cracks began to form all over his body. Ah! His scream only got louder and louder before the inevitable happened. Boom! Electro exploded, sending a shock wave across the power plant without leaving shred of him behind, as if he never existed. Peter walked out of the building, arriving just in time to watch the explosion take place. One down. Peter muttered as he heard the faint sound of something soaring through the air. Ha 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 ha. A familiar manic laughter filled the night air. One more to go. Ha 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 ha. A familiar manic laughter filled the night air. Andrew watched in confusion as Peter turned to find a green armored figure flying their way on a hoverboard. One more and I get my prize. Peter says as the figure flew around for a moment before hovering a few meters away from him. Wait. That's... Andrew couldn't believe his eyes. Hello, Harry. Peter greets the crazed goblin-looking man. Spider-Man, do you see what you made me do? Harry asks a bit frantically. His hair was shorter and looked to be falling out, and although they could only see his face, his skin also had a green gaunt sick tone to it. Not only that, but his eyes glowed a haunting green and his teeth appeared to be rotting in his mouth. Insert picture of Amazing Spider-Man Green Goblin here at novel bin at. What happened to him? Andrew asked in shock. Green Goblin. You knew this would happen, didn't you? After all, he just saw Harry a couple of days ago and he looked perfectly healthy. Yes, though I arrived too late to stop him. Harry was desperate to not die like his father, so he did something rash. Peter explains partially as he looks up at Harry. You shouldn't blame others for your own mistakes, Harry. I didn't force you to do anything. I tried to protect him. I tried to protect you. Peter repeats out loud. Look at me. Harry screams in anger. It's going to be okay. Tell him it's going to be okay. I'll figure out how to fix this. Andrew sounded heartbroken. His friend was almost unrecognizable at this point. You don't give people hope. The goblin looks at Peter in betrayal. You take it away. Look, I'm going to be real here. Peter takes a moment to talk to Andrew. If I didn't show up for my mission, he would have killed Gwen. Now, I can capture him alive, but I'm telling you right now, he's a lost cause already. Based on movie and comic book logic, Peter knew that capturing Green Goblin would most likely result in him escaping, later on, to wreak havoc once again. Especially since Peter wouldn't be able to stay and help out. As soon as the trial is completed, he'll get ejected from the universe just like last time. Don't say that. Harry is my best friend, he exclaimed sadly. Look, I know that you probably don't want to hear this, but I'll say it anyway. If you want to guarantee Gwen and Aunt May's safety, then leaving Harry alive would be a very big mistake. He was silent for a moment before responding. No, I'll fix him. Andrew wouldn't take Peter's advice. He hasn't done anything yet. Gwen is still alive. Capture him and I'll deal with everything afterward. Besides, this isn't your world, and nor is it your body. It's not up to you. Are you sure? Peter asks one final time. Since he's your friend, I'll do what you want. Yay, I'm sure. Hearing his counterpart's answer, Peter shrugged as he turned his attention back to the giggling green maniac on a hoverboard. Look, I'm going to make this quick since you're a bit of a small fry, Peter says uncaringly. Because compared to Electro, who was fairly overpowered and took some thinking to beat, Green Goblin wasn't much of an opponent. At least for Peter. If this was Andrew in the driver's seat, then maybe the fight would be a challenge, but sadly for Harry, that wasn't the case. All he had was a minor increase in his physique from the venom he took, and a bit more added power from the exoskeleton armor that covered his entire body. Other than that, he's nothing but a spoiled rich boy with power that he hasn't mastered yet. Ha 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 ha. Harry began to laugh like a madman. We'll see about that. As he finished speaking, the goblin flew off into the distance, though Peter acted quickly and shot a web at his back. Where do you think you're going? Peter asked as he yanked the web back and pulled it over his head. In an instant, the green goblin was pulled alongside his hoverboard and arched over Peter before slamming onto the concrete floor, creating a small crater from the impact. Hey, I said to capture him alive. Andrew complained. Oh, shut up. He's fine. Peter replied as Harry picked himself up. Looking down at his broken hoverboard, the green goblin clicked his tongue in annoyance before setting his sights back on Peter. That board wasn't cheap, you know. Harry smirked as he reached over to his waist and pulled out multiple advanced-looking grenades. Here, catch. Ha ha ha. Without a care for the surroundings, he started throwing grenades everywhere and laughing madly as he did so. Boom 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 boom. Peter merely backed up and watched as the power plant was being destroyed, shutting down the city's electricity for a second time that night. Shouldn't you be stopping him? Andrew asks worriedly. Why bother? It's not like there are any bystanders here. All of this can be rebuilt. Peter didn't really care. Since this isn't his universe, Peter won't be stuck with cleanup duty, so why should he care as long as nobody is hurt? After a minute or two of explosions, Harry ran out of firepower and stood in the center of the destroyed power plant with a grin on his face. Did I get him? He muttered to himself. I think so. A voice answered from over his shoulder, almost whispering in his ear. The green goblin jumped in shock and turned around. Bam! As soon as he caught sight of Peter standing behind him, a fist met his swiveling head, sending the green villain crashing down to one knee. I'll give you chance to give up before I'm forced to beat you into unconsciousness. Peter offers kindly. Hee, no thanks. The goblin chuckled as he sprung to his feet and swung at Peter. Sigh. Peter let out an annoyed breath as he sidestepped Harry's pitiful excuse for a punch. You have bad technique. You want to use your hips and lean in a bit when striking. Like this dash. Pow. Without holding back, Peter sent a heavy punch to Harry's jaw, as the rest of his body was currently protected by armor. See? Now you try. Peter stood by and waited for his opponent to pick himself up off the floor. This instructional sparring match continued, though only one side was really enjoying it. Ha ha ha. Green Goblin continued to laugh as he took yet another blow to the face. Is that all you got? Luckily, he has a small healing factor, which slowly started healing him up to fighting condition once again. Alright, I'm bored now. Peter muttered as he stomped on Harry's knee, sending him falling to the floor. Good night. Bang! Using all of the power in his current body, Peter grabbed his opponent's head and sent a fierce knee to his face which thankfully seemed to knock him unconscious. There, captured alive and well. Don't say I never did anything for you, Peter says to his grateful counterpart. Though before Andrew could speak his thanks, the sound of a speeding car could be heard in the distance. Seconds later, a black sports car pulls up, and Gwen hops out with an angry glare. I can't believe you left me webbed up on a skyscraper, she exclaimed furiously. Well, it was either that or find the nearest prison cell. Peter replies jokingly. Please don't start anything because I'm the one who has to finish it when you're gone, Andrew begged in dread. After all, he's the one that has to deal with Gwen's bad mood when Peter leaves. Is that Harry? Gwen asked in shock. Just as she was freaking out about their friend's odd appearance, Harry's body twitched as he leaped off of the ground and rushed in Gwen's direction. No, though just as he caught sight of Gwen, the goblin seemed to freeze for a moment, giving Peter just enough time to act. Shooting a web at his arm, Peter pulled Harry away from Gwen and kicked him upside head, knocking him out old for a second time. As I said, she won't be safe with him around. Peter reiterates his point as a familiar text box appeared in his line of sight. But I'll leave it up to you. Second trial, save Gwen Stacy, completed. Objective: save Gwen Stacy from her tragic fate and defeat the two villains, 2 halves. Reward: perfect evolution, acquired. Limitations, removed. Seeing that his second and last trial was completed, Peter knew that his time in this universe was coming to an end. Well, it was nice meeting you, Peter Parker. Peter says goodbye as his consciousness fades from his counterpart's body just in time for Gwen to rush into Andrew's arms. You too, Peter Parker. Mirror dimension. Huh. Peter grunted as he returned to his body, which felt different than before. Congratulations. Jeannie exclaimed as fireworks filled the sky. You are one of the few to ever pass multiple trials at once. I knew you could do it. After going through a quick LSD nightmare in the tunnel, suddenly Tony, Rhodes, Gamora, and Pepper appeared somewhere else, surrounded by weirdly dressed rich folks and a bunch of palace guards, like the ones that were outside. Sat on an ornate throne by the window, a tall mysterious man in golden robes eyed them with interest. His silver hair defied gravity, similar to his brother, the Collector. A/N, yes, they are related. Insert picture of the Grand Master here. He looks right at the group in question, though he doesn't know what to make of them. He's curious, thrilled, revolted, and titillated all at the same time. Meanwhile, the many odd-looking guests enjoy what seemed to be a penthouse party while eyeing Tony's group curiously. Sitting back on his throne, the Grand Master turns to his trusty guard at his side. A round woman in black and brown armor with a spear in hand. Although she doesn't look it, Topaz is one of the strongest guards in the Grand Master's employment. They don't look very strong. He lounges on his throne and looks over the group with an appraising eye. Especially that one. At novel bin at. Of course, he pointed right at Pepper, who was still shaking a bit from the grand finale of the ride they were on. Topaz merely shrugs uncaringly. Peps, are you going to take that? Tony asked, though she didn't seem to care one bit. Do you think any of them could be a contender? The Grand Master asked his quiet guard. No, they won't even last a day. She answers honestly. Last a day in what? Tony asks curiously. The Grand Arena, of course. The Grand Master elegantly stands from his throne. Sakar's #1 form of entertainment, the contest of champions. A cosmic competition between the strongest fighters at my disposal. Did you not pay attention during the welcome ride? Well, it wasn't exactly clear, was it? Tony says as he steps out of the train cart and grabs a glass of what looked like orange champagne from a nearby waitress. Huh. The Grand Master finally noticed that at least one of his guests wasn't bound, as they were supposed to be. Topaz, what the hell? Don't look at me. She had no idea what was happening. I'm not in charge of the welcome ride. So, you're the king around here or whatever? Tony asks as he sips his drink. Instantly, his eyes go wide as he looked down at his glass in shock. Wow, what is this? I've never tasted anything like it. Tony asks as he takes another sip. Pepper, come try this. Hearing him, the rest of the group leaves the cart, showing that they weren't bound either. Sigh, remind me to figure out what's wrong with the ride later. The Grand Master told Topaz as he looks back to his guests. So, who are you? Tony Stark, genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist. Ow. Tony introduces himself and gets an elbow to the rib from Pepper. Seeing the glare she was sending him, Tony quickly revised his statement. Sorry, genius, billionaire, philanthropist. He says as he looks to Pepper for approval. And this is my dominatrix, Pepper Potts. Pepper just rolled her eyes as she sipped on the champagne. Rhodes, Gamora. The other two were short in their introductions, as they knew a fight would most likely break out soon enough. Wow, great. The Grand Master seemed bored by them. After all, he was most likely hoping for stronger fighters, yet he received some normal-looking humans instead. Whilst they were talking, a guard whispered something to Topaz, who instantly brought the information to her boss. We located your cousin, she reports. Oh good. His bored mood flipped on its head as he turned to his guests. Yeah, come on. I think you're gonna like this. The Grand Master struts forward with his robe fluttering behind him. As he walked, Topaz and the other guards formed up around him, making sure the new guests don't try anything. Strapped to a chair across the room, sat a terrified bald alien man with pale skin and golden eyes. There he is. The Grand Master welcomes the man's arrival with open arms and a smile on his face. Hey, cuz. We almost couldn't find you. Where have you been hiding? The Grand Master's cousin looked at Tony's group, weeping as he cowered in fear. So, the Grand Master utters as he watched his cousin's display in distaste. Please, I'm sorry. He pleads for forgiveness. I won't try to leave again. Just please don't kill me. Sakar is my home, I swear. Carlo. The Grand Master walks up and rests a comforting hand on his cousin's shoulder. I pardon you. Thank you. Thank you. The man sighed in relief as he smiled up at his cousin. You're officially pardoned, from life. The Grand Master adds as he casually takes Topaz's staff and jabs it toward his cousin's chest. Tony. Pepper didn't want to play the party guests anymore. I got it. Tony nodded as his body was instantly covered in red and gold armor. Pow, clank. Firing his palm thruster, Tony watched as it impacted the spear, knocking it out of the Grand Master's hands and saving the bound man's life. The sound of heavy breathing and whimpering filled the room as Carlo seemed to be having a panic attack from the near-death experience. Thank you, thank you, thank you, he repeated over and over again. As soon as the spear clanked onto the floor, every Sakaaran guard in the room turned to Tony with their weapons drawn. Wait, The Grand Master stopped them from firing as he turned to see the armor covering Tony's body. Excellent. He didn't care about the attack on his person at all. In fact, it helped reveal the possibilities of a new champion to him. Is that some sort of exoskeleton? He asked as he started circling Tony and his group. Of course, his guards kept their weapons trained on them, as the Grand Master's safety is their top priority. No, I built it myself. Tony says as he turns to Pepper and Rhodes, who quickly activate their armor as well. As for Gamora, she simply pulled a knife out of her belt and waited for the fight to start. Amazing. Could you make one for me too? The Grand Master asked hopefully. I would be willing to set you free in exchange for a set of armor like that. Not happening. Pepper spoke for Tony, as she felt more confident in her blue armor. You heard the lady. Tony nods. What a shame. The Grand Master mutters sadly as he walks back to his throne. Capture them though, prioritize the armor. Feel free to kill them if you have to. Just make sure my armor isn't too damaged. Yes, sir. Topaz nods as she gestures to her men. Finally, the fun can begin. Mirror dimension. Congratulations. Genie exclaimed as fireworks filled the sky. You are one of the few to ever pass multiple trials at once. I knew you could do it, Master. Thanks, though it wasn't that hard. Peter shrugs as he still felt an odd sensation in his body. Seeing the look on his master's face, Genie quickly spoke up. What you're feeling is your wishes. They've already been granted. He explains. Right, why does everything feel tingly? Peter asked curiously. If I had to guess, I'd say you're evolving. Genie says as a chart of the human evolution appeared behind him. From monkeys to cavemen to modern-day humans. Normal humans evolve slowly over time, but you're on the fast track, my friend. Genie says with a smile. That tingling is you moving up the evolutionary ladder. Right. Peter muttered as he wondered if the feeling would go away. So, how long have I been away? 1,000. Genie spoke dramatically as always, worrying Peter as he had family and responsibilities to attend to. Seconds. It hasn't even been an hour, kid. Relax. Sigh. Please don't do that again. Peter let out a relieved breath. Hehe, so how were the trials? Genie quickly changes the subject. Fine, but I should probably go. Peter says as he pulls out the Genie's lamp. I have to pick up a crewmate and check on a friend of mine. Seeing the lamp in his hand, Genie instantly knew what Peter was thinking. He was going to send him back into the lamp. Oh, can I come? Genie asked as his face morphed into the perfect set of puppy dog eyes. Can you disguise yourself? Peter asked as he didn't need anyone knowing about Genie. Can I disguise myself? Is that even a question? Genie asks incredulously as he snapped his fingers and morphed into a blue-skinned human figure. See? How do I look? That could work. You look like a Cree. Peter muttered in approval. What should I call myself? Glenn? No. Javier, Coot, Sandra, Freddy. Genie starts listing off names as his outfits change to match them. Just stick with Genie. Peter says with a tired sigh. Nobody would believe that you're actually a genie, so it's fine. Just keep your magic use to a minimum. Sir, yes sir. Genie saluted. Good, also keep my secrets between us. Peter ordered seriously. He didn't know what Genie knew about him, but there were many secrets in his mind that he didn't want aired out to anyone. Hey, do I look like that kind of genie to you? He asked, almost offended that Peter would have to ask that. Just making sure. Peter sighed as stashed the lamp away and opened a portal. Come on. Let's go. Sakar. When Peter stepped through the portal alongside Genie, he was expecting a pristine Kree ship, but that certainly wasn't what he found. Are you sure you took us to the right place? Genie asked as he eyed the rolling hills of space waste in the distance. Yeah, look over there. Peter points to a destroyed Kree warship. That's our ship. Is this Sakar? Peter wondered as he looked up to see a sky full of wormholes. Oh, my condolences. Genie offered some kind words for the dearly departed. Yeah, it was a good ship. Peter frowned at the loss of a very expensive warship. I meant for your friends. Genie clarifies. Meh, they wouldn't die so easily. Peter shrugged as the sound of a ship's engine fills the air. Suddenly, a ship flew overhead before landing a few meters away. It was rather sleek and dangerous looking too, matching the name written on its hull. Warsong. As the ship's cockpit opened, an alien form of rock and roll filled the area as a beautiful yet dangerous woman stepped out with a liquor bottle in hand. Insert picture of Valkyrie/Brunhilde here. A ramp extends in front of the ship, leading all the way to the ground below. As she stumbled drunkenly down the ramp, Brunhilde stops for a moment to lift a half-empty bottle to her lips and chugs it down. Swiftly finishing the bottle and smashing it on the side of the ramp, she continues her way down to Peter and Genie, though she veered off course and fell straight into a pile of trash. Is she all right? Genie asked as Valkyrie fell from her ship and landed in a pile of garbage. I think so. Peter nodded as she stood up and looked their way. Her eyes were hazy and she stood with a sort of sway to her stance, but otherwise, Brunhilde looked to be fine. Unluckily, she held on to some dead alien beast's carcass for support, which collapsed due to decay, sending her tumbling back to the ground. Are you sure? Genie asks as she lay sprawled on the ground for a moment before picking herself up again. Maybe not. Peter shrugged. She might even be drunker than when she met Thor in the movie. Surrender. She exclaimed as she stood and stumbled over to the bottom of her ship's ramp. Ma'am. Are you all right? Genie asks, not seeing her as a threat at all. Do you need some help? I'm fine. Now surrender before I get violent. Brunhilde repeated, ready to fight at any moment. Look, lady. I don't know how much you've had to drink, but we can help. Peter decided to join in on the conversation. You probably shouldn't be flying your ship in that condition anyway. You want my ship, huh? She asks as she glances her metal gauntlets together which activate with a blue light. Peter quickly projected an eldritch shield as he knew what was coming. I love it when they choose the hard way. She holds out her fists as if she's operating machinery. You look strong, so hopefully you both survive. Instantly, her ship, Warsong, whirls to life as the two main turrets shine in a blue light, matching the color of the energy on her gauntlets. Clenching her fists tightly as if she were operating a two-handed turret machine gun, a horrible screeching noise filled the air as Warsong's turrets began to spin and open fire. Aiming in their direction, a blue-hued spray of gunfire shot out, only lasting about 3 seconds before dying down. That should be enough. Brunhilde banged her fists together for a second time, deactivating the guns and sending her trusty ship back into idle mode. As the smoke cleared, the confident look on Valkyrie's drunken face disappeared and was replaced with a frown. Peter and Jeannie stood in the same spot without a single scratch on either one of them, surprising the former Valkyrie. That wasn't very nice. Peter mutters as Jeannie nodded beside him. Definitely not how you should greet someone. Jeannie said in disapproval. Brunhilde sighed as she pulled a sword from her hip and marched forward. Are you sure that you want to do this? Peter asks before she got too close. The first attack can be forgiven due to drunken stupidity, but another one, and I'll have to retaliate. Shut up and fight. She started as she lunged forward and swiped her blade in Peter's direction. Peter, being the gentleman that he is, simply stepped back and avoided the attack. One last chance. Brunhilde picked up the pace as she continued the attack. Continuing to skillfully dodge every single sword swipe of hers, Peter watched as Valkyrie grew more frustrated with every failed blow. Meanwhile, Jeannie walked off to the side and enjoyed the show. After all, he was asked to keep his magic use to a minimum and his master didn't exactly need his help. Why are you attacking us again? Peter asked as he ducked under a sword thrust aimed at his chest. You'll find out soon enough. She exclaims as she kicks her leg at Peter's ankles, trying to ruin his footing. Sadly for her, he has his Peter tingle, so her plan was easily seen through. Meeting her kick with one of his own, a loud thud was heard as the two crossed shins. Although Peter didn't use all of his strength, as he didn't want to snap her leg in half, he did use more than enough power to send someone like Captain America to the hospital. Though luckily, Brunhilde is an Asgardian, and not just any Asgardian but a former Valkyrie, an elite group of female Asgardian warriors that served as Odin's special force. Her strength was on a whole other level, allowing her to match Peter's kick without harm. You're pretty strong. Peter muttered as he put a bit more power into his leg. But not strong enough. Suddenly, Brunhilde was swept off of her feet and sent flying a few dozen meters, crashing into a big pile of junk in the distance. Bang! She seemed to hit a large piece of metal upon impact while sending other small bits of trash flying into the air as well. Is she dead? Jeannie asked as he munched on a bucket of popcorn with a pair of 3D glasses on his face. Nope. Peter replied as the hill of garbage that she landed in began to shake. Seconds later, the trash dispersed, revealing Brunhilde, who was lifting a giant cube of metal over her head. Without wasting any time, she wounded it back for a moment before using all of her strength to hurl the heavy metal object in Peter's direction. Okay, I think that this has gone on long enough. Peter mutters as he remains still and reaches out with both hands. Brunhilde watched as the cube smashed into her opponent. Though, oddly enough, it seemed to lose all of its momentum and freeze in place. This thing is heavy, Peter commented as he caught the cube and easily lifted it above his head, as if it were made of styrofoam. The expression on Peter's face betrayed the words that came out of his mouth, looking calm and relaxed as he lifted the metal and tossed it to the side. With a simple throw, the cube was sent flying into the distance before crashing into a mountain of garbage, which exploded upon impact. It was at this moment Brunhilde knew that she ***ed up. Quickly reaching into her pocket, she tried to pull out a small disc, which could be used to subdue stronger opponents. Though sadly, she was too late. Peter disappeared from his former position far faster than her eyes could follow. Why don't you take a nap? A familiar voice whispered into her ear as something impacted her neck and everything went dark. Clapping. Woo, that's my master. Jeannie cheered as a foam finger in his red and blue colors appeared on his hand alongside other Spider-Man related merchandise. Thank you. Peter bows dramatically as he looks at Brunhilde's ship. Since there's nothing but trash as far as the eye can see, let's take her ship and find some sort of town or city. What about her? Jeannie asked as he pointed to their knocked out attacker. We'll take her with us. She could have some useful information. Peter answers as he reaches down and drags her to the ship. In a barren black void of death, the sky opens up as a wave of women mounted on winged horses poured inside, each of them dressed in Asgardian armor and armed with spears, swords, and shields. Brunhilde witnesses the event as if the moment was frozen in time, seeing herself among the sea of mounted Valkyrie. No, go back. She screamed to her sisters, but no one seemed to hear her voice. You'll die, don't come any closer. Directly below the force of flying warrior women stood Hela Odinsdottir in all her glory, black lightning flashing all around her. Suddenly, an infinite number of black weapons appeared around Hela and fired off toward the wave of Valkyrie, slaughtering them all as Brunhilde warned. Please no, not again. Tears filled Brunhilde's eyes as she watched countless Valkyrie falling through the dark space alongside their winged horses. Soon enough, the ground below was littered with the dead and Hela didn't even break a sweat. Brunhilde cried as she watched her sisters die all over again. Her friends, mentors, teachers, rivals, and family members, all of them were dead, again. Through an open portal only a few meters away sat the throne of Asgard. Ignoring the bloody scene around her, Hela advanced to the portal, but one Valkyrie stood in her way. Brunhilde, frozen in fear and shell-shocked. Hela smirked as she stalked forward and conjured a pitch-black sword into her hand. And just as Brunhilde was about to be decapitated, one of her sisters dived over at the last second, shoving her back through the portal and taking the fatal hit. Brunhilde watched it all replay, feeling just as useless and afraid as she did all those years ago. I should have done better. Lady Astrid would still be alive if I wasn't such a coward. Next, she watched her former self land in Asgard's throne room, scrambling to her feet as she rushed to re-enter the rift and save the sister that offered herself up for her, or at the very least die alongside her. But sadly, it was too late. The rift closed and the last image she saw was Hela dealing the killing blow to the woman that saved her life before moving on to those who were too weak to defend themselves anymore. Ayah! Brunhilde screamed in overwhelming rage and sadness. Brunhilde awoke with a start, her face uncomfortably smushed up against a curved wall of glass. As her eyes groggily opened, she saw the hills of trash through the glass below and instantly knew that she was in her ship's prison cell. I hate that dream. She recalled the same nightmare that always haunted her dreams. What a rusty city. A voice spoke from above. The tower is a bit gaudy for my tastes as well. Looking upward, Brunhilde found a familiar red and blue-clad man seated in the cockpit of her ship, gazing at the capital city of Sakar from afar. It wasn't anything she hasn't seen a million times before. Just a city composed of salvaged items from all over the universe. At Novel bin at. Lying in the small glass holding cell of her own making, Brunhilde realized that all of her weaponry and gadgets were missing. Staying quiet, she tries to stand and work on her escape but... Tzzzzz. Peter easily heard her movement and pressed a small controller in his hand, which activated the tiny metal disc attached to Brunhilde's neck. Instantly, she collapsed back onto the floor and began uncontrollably shaking in agony. Good morning. Peter greeted her cheerfully as she stopped shaking. Did you sleep well? Brunhilde ignored him and tried to stand for a second time, but of course, she was sent tumbling to the floor once again. I really like this device. Peter muttered as he watched her flail on the floor for a second time. I think I'll keep it. Brunhilde chose to remain silent and bide her time. So, what's your name and why did you attack us? Peter asks curiously, though he already knew. Was it just some drunken rage or what? Once again, she refused to speak. Whatever. Peter shrugged as he already knew who she was and what happened to the Valkyrie. Brunhilde was one of the many Valkyrie sent by Odin to drive Hela back into her prison. Although they succeeded in their mission, the Valkyrie were slaughtered, leaving only Brunhilde as the lone survivor. Being all that remained of the Asgardian warrior maidens, Brunhilde exiled herself to the planet Sakar where she served the Grandmaster as one of his best acquisition specialists to this very day, delivering him fighters and would-be champions ever since. How can Odin waste such a cool group of soldiers like that? Peter thought with a shake of his head. If I were him, I would have just got off my throne and spanked Hela myself. Tony's group stood surrounded by Iron guards donned in their Iron Man armor, besides Gamora, of course, who had a pair of knives in hand, ready to fight without the protection of Tony's tech unlike Pepper and Rhodes. Not happening. Pepper refused the Grandmaster's request for a set of his own Iron Man armor. You heard the lady. Tony nods in agreement. What a shame. The Grandmaster mutters sadly as he walks back across the room to his throne. Capture them though, prioritize the armor. Feel free to kill if you have to. Just make sure my armor isn't too damaged. Yes, sir. Topaz nods as she gestures to her men. Finally, the fun can begin. Tony mutters as the guards hop into action. Some shoot as they're armed with projectile weaponry, while others rush forward with spears and swords, ready to cut down the Grandmaster's enemies. Acting first, as she has the most battle experience, Gamora dashes to the oncoming guards with her knives at the ready. As two black and brown-clad soldiers swung their swords in her direction, Gamora dropped to her knees, sliding under the blades as she stabbed her long knives into their stomachs. Ugh. Both guards grunted in pain as she ripped the knives from them and rolled backward, barely slipping away from a spear thrust by a third guard. And as she took some distance, Gamora climbed back up to her feet just in time to watch the two guards she stabbed fall to the ground and bleed out. Pepper watched in awe, wishing that she had the skills and fearlessness to pull off something like that. Her only saving grace was the armor that Tony gave her. It gifts her power that she would never have otherwise and bolsters her courage in situations like this. Without it, she would be a shivering mess, weak and afraid. Seeing that Gamora beat them to the first kills, Tony and Rhodes jump into action as well. Activating their armor's thrusters, the two shoot off into the air and maneuver around the room, dodging Hale's blaster bolts in the process. Soon enough, the two refused to hold back anymore and started their offensive. Rhodes, being the soldier he is, preferred guns over most other weapons, so he immediately activated the turret in his suit. Instantly, Rhodes' armor morphed and a large turret appeared over his right shoulder. Opening fire. He called out in warning to Tony and the rest. Do-do-do-do-dud. Suddenly, a rain of sharp metal projectiles assaulted a group of Sokka Aaron shooters, tearing through them one by one. And as Rhodes was demolishing the guard's backline, Tony rushes into the fray to assist Gamora, who was being swarmed by dozens of armed Sokka Aarons. "Watch your back," Tony exclaims as he fires a thruster from his palm. Boom! Just as Gamora was about to be stabbed in the back by a sneaky swordsman, Tony stepped in and launched the attacker back with a burst of bright blue energy. Gamora didn't have the time to thank him, as she slipped under a long spear before grasping its pole and yanking it toward her. The guard at the other end of the spear instantly came tumbling forward, which gave her the opportunity to slice his neck open. Keeping her hold on the spear, Gamora kicked the dying Sokka Aaron away and used her free hand to throw it like a javelin. Pepper's eyes go wide as the pointed end of the spear came hurtling her way. At first, she thought that Gamora was trying to kill her, but then she saw its trajectory from the HUD in her helmet. Soon enough, the spear flew over her shoulder and pierced the chest of an armed party-goer, who decided to join the fight in order to curry favor with the Grand Master. After all, being on the good side of a dictator is in everyone's best interest, especially when no one can leave due to the wormholes blocking the way. Seeing that she was the only one who hasn't joined the fight, Pepper hesitantly steps forward as a large crystal-like flower appears in front of her. Instantly, the flower lit up in a blue light before firing a single beam of energy across the room, ripping through 4 different guards who were unlucky enough to be lined up in a row. A/N, collateral X4. Overkill insert Halo kill streak voice. Seeing that his guards were being easily slaughtered, the Grand Master grew antsy and turned to his trusted guard, Topaz. "Summon my champion and a few contenders. This armor is stronger than I imagined," he whispered as he watched 3 of his men get decapitated by a beam of blue energy. "Call the rest of the guards as well. We may need to buy some time." "Yes, sir." Topaz nods as she relays the order to one of her subordinates, who rushes off to do as he's told. Landing the war song near the Grand Master's tower, Peter looks down at Brunhilde, who continued to silently glare at him from her glass prison below. "Come on, let's go," Peter says as he releases her from the cell, sending her falling to the ground outside. Acting quickly, Brunhilde spun around midair and landed on her feet like a cat. Following her out, Peter and Jeannie watched as she tried to run away while clutching at the disc in her neck. "You'd think she would be smarter about this," Peter muttered with a sigh as he hit the button in his hand for a 3rd time that day. Tzzzzzz. Just like the last 2 times, Brunhilde's entire body seized up as she collapsed to the ground, shaking like leaf. "I'm starting to feel bad at this point," Jeannie commented as he watched her flail around on the floor like a fish out of water. "Really? I'm not." Peter shrugged uncaringly. After all, she would have done the same thing to them if she could. If Peter wasn't stronger than her, she would have captured him just like Thor and treated him in the same manner. He had no doubt about it. "Karma can be a real B***tch sometimes," Peter commented as he waited for Brunhilde to stand back up. "At novel bin at." As she climbed back to her feet and glared in Peter's direction, suddenly, a bright blue light filled the sky. Looking up, all 3 of them watched as a black and brown-dressed Sokka Aaron guard was shot out of the upper floor of the Grand Master's palace by a familiar-looking blue repulsor beam. "Ah!" The guard screamed as he fell hundreds of stories and smacked into the hard ground with a loud thud. Peter could hear every bone in his body break as he hit the floor, dying instantly. "It looks like they're upstairs." Peter nods with a smirk. "You were right. Your friends are still alive." Jeannie seemed happy for Peter. "I told you they would be. They wouldn't die in a lousy crash landing." Peter replies with a shrug. They're main characters after all. As they were talking, a platoon of similarly dressed guards rushed past them and disappeared into the Grand Master's tower. "They must be losing badly," Peter comments as he follows them inside. "Let's go and watch the show." After taking a few steps, Peter stops to turn and look at Brunhilde, who didn't move a single inch to follow him. "Are you going to come willingly?" Peter says as he holds up the device in his hand. "Or should I hit this button a few more times?" "Fine," she mutters in annoyance as she reluctantly follows after Peter and Jeannie. As they step inside the tower, Peter found that the whole bottom floor was empty. "Is it usually this deserted?" He turns to ask Brunhilde, who shook her head side to side. "The Grand Master must have called all of the guards up to help combat your friends," she reasoned. "Makes sense," Peter muttered as Valkyrie's swords appeared in his outstretched hand. "Here, take this in case you have to defend yourself. Does defending myself count against you as well?" She doesn't hesitate to take her sword back. After all, it's the sword she was given when she became a Valkyrie, Dragonfang. Although she may not consider herself a Valkyrie anymore, Dragonfang means more to her than any other possession. After all, her fallen sisters gifted it to her so she would treasure it forever. No. Peter denies and ignores her bloodthirsty glare as he starts walking to the nearest elevator. "Come on." As they all packed into the elevator, Brunhilde had a surmounting urge to stab Peter with the pointy end of her sword but knew it wouldn't be worth it. From how easily he handled her in their fight on top of the obedience disc in her neck, Brunhilde understood that she didn't have a chance. At least not yet. As Tony and his group finished off the last wave of guards, they turned to the Grand Master, who was seated on his throne with Topaz at his side as usual. "Congratulations, you passed the test." The Grand Master smiles as he tries to buy time for his champion to arrive. "You win an all-expense-paid trip to the Grand Arena? Aren't you lucky?" "Enough bullsh*t. Rhodes wasn't buying it, though he didn't get to finish speaking as the floor began to shake slightly. Dun 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 dun. Loud heavy footsteps pounded on the floor, shaking the penthouse as they grew closer and closer. Why do we have to do this? I was just getting to the good part of the movie. A dumb-sounding voice carried into the room from the nearby hallway. Because helping the Grandmasters gets us one step closer to finding a way off of this garbage dump. Do you want to stay in this hellhole forever, you moron? A much more intellectual voice responds in irritation. No. The first voice responds in a sulking manner as the footsteps continue drawing closer. Soon enough, a large figure appears in the doorway, barely fitting inside the room. A large hulking brownish-orange-skinned monster with two faces could be seen. One face sat on top of the other. The top one was smaller than the bottom but held a much higher level of intelligence than the other. Meanwhile, the bottom face looked curious and almost idiotic, though he seemed to be much more at ease than his scowling counterpart. Insert picture of Bybeast here, my champion. The Grandmaster exclaimed in relief as Bybeast arrived. It's so good to see you again. You're just as handsome as I remember. The upper face of Bybeast looks past everyone in the room and locks eyes with the Grandmaster. Grandmaster, you called. Yes, I have some intruders that need dealing with. He waves toward the armored group of heroes. Be a dear and handle them for me, will you? Just try to keep that armor of theirs in good condition. It has piqued my interest. Eyeing the group of armor-clad individuals between them and the Grandmaster, Bybeast's lower face grunted, ready for a fight. We can take them. Yeah, maybe. Though his more calculative side was more cautious. But what's in it for us? The Grandmaster frowned upon hearing Bybeast's question, though he quickly put on a smile to cover up his displeasure. I'll gift you a ship with a route off of the planet. Sound good? The Grandmaster instantly knew that his words were enticing for the giant beast, as both of its faces showed sparks of interest at the same exact time. But, he adds with a huge amount of emphasis, I'll only do so if you deliver me those suits of armor in operational condition. Fine, just sit back and enjoy the show. The smarter half of the towering beast agreed as he stumped toward Tony and his group. Hey, hang on a second. Rhodes exclaims as Bybeast ran up and sent him flying across the room with a powerful punt. War Machine screamed as he flew across the penthouse and hit a wall, which instantly crumbled under the impact. Tony, what do we do? Pepper panicked as she's never dealt with monsters like this before. Relax, Peps. Just keep your distance and attack when there's an opening. Rhodey and I will keep him busy, Tony says as his thrusters fire him toward the hulking beast. But Rhodes. She stuttered, thinking that War Machine would be out of the fight or possibly even dead. Though, those thoughts were immediately halted as a black metallic figure shot out of the rubble and rushed to Tony's side. See? He's fine. Now, do as I said. Tony practically orders as Pepper gets some distance from the two-faced monster and prepares to fire her lasers at any moment. Meanwhile, Gamora has already disappeared from the battlefield. With one look at the Grandmaster's champion, she knew that she didn't stand a chance. If he were to catch her for even a single second, it would be game over. All that he would have to do is squeeze her like a tube of toothpaste and her life would come to a horrific end. So being smart about it, Gamora ran off and allowed her armored companions to handle the giant beast in the room. After all, they're the ones who were equipped to do so. You know he's lying, right? Tony spoke up as he shot forward and pounded a metal fist into Bybeast's face, sending the giant stumbling backward a single step. Before their opponent could regain their footing, Rhodes soared forward like a missile and matched his friend's punch with one of his own. Instantly, Bybeast fell onto the floor and looked up to see two armored figures above him. Hoping to sway the Hulk-like giant away from their enemy's corner, Tony and Rhodes paused the assault and waited for a moment. If there really was a way off this planet, then don't you think that the Grandmaster would have taken it by now? At best, he'll give you a ship and send you into a wormhole, where you'll be ripped to shreds and deposited halfway across the universe. Tony's words seemed to sway the giant, who stood to his feet and turned to his employer questioningly. Who says that I've never left the planet? The Grandmaster smirked comfortably from his throne. I just see no reason to stay gone for very long. After all, why leave when I'm the king of my own world here? Nobody could tell whether he was lying or not, though the calm smile on his face portrayed an air of confidence which certainly helped convince Bybeast at the very least. Ding! Just as the fighting was about to start again, the elevator chimed as its doors swung open, revealing Peter, Jeannie, and Brunhilde inside. Yo! Peter called out with a wave as his eyes landed on Bybeast. Huh? Who's this two-faced ugly-looking guy? Both of Bybeast's faces frowned as Peter strolled out of the elevator with Jeannie and Brunhilde following closely behind him. Scrapper 142. It's so good that you're here. The Grandmasters grew even more relieved at Brunhilde's arrival. I love it when you come to visit. 142. You always bring me the best stuff. Completely forgetting about the ongoing conflict in the room, the Grandmaster turns to his trusted guard, Topaz. Whenever we get to talking about Scrapper 142, what do I always say? She is the. And it starts with a B. He asks with a smile. B*TCH. Topaz answers in distaste as she hates Brunhilde. No, not B*TCH. Were you waiting just to call her that? The Grandmaster asks, enjoying the odd rivalry between Topaz and Brunhilde. Try again. Boozy whore. Topaz answers insultingly yet again. No, I'm so sorry. 142. He quickly said, though he seemed more amused than apologetic. Best, I was thinking of the word best. Because I always say you're the best. She brought me many contenders for my beloved champion, you know. Yes, you say that every time she's here. Topaz sighed in annoyance as she glared in Brunhilde's direction. Right, well why don't you assist my champion against these intruders and I'll pay you afterward as always. The Grand Master offered as his eyes roamed toward Peter and Jeannie. You can show me your latest merchandise then as well. Your name is Scrapper 142. Peter asks teasingly, though he knew her real name all along. That had to be rough growing up. Brunhilde refused to correct the record as she gestured to the disc on her neck, surprising the Grand Master. Huh? Wait. Are you the merchandise? The Grand Master realized as Topaz smirked beside him. How much for her? I'll give you 1,000,000 credits. She offered as the thought of enslaving her longtime rival and enemy brightened Topaz's day. Glaring in Topaz's direction, Brunhilde hoped Peter wouldn't accept, as she would soon rather die than live a life at the whims of that jealous rotund hag. Not for sale. Peter turns her down in an instant. Then why are you here? The Grand Master asks. He's with us. Tony shouts as he points to the giant two-faced monster across from him. Are you going to help us with this or what? Not, you got it. Peter shakes his head as he looks around the room for a moment. Hey, where's Gamora? You kidnapped her so she better be in one piece, or else I'll never hear the end of it. Quill would not be happy to learn that the love of his life was hurt or killed because one of Peter's friends decided to kidnap her for a space adventure. Tony hummed as he looked around and didn't find her. I'm right here. Gamora revealed herself from behind a large pillar. You sure took your time finding me. At novel bin at. Well, I was busy. Peter shrugs uncaringly. I poisoned your father by the way. He ran away like a little bee *tch2. Hearing his words, Gamora froze in place and just stared at Peter in shock. Why you what? Gamora asks incredulously. Of course, she would be happy if it was true, though it sounded so far-fetched that she couldn't bring herself to believe it was even possible. Oh, and Quill found out about his dad. Apparently, he's half ancient alien or something. Peter explained vaguely. Right. Gamora found it all impossible to believe. Anyway, why don't you go and comfort him? He seemed down in the dumps the last time I saw him, so maybe a lover's reunion will cheer him up. Peter says as he waves his hand. We are not Gamora tried to deny it as a golden portal opened below her feet. Lovers. She yelled the last part in surprise as she fell through the portal and disappeared. Those who have never seen Peter's portals watched in shock as Gamora was sent away in an instant. What was that? The Grand Master asks in interest. Nothing. Peter refused to answer as he turned to Brunhilde. Make yourself useful and kill the guy on the throne. And while you're doing that, Jeannie and I will check out the appetizers. Since this was originally a party with Sakar's upper echelon, the drinks and food were still out, so Peter walked over and started looking through them in interest. Oh, hors d'oeuvres. Jeannie exclaimed excitedly as he rushed to follow after Peter. Hey, what about us? Pepper yelled incredulously. We could use some help here. Meh, you guys can handle it. As Peter made himself a small plate of finger foods, he turned to see Brunhilde still standing in the same position as before. You should really attack already. Peter commented as he conjured a comfortable couch, which he and Jeannie sat on as they ate. If you impress me, I'll grant you a single favor. Of course, I won't go against my morals, but most things are possible as long as it's in my capabilities. As Peter was talking, Beast and the rest started fighting once again, filling the whole room with noise. Brunhilde remained silent as she remembered how easily he handled her earlier. In her many years of life, Brunhilde has fought against all sorts of people, including the strongest of Valkyrie, soldiers, generals, and even Asgard's royal family. Never before has anyone, besides the Alfather and his psycho *tch of a daughter, been able to take her down so easily. Yes, she was drunk, but even then his display of strength was impressive. Especially after seeing the portal he opened. He can leave here whenever he wants and might be able to match Hela in strength. She thought as the small embers of vengeance in her soul began to burn brighter. Would you kill a god? She turns to Peter and asks. Although she was useless in the final battle of the Valkyrie, Brunhilde was easily one of, if not, the strongest out of all her sisters, and that was over 1,000 years ago. She may spend her days drinking herself stupid, but that didn't mean her skills had lessened either. In fact, they've only grown throughout the years. Asgardians are all drunkards, so the disadvantage wasn't very prevalent. The fact that she could lose to someone so easily means only one thing. Peter's far more powerful than her and could very well be on the same level as beings like Odin and Hela, though she wasn't quite sure. After all, he was practically playing with her the whole time. Depends on the god, though something like that reaches a bit higher than your average favor, don't you think? Peter answered as he put the puzzle pieces together. I was thinking more along the lines of taking you off of this planet. Brunhilde wanted him to kill Hela for her, which wasn't impossible. What would you want in exchange? She asks as Topaz steps up in front of the Grand Master. Neither of them knew what Scrapper 142 was getting at, but they knew that she would most likely be attacking them soon enough. What a pity. I always liked 142. The Grand Master thought in disappointment. Work for me and I'll do it. Peter answered after a moment of thought. She would make a good Avenger and I have to get some Asgardian blood for my evolution anyway. In this way, Peter would be killing two birds with one stone. He planned to kill Hela either way, as she was a maniac who would cause trouble sooner or later, so using the opportunity to take some DNA for his new evolutionary power while simultaneously gaining a strong subordinate was just too enticing. After all, in the movies, Brunhilde became king of what remained of Asgard after Ragnarok, so she would be an invaluable member of the Avengers. Peter thought as he stuffed a tiny sandwich with purple meat into his mouth, using the reality stone to bypass his mask. Not bad. Brunhilde remained silent and indecisive. On one hand, she would gladly swear her eternal servitude to anyone who could kill Hela Odinsdottir for her. Of course, Peter didn't mean for her to swear herself to him in that manner, but as a former Valkyrie, Brunhilde has always had this sort of mindset. Though he only meant to offer her a simple job. And on the other hand, just because Peter could beat her in a fight, whilst she was hammered to oblivion, didn't necessarily mean that he was capable enough to kill the woman she hated most in this universe. I need to make sure he can do it, Brunhilde thought as she looked over at Peter. I'll capture the Grandmaster for you, but that's it. You can decide what to do with him afterward. As for the favor, I'll save it for the time being. Without another word, Brunhilde remained still, waiting for Peter's confirmation before acting. This isn't exactly what I was hoping for, but it's a good start, I guess. Peter thought as he sent her a nod. Deal. Bring it, B*TCH. Topaz expertly twirls her spear around her fingers before slamming the butt end of it against the floor, motioning for Brunhilde to come to her. With pleasure, you fat WH*re. Brunhilde replied in kind as she drew her sword from its scabbard and rushed forward. As the two collided, Brunhilde's sword strike was blocked by the pole of Topaz's spear, leaving the two at a momentary standstill. Who are you calling fat, you drunk floozy? Topaz spat as she swiped the sword away before stabbing her spear forward. Who are you calling a floozy, you ugly whale? Brunhilde sidestepped the spear and kicked Topaz in the stomach, sending her sliding backward. Though Topaz didn't lose her balance and managed to stay on her feet the whole time, she didn't disagree with the drunk comment. Peter thought in amusement as he turned his attention to the other fight going on. He watched as Pepper kept her distance and fired the beam from a crystal flower-shaped object, which appeared from her suit, hovering in front of her. Her target, the giant two-faced orange-colored monster, was just barely held in place by both Tony and Rhodes, leaving him no room for escape. Arg! Bybeast roared in agony as a beam of blue-hued light shot into his leg, tearing open a large hole and nearly severing his leg. Though that wasn't the shocking part. Through the hole in his leg, Peter and everyone else could see metal, wires, and a blue-colored coolant leaking out, rather than the flesh, meat, and blood of a living being. Tony's eyes lit up upon seeing this. Are you a robot? Wait, no. You're an android, aren't you? This trip just kept getting better and better for him. First, Tony found himself stranded in an engineer's paradise where materials and unknown alien technology literally rained down from the sky, and now this godly planet gave him yet another gift. A conscious and living robot, an android. You aren't controlled by anyone, right? Tony asked as he completely forgot that they were fighting only seconds ago. Are you an artificial intelligence? Tony, I don't think that now is the time for this. Rhodes muttered in exasperation, though Tony seemed to completely ignore him. Or maybe you were just a mindless robot that gained sentience over time. Who made you? Do you have your blueprints? Can you feel anything? He continued firing off questions with a look of wonder and curiosity. Tony couldn't hold himself back as Bybeast only became angrier and angrier with each word out of his opponent's mouth. Does he not like being questioned? Or is he sensitive about his origin? Peter wondered as he watched it all unfold. Standing back up while ignoring the hole in his leg, Bybeast snarled in Tony's direction before kicking off the ground and launching forward. At novel bin at. Whoa, Tony shouted as he was tackled to the ground with Bybeast hovering over his body. I get it. You don't like questions. Shut up. The dumber face of Bybeast yells in anger as he punches down at Tony's glowing chest. Oh no, you don't. Rhodes exclaims as he Spartan kicks Bybeast in the head, which sends him rolling off of Tony. And just as Bybeast was about to pick himself up, a bright blue light shot toward his chest from across the room. Pepper, no. We have to capture him alive. Tony yells, surprising his girlfriend enough to divert her attack, though it didn't go as Tony would have hoped. Ugh. Bybeast screamed one last time as the beam of energy pierced his chest before jerking sideways and slicing his neck. Plop, A/N, does that sound work for a head falling to the floor? Although Pepper didn't mean to, her attack diverted and severed Bybeast's head from his shoulders. No, my beautiful research material. Tony cried out in horror as Bybeast collapsed to the floor alongside his severed head. How could you do this to him? He was innocent. He tried to kill us, Tony. Pepper replied in annoyance. That's not exactly what I would call innocent. He was innocent in my heart. Tony muttered in regret. Relax, you can still study its corpse. Peter joins the conversation whilst sipping on a blue-colored fizzy drink through his mask. Just be careful. Since it's an android, he's probably still alive and just needs a few repairs. Upon hearing Peter's words, hope returned to Tony's entire being as he rushed over the downed android. Don't worry, I'll fix you up good as new. Tony muttered as he started collecting all of Bybeast's scattered pieces. My champion. The Grandmaster whispered mournfully. Looking between Topaz and 142, who were still fighting one another, the Grandmaster couldn't help but eye the nearest exit. I may need to get out of here. I may need to get out of here. The Grand Master thought as he quickly and quietly left his throne, rushing to the nearest exit. Where are you going? Peter asked as the Grand Master ran face first into a hard wall. Ugh. He grunted as he fell to the floor and craned his neck upward. The door that he was running to was now gone and replaced with a flat wall as if the exit was never there to begin with. The Grand Master seemed confused for a moment before scrambling back to his feet and looking around the room. Each door leading into and out of the room had completely disappeared. Even the exit of the welcome ride was gone. What the dash, the Grand Master muttered as he turned and locked his eyes on Peter, who was lounging on the couch beside Jeannie. As the host of this party, it's very rude to leave before your guests. Peter comments as he waves his hand. Instantly, the Grand Master fell through a portal and landed butt first back on his throne. How? He muttered in shock. The portal was one thing, as Peter already showed him that power when he sent Gamora away, but sealing up the entire room was another. The Grand Master has been alive almost just as long as his brother, the Collector, yet he's never met anyone that could do such a thing. It's almost like he's bending reality, the Grand Master thought to himself. Though that's just about as far as his thoughts on the situation went. Unlike his brother, the Grand Master has lived the majority of his life trapped in Sakaar, leaving him clueless about the existence of the Infinity Stones. Which was good for Peter, as he didn't need anyone spilling that information just yet. Tony would whine about me not sharing my all-powerful toys with him if he found out. Peter thought as he rolled his eyes. Magic. Now sit tight and wait until the fight is over. We'll decide what to do with you then. Peter dragged his gaze away from the shocked dictator as Pepper and Rhodes walked over. Peter watched as their armor retracted back into the glowing arc reactors on their chests. Wow, looking good. He gave them an impressed whistle. I didn't know Tony was working on nanotechnology. You wouldn't, would you? Tony said accusingly as he strolled over, dragging Bybeast's headless body along with him. Because you're too busy having space adventures without me. Peter instantly let out a tired sigh. Yeah, he could have brought Tony along to meet the Guardians, but with Thanos and the Infinity Stones involved, he thought it best not to. I'm sorry. Peter apologized questioningly. On one hand, he felt bad for leaving out his friend, but on the other hand, it wasn't Peter's job to involve Tony in every facet of his chaotic life. You should be. Tony nods as his armor disappeared. So, what's with the girl? Are you thinking of cheating on Silk? You can tell me. I won't spill your dirty adulterous secrets. Brothers before hose dash. Whack. Pepper slapped Tony upside the head as he took a seat beside Peter, rubbing his sore spot and kicking his feet up on top of Bybeast's headless body. No, I think she'll make a good Avenger. That's all. Peter shook his head as he turned his attention back to Topaz and Brunhilde. See? Not everyone's a sick pervert like you. Pepper glared at Tony as Topaz was thrown into a pillar, destroying it upon impact. Shouldn't we step in and stop them? Nah, they seem to have some sort of bad blood between them, so let them settle it on their own. Peter shrugged as Brunhilde knocked the spear out of her opponent's hands. Who's this? Tony asks as he turns to Jeannie, who was screaming at the fighters as if he was a coach in the UFC. Jeannie. He's a friend of mine. Peter gave Tony a made-up backstory as they watched the fight. At this point in the match, both sides have lost their weapons. Brunhilde managed to knock the spear from Topaz's hands, and immediately tossed her dragon fang aside, evening the odds once again. Based on the injuries to both sides, Brunhilde was winning by a landslide. Topaz was covered in bruises and a few cuts as she huffed and puffed for air, exhausted from the fight thus far. Meanwhile, Brunhilde only had a few minor injuries and appeared raring to go. I guess that's the difference between an Asgardian physiology and the rest of the universe. Peter thought. He didn't know what species of alien Topaz was, but it certainly didn't stack up against an Asgardian. Especially now that Brunhilde has completely sobered up. She hasn't had a sip of alcohol since Peter captured her, and Asgardians have a much higher metabolism than most alien races, so she sobered up fairly quickly. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Jeannie winced as Brunhilde grabbed Topaz by the hair and slammed her head into the floor. I think that ends it. Peter muttered as Topaz remained unmoving on the cracked floor. Standing from his seat, Peter walked over to Brunhilde, who retrieved her sword after her victory. Will you finish her off? He asked. Of course, Peter doesn't enjoy killing, but he has zero empathy for the Grand Master and anyone related to him. Some sort of evil villain gene must run in the family. He thought as both he and his brother turned out to be psychos in their own weird ways. One would do anything to grow his collection, which included slaves, while the other seemed to revel in forcing slaves to fight to the death while collecting champions to battle in his name. No, she's not worth the rust on my blade. Brunhilde replied as she sheathed Dragon Fang and looked toward the Grand Master. 142, come on. It's me. The man in question started to plead as he had no other way out. We go way back, don't we? You can't just serve me up to die, right? Brunhilde remained silent for a moment before turning back to Peter. He's all yours. I'll keep that favor for the time being. Her voice held no remorse for her former employer. Brunhilde spent many years on Sakaar, and although she and the Grand Master met many times for business, she never grew to like him very much. After all, it's hard to sympathize with a dictator who runs his nation through slavery. He didn't even know her real name. Sure. Peter shrugged as he turned to the Grand Master, who sat speechless while tightly gripping the armrests of his throne. Wait, we can talk about this, can't we? I'm a lot more valuable alive, I assure you. How would you like to be the Grand Duke of Sakaar, huh? I can make that happen. He started rambling about everything he could give away in exchange for his life, nobility included. What's with this guy and the word grand? Tony asks as he walks over. Grandmaster, Grand Arena, Grand Duke. I don't think he has a very good naming sense. Peter nodded in agreement. True, he's been calling me Scrapper 142 for almost 1,000 years. Brunhilde added from the side. You're 1,000 years old. Pepper exclaimed in shock. What's your skincare routine? Ignoring Tony's girlfriend, who rushed over to pester Brunhilde, Peter turned back to deal with the Grandmaster. Wait, he tried to enslave us, so I'll do it. Tony says as a liquid metal pours over his arm and forms into a red and gold glove with a repulsive at the palm. Wait, we can talk about this? There's a lot you don't know about the Grandmaster shouted as Tony's palm brightened. Asterisk VSSS. Bang asterisk. The thruster on Tony's palm charged up before firing off a thick pillar of blue light, which enveloped the entire throne. The attack was so powerful that it tore through the throne and melted a hole in the floor-to-ceiling windows behind it as well. Outside of the Grandmaster's palace, the whole city lit up, attracting everyone's attention as they wondered what the hell was going on. Damn, Peter uttered as the blue pillar of light disappeared, leaving behind nothing but a gaping hole, some ashes, and a few burnt pieces of the Grandmaster's yellow robe. That attack wasn't always that crazy. You really upgraded, huh? Well, I added some runes to reinforce the suit, so it could handle a higher output without melting. Tony explained as his armored glove morphs, revealing countless lines of tiny runes. Adat novel bin adat. Wow. Looks like I wasn't wrong when I said runes would be your greatest asset. Peter admired his friend's craftsmanship. So what now? Rhodes walked up and asked. Should we just leave? No. Tony refused instantly. Everyone, including Peter, looked at Tony in confusion. We can't leave. Tony states with a determined look in his eyes. This place is a gold mine. There's enough tech and materials on this rock to take over the universe? Not that I want to do that, but I refuse to leave any of it behind. And how do you plan to do that? Peter asked incredulously. Although he saw the appeal, the work to accomplish what Tony wants is astronomical. Well, first we need a new king. Tony said matter-of-factly. And as soon as those words left his mouth, everyone turned to look toward Peter for some odd reason. No, not happening. He instantly denied. What? You like this kind of stuff, don't you? Tony whined as he didn't want to take on the responsibility, only rake in all of the rewards. I mean, you practically run the Avengers. Why not become a king while you're at it? Peter looked at his friend as if he were mentally deficient. A/N, you can't say the R word anymore. God, I miss that word. Because I already have a million other responsibilities. As you said, I run the Avengers, and that's a full-time job. Not to mention my hero work, my girlfriend, my kid, and now I have a new group of space heroes to look after. I seriously don't have the time for this, even if I do like the idea of becoming king of an entire planet. Peter ended his rant with an exasperated sigh. Spider-Man has a child. Rhodes muttered in disbelief. Yes, and I would like to keep what little time I have to spend with her. Peter adds as Tony starts to lose hope in his plan. But this planet is heaven. Tony said as he looked out of the window toward the never-ending hills of resources in the distance. It's a never-ending tech mine. We can't just let it go. The room went silent as everyone could feel how important this was to Tony. There are only a few things in this world that could truly move Iron Man's heart, and this planet seemed to be one of them. Well, as I see it, we have 3 options. Peter says after a moment of thought. Everyone turned to him, especially Tony, who looked very eager to hear what his friend had to say. First, we could allow the people to vote on their next ruler and cultivate a good relationship with that person. Once there's some trust between us, we can trade for the junk you want. Peter says, though Tony didn't seem that enthusiastic about it. I feel like that would take forever. Tony complained as he wanted to start carting off his tech today. Second, we could pick someone from the Avengers to run the place under the organization's banner, though we would be losing the exclusive rights to your precious hills of space trash. Peter offers another option. Hey, it's not trash. Tony counters as he thinks it over. Would I still get first picks for the tech brought in? I don't know. We would have to call a council meeting to decide that, though I can tell you now that Fury and Eric are greedy B***stards. They won't let you hoard all of the good stuff to yourself. Peter shrugs. What's the last one? Tony asks, hoping it's better than the first 2 options. Third, we could portal every Succumbs off of the planet. I'd have to find a vacant world that's habitable for them to settle on, but that shouldn't be too hard. The universe is ever expanding after all. Peter says, though once again Tony had something to say. Then who would collect all of the technology for us? We still need a civilian workforce to collect everything. Tony sighs in exasperation. Of course, he didn't plan to treat the Succumbs like slaves. They would get a very nice payment for their work, courtesy of the dearly departed Grandmaster. After all, he has to have a hefty sum of credits lying around from the many millennia of running this place. We could always portal a huge chunk of space junk to Earth and sort it there, or you could make some worker robots to do it here and I could pick up each batch once a month. Peter said, soothing Tony's worries in an instant. Fine, let's find a planet and kick everyone out. Tony was finally on board. I think that you guys are forgetting something important. Brunhilde spoke for the first time in a while. What? Tony asked with a frown. Adat novel bin adat. 1. What if people don't want to leave, and 2. Random people appear through the wormholes all the time. You would always have new arrivals to deal with. She explained. I'm of the understanding that this place is a sh*thol for most people. The only city is built with rusted scrap, while the rest of the planet is literally just trash. There's not even any flora or fauna, let alone a way to grow any plants on a large enough scale to feed everyone, which means herding animals is probably impossible as well. And that's if you're lucky enough for two opposite-gendered animals of the same species to fall out of a wormhole and live. I mean, am I wrong? Peter asks with a raised brow under his mask. True, but many of the citizens here are, for lack of a better phrase, dumb f***ck morons. They may decide that they like it here and just stay. In fact, I'm sure a small amount of them definitely will. Brunhilde nods to herself. You have to remember that there are no schools here. Most Sakaarans aren't the brightest of minds. Then we'll just have to force them out, I guess. If they're too stupid to see the opportunity we're giving them, then they don't deserve the option to choose for themselves. Peter says uncaringly. As for the new arrivals, we can always check once a month and portal them to the new Sakar, and they can try to return to their home worlds from there. I like it. Tony smirked as he started thinking of designs for the labor robots, who would parse through all of the trash for them. We should find a planet as quickly as possible. And by we, I mean you? Tony gestured to Peter. Sure, but I expect a fair split of the tack from this since I'm helping. Peter says as he receives a nod from Tony. We can share everything like we always do. Tony shrugs as Peter opens a portal and steps through. I'll be back in a bit. He says with a wave as the portal snaps shut. Tony, are you actually about to evict an entire civilization just so you can take their resources? Pepper asked incredulously. This is giving heavy colonizer vibes. Of course, it wasn't that bad, as the Sakaarans would be getting a habitable planet out of the deal. A world for a world sounded pretty fair after all. Tony completely ignored his girlfriend as he stood by the window, eyeing the world below with a greedy spark in his eyes. Using the star chart in one of his many alien warships, Peter was able to compile a list of planets that could work for the Sakaaran migration. Checking them personally one by one, Peter found one planet that fit the description of a habitable and not yet colonized world. L221, a green planet, similar to the Earth, with a blue ocean covering a little over 80% of its globe, which is about 10% more than the Earth, though that wasn't exactly a problem per se. It was a bit smaller than the Earth as well, but Salkar is only made up of one capital city, so they shouldn't have any problems with space for a long time. This should do. Peter muttered as he watched a few alien-looking animals run away, as they weren't used to seeing things like him. They better get used to it quickly because you're about to see a lot more soon enough. After testing the planet's air, soil, and water quality, among a slew of other crucial tests, Peter portaled back to the Grand Master's palace and found Tony standing at the edge of the broken window with a microphone in hand. People of Sakar, we have slain the man who turned you all into slaves. The Grand Master is dead. Tony shouted onto the microphone, like a boxing match announcer. Looking out of the window, Peter could see a sea of people packed below the palace, as if the Pope was giving a speech at the Vatican. Not only have we killed your oppressor, but we've also found a way for everyone to escape this wasteland of a planet. Tony says, immediately piquing the interest of the crowd. Although they found this whole situation hard to believe, many Sakaarans have always wished to escape. The lack of food, water, safety, and almost every other basic necessity has made living in Sakar a living hell for the large majority of them. We give you all 1 week to peacefully pack your belongings and prepare to set off. A friend of mine has already found a much more habitable planet for everyone to migrate to. Tony explained as the crowd stood in disbelief. Now things were starting to sound a bit too good to be true. Seeing the looks of those in the crowd with his enhanced eyesight, Peter waved his hand and opened a giant portal in the sky. Looking upward, everyone caught sight of a green and blue planet, filled with flora and fauna as well as all sorts of animals. Looking back, Tony was surprised to find Peter standing there but gave him a thankful smirk for his assistance. See for yourselves. This is your new planet as well as our exit. Hurry home and pack your things. The new Sakar is waiting for you. After sending everyone from Sakar off the planet, including the stragglers who weren't cooperating and decided that they wanted to stay, Peter stood in front of Brunhilde outside the Grand Master's palace. Tony returned to Earth with Pepper and Rhodes already, as he needed to start making the robots that would sort the trash on their new planet. So, any ideas for your favor, or should I just send you to the new Sakar with the rest of them? Peter asked as she was the only one left on the planet besides him. Brunhilde remained silent for a moment, eyeing Peter up and down before drawing her sword. Although Peter removed the disc from her neck a week ago and set her free, she hadn't drunk a single drop of alcohol ever since then, leaving her completely sober for the longest time in many years. Fight me, she declared, hoping to truly ascertain whether he is strong enough to face Hela Odinsdottir. Of course, he already beat her rather easily the last time they fought, but she happened to be very drunk at that time. And what do I get if I win? Peter asks as his posture remained casual compared to Brunhilde, who gripped her sword firmly in front of her body. Because we've already been through this before. Brunhilde stares Peter in the eyes for a few seconds before opening her mouth. As long as you beat me and agree to kill a special someone, I'll work for you as you asked. Her words certainly piqued Peter's interest. Deal, though just to clarify, who do you want dead so badly? He asked. Although Peter wanted nothing more than to return to Earth and experiment with the wishes that he received, he is rather adamant about recruiting the only living Valkyrie to his organization, so he could spare some time for this. Hela Odinsdottir. Brunhilde spat as if the name itself brought her pain to utter. Of course, he knew the answer to his question already, but he needed her to say it for both clarification and so he wouldn't look suspicious. After all, nobody would agree to kill someone without knowing who they are first. Huh? I didn't know Thor had a sister. Peter mutters like the A-list actor that he could have been. Thor? Is that one of Odin's latest spawns? She asks in similar distaste. After all, the former Valkyrie has grown a very well-earned hatred of the Asgardian royal family over the years. Although Odin didn't technically do anything to slight her, he took a small amount of the blame for what happened to the Valkyrie, as he was the one to order the attack in the first place. As for Hela, the hatred was more than well deserved. Everyone else was just unlucky enough to be related to the two. Yes, Thor is the new king of Asgard. He took over after Peter tried to explain though his opponent didn't give him the chance. Enough talk. Brunhilde kicked off of the ground and appeared before Peter in an instant. With a swipe of her sword, she aimed at Peter's neck, hoping to sever his head as Pepper did to Bybeast only days ago. How rude. Peter muttered as he leaned backward, narrowly avoiding the attack by a few centimeters. Ha! Brunhilde shouted as she pushed forward and enacted another flurry of sword swipes. Shoulders, hands, stomach, legs, feet, and even his groin were targeted, though Peter simply moved out of the way of each attack, as if he could see them before they arrived. Hey, watch where you're aiming. Peter yelled as he sidestepped yet another hack at his family jewels. If you slice off my golden finger, my girlfriend will be P***SSED. Then fight back, coward. She exclaims as she instantly went for his groin for the third time. This girl is ruthless. Peter thought as he reached down and caught Dragonfang with 2 fingers. No more swords for you. You can't be trusted. While Brunhilde was shocked by Peter's ability to so easily catch her sword by the blade, he sent an unsuspecting kick to her stomach. Pow! Instantly, Brunhilde folded like a lawn chair as she was launched backward, leaving her sword behind in the process. Bang! She flew back and crashed into one of the many vacant buildings in the deserted city, breaking the rusted metal wall and disappearing inside. You know, this isn't a bad sword. Peter muttered as he flipped the sword and caught it by the handle. I've been meaning to find a sword like this for my collection. I have a cool hammer from Ronin and a spear from Corvus Glaive, but I haven't found anything else worth taking yet. I don't know or care who those people are, but my sword will never belong to anyone else but me. Brunhilde launches out of the building with an angry look on her face. Like a missile, she shot over and threw a combination of punches and kicks, which all missed the mark, before swiftly reaching to snatch her sword back. Nope. Peter muttered as Dragonfang disappeared out of thin air just as she was about to lay her hands on it. You have to ask nicely if you want it. Slap. Peter decided to start the attack for real this time as he used his now empty sword hand to backhand Brunhilde across the face. Of course, it wasn't just a normal slap. He put in enough power to kill most beings in the universe, though thankfully, Asgardians are a rather sturdy race compared to most. As the slap landed, Brunhilde was sent skidding across the empty street like a rag doll. Though luckily or unluckily, she didn't hit anything this time and continued until her body ran out of momentum and slowed to stop on its own. Did I hit her a little too hard? Peter asked himself as he watched her lay in the middle of the road, unmoving. Before Peter could get too worried, Brunhilde twitched a bit before slowly climbing back up to her feet. As she looked toward him, Peter could see a big red handprint across her left cheek as well as a slow stream of blood cascading down her nose. Limping over, Peter expected her to start the attack once again, though that didn't happen. As soon as she was about a meter or two away, Brunhilde dropped down to a single knee and looked up at Peter with eyes glimmering in determination. I, Brunhilde Alfdottir, sister of the Valkyrie, swear to you that from this moment onward I will be faithful to you with regard to your life, your possessions, and those you care for, in good faith and without deception. I will serve you loyally and without question, fulfilling every order as they're given. I will bring you glory in battle and honor in victory. And lastly, I will be devoted in my duties. I promise you this on my life. May the old gods strike me down otherwise. Rumble. As she spoke those last words, dark clouds filled the sky and a stream of branching lightning cracked menacingly. Peter looked on in shock, as he never expected this to happen. Is that a coincidence or? Throughout his entire time in this universe, Peter has never run into proof of any sort that pointed to the existence of gods. Except for Stan Lee, of course. Though he gave off the feeling that he was something far more powerful than a god. Even the Asgardians, who egotistically thought themselves to be gods, were only very powerful and long-lived aliens. Yet Brunhilde just swore an oath to him on the old gods and there was even a confirming response. No, the old gods accepted my oath. Brunhilde said as if the storm clouds and lightning, which have already disappeared, were just a normal occurrence. Okay. Peter muttered as he looked down at her. You do know that when I said work for me, I meant like a normal sort of employment, right? Kind of like how you worked for the Grand Master, but with monthly paycheck and a bit more respect. Brunhilde peered up at Peter in disbelief. You couldn't have specified that before I swore an oath to the gods. How the F***ck was I supposed to know you would do that? Peter replied with just as much disbelief. There were many things that Brunhilde wished to say right now, though they may invoke her oath, so she decided to simply keep them to herself as she glared at her new sovereign. May I rise, my lord? Yeah. Peter nodded unsurely as Brunhilde stood back up and held out her hand. What? My sword, she said plainly. Fine. Peter muttered reluctantly as Dragonfang appeared in his hand. But you have to stop with the stink eye. It's not my fault that you misinterpreted my words. Brunhilde sighed as she took her sword back and sheathed it on her hip. She knew he was right but refused to admit it to herself. Can't you just take back the oath? Peter asked as he never wanted this in the first place. I'd much rather keep far away from any sort of gods. No, the old gods aren't so forgiving. She answers with a shake of her head, resigned to her new duties. Right, so who are these old gods? Right, so who are these old gods? Peter asked as he now had to worry about whoever these gods were. Not much is known about the old gods, other than that they visited Asgard once when we were nothing but warring tribes on a planet similar to yours. Before the Asgard you know today was even a thought, they appeared. Brunhilde explained what she knew. What did they want? Peter asked curiously. You'd have to ask Odin or Thor. Brunhilde shrugged unknowingly. Only the royal family was allowed to know. Great. Peter muttered as he waved his hand and opened a portal. Come on. Let's go. Arriving in his office at the Avengers Tower followed by his new dutiful servant, Peter immediately collapsed into his office chair and let out a sigh. Jarvis. Peter called out as Brunhilde beelined straight toward the minibar, where she immediately poured herself a drink. I guess she's back to drinking now. Yes, sir. Jarvis replied, dutiful as always. I need you to make my new friend here a United States citizen. Hack into whatever you need to. Just make sure you aren't caught. I'd do it myself, but I have some stuff to do after this. Peter orders. Yes, sir. I'll have it done by the end of the day. Jarvis replied as he got to work. So, what are we doing after this? Brunhilde asks as she took a seat on the couch along the wall with her drink in hand. I'm going to work on a personal project, but you, on the other hand, will be familiarizing yourself with the city and updating your wardrobe. Peter says as he opens his desk drawer and pulls out a credit card. Here. Tossing the card over, Brunhilde caught it with a single hand and looked it over curiously. What is this? She asked. That is my Avengers company card. You can use it to buy clothes and other necessities. Just don't go over the $100,000 limit. Peter says as he whips out his phone and makes a call. What's up, boss? After waiting a few seconds, a familiar female voice answered the phone. Jessica, are you working right now? Peter asks. Yeah, why? She answers as the sound of pages flipping could be heard in the background. Is it Spider-Man? Loki asked loud enough to be picked up by her phone. I need you to come to my office. I have a special job for you. Peter says cryptically. Really? Jessica sounded excited at the prospect of leaving her office for once. I'll be there in a minute. Good. Peter says as he looks over to Brunhilde, remembering her obvious dislike for the Asgardian royal family. Leave Loki behind this time. After all, Loki would no doubt do something to P*SS Brunhilde off even if he doesn't reveal his identity. Okay, she says as Peter hung up the phone and looked toward Brunhilde. An employee of mine is on the way. Peter explains as he writes a quick note and leaves it on the desk. Show them that note and they'll assist you. Without another word, Peter opened a portal, leaving his new sworn protector behind. Wait a minute. She tried to stop him. See ya. Peter waved as the portal snapped shut. Boss, I'm here. A knock could be heard at the door. What are you waiting for? Another voice asked in annoyance. Just open it already. As the door swung open, Jessica walked in with an annoyed look on her face as a smirking Loki followed behind her. Sorry, boss. Loki wouldn't listen. Jessica spoke as she found Brunhilde sitting alone on the couch without her boss in sight. Hello. Without saying a word, Brunhilde pointed to the note on the desk. Quickly reading it over, Jessica's former excitement was snuffed out, like a candle on the wind. After all, she thought that Peter was calling her for a mission, not this. So, I guess we'll be your tour guides, Jessica said in reluctance. Tour guides? Loki didn't sound happy at all. I am Loki Odinson, a prince of Asgard. I am nobody's guiding servant. Instantly, Brunhilde rose to her feet and reached for her sword as she glared in Loki's direction. Leave Loki behind this time. Peter's words played out in Brunhilde's head. Well, you're my servant now, she says matter-of-factly as she pulls Dragonfang from its sheath. Do you have a problem with that? Peter tried to keep them separated though that didn't seem to work, so she'll just have to make the best out of this situation. And what would be better than beating the sh*t out of an Odinson? Maybe a certain Odinsdotir, but her time will come soon enough. Whoa, let's all just calm down. Jessica jumps to step between the two, though she couldn't block Loki from seeing the sword in Brunhilde's grasp. Dragonfang isn't a one-of-a-kind sword by any means. No, it was the standard issue blade of the Valkyrie, but what really solidified Loki's assumption was the markings on her wrist. /N, Google Marvel Valkyrie logo. I don't know how to explain it. Each Valkyrie is given that marking on the day of their induction to the sisterhood. You're a Valkyrie. I thought the Valkyrie all died gruesome deaths. Loki couldn't keep his venomous mouth shut if his life depended on it. Brunhilde pounced forward, though Jessica ended up being stronger than she thought and easily held her back. Choose your next words wisely. The Valkyrie looked ready to kill him. I'm terribly sorry. It must be a very painful memory. Loki's expression didn't match his words as he spoke with a provoking smirk on his smug face. Loki, stop. Jessica shouted as it became harder and harder to hold their boss's guest back. You must be a traitor or a coward because the Valkyrie are sworn to protect the throne, yet here you are with your blade drawn on a prince of Asgard. Loki continued, hoping to use this opportunity to acquire an elite Valkyrie guard. Though things don't exactly go his way. Ugh. Jessica was instantly thrown across the room. As Jessica crashed into the door, breaking it in half as she flew out into the hallway, Brunhilde matched toward Loki and jammed the blunt end of her sword handle into his stomach. Arg. Loki coughed up a mouthful of bile as he collapsed onto the floor, finding a sharp blade resting at his neck as he looked up. Has Asgard grown weaker in my absence? Brunhilde was surprised by how powerless he was, though she didn't care enough to comment on it. Listen closely, Your Highness. Brunhilde says with a heavy dose of distasteful sarcasm. This is not Asgard and I am not a Valkyrie anymore. I've already sworn myself to your boss, so keep your mouth shut or I'll cut out your tongue and beat you to death with it. While Brunhilde and Loki were settling their differences, Peter stepped into his penthouse, which was still filled with Lily's old equipment. So, are you finally going to test out your evolution? Jeannie appeared next to him and asked excitedly. Yeah, though I'm not sure if I should start small or not. Peter muttered as he paced back and forth in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, which showed a perfect view of the New York City skyline. In his possession, Peter has a very large amount of celestial blood from Knowhere. I say go big or go home, kid. Jeannie says dramatically as always. He didn't want to be swayed, but Peter couldn't help but want to agree. After all, with his unlimited potential and perfect evolution combined, the likelihood of any complications happening was extremely low. After a moment of silent contemplation, in which Jeannie started playing game show timer music out of boredom, Peter finally came to a decision. At novel bin at. Let's start small. Peter uttered cautiously. He can't allow Jeannie to goad him into doing something dangerous. Celestials are literal gods, after all. Peter needed to test out his power at least once before going straight into a godly evolution. What are you going to do then? Jeannie asks in disappointment. Waving his hand, Peter opened a portal and reached his hand through. Before Jeannie's curious eyes, Peter pulled out a case full of blood-filled vials. Each of them was labeled with different names though they were all familiar. Magneto, Professor X, Storm, Black Panther. There were 10 vials in total and this wasn't all that he collected either. Peter has made sure to collect blood from every enhanced individual that he has ever met. Though it was harder when it came to people like the Black Panther, as he had to sneak into Wakanda to take his blood. Meanwhile, it's the protocol for each member of the Avengers to hand over a blood sample for medical reasons, of course. Though Peter made sure to switch his blood sample with a fake, as he didn't need a clone of himself running around, which was likely to happen in a comic book setting. Which one are you going to choose? Jeannie asks excitedly. I vote for Nightcrawler. He has a good teleportation ability. Are you sure that you aren't being biased because he matches your skin color? Peter asked jokingly. Jeannie looked away and started whistling innocently. Ignoring his blue companion's theatrics, Peter reached into the case and pulled out a vial. Wolverine. Huh? Why him? Jeannie asks. Because his healing factor will come in handy. Peter says as he loads the blood up into a syringe. Do you know if it's going to hurt? No idea. Jeannie shrugs. Great, you're about as useful as ever. Peter muttered as he stabbed the needle into his arm like a heroin junkie and pressed down in the plunger. Instantly, the blood shot into his body. Pulling out the empty syringe and setting it aside, Peter waited patiently for something to happen. The feeling of his body tingling was still the same even after a minute had passed. Hey, are you sure that you granted my wish? Because Peter was about to complain before he felt the tingling feeling increase drastically. You okay, kid? Jeannie asked worriedly as Peter looked down to see the small needle hole in his arm heal itself shut. I think it's working. Peter muttered as the tingling he felt changed into excruciating pain as if he were being stabbed by a million knives in every part of his body at once. Aigh. Before Peter's screams could fill the penthouse for too long, he collapsed to the floor and passed out cold. His brain couldn't register the amount of pain that was coursing through his body, so it temporarily shut itself down so that Peter could retain his sanity. Though that didn't mean his body was finished with its evolution. No, Peter continued to twitch and writhe on the floor whilst in his sleep. Meanwhile, Jeannie watched with a worried look on his face. Even after Peter fell to the floor unconscious, he seemed to worry for his master's well-being. When Jeannie was summoned by Peter, he thought this would be yet another greedy self-centered master. They would use him for their own personal gains before he was sealed back into the lamp and forced to await yet another undetermined amount of time before the next greedy summoner came along. Maybe he would be able to twist their wishes out of spite, though that was the only real sliver of freedom he had in his life. His only real enjoyment during every summoning was the quick update on the outside world that he would receive while reading his master's mind. A close second to that was the nice long stretch he would always get after exiting his cramped lamp. Luckily, his latest master wasn't so bad. In fact, Jeannie grew to enjoy his company more as time went by. His mind was filled with all sorts of useful and entertaining information, and he wasn't a complete shoal like most masters. Yeah, Peter was greedy, but his greed didn't extend too far past the regular amount that any living being should have. He won't even use his last wish, Jeannie thought incredulously. After all, from Peter's perspective, the universe was filled with villains who could accomplish a lot with the help of a few free wishes, leaving him no choice but to hang on to the lamp. The second genie was summoned, he was able to learn everything about Peter, and truthfully, he found his master to be one of the very few summoners who actually deserved his assistance. Peter was a real hero that fought to keep his city, planet, and universe safe from those with twisted minds and self-centered agendas. And although he knew everything, thankfully for his master's sake, Genie wasn't able to access the information pertaining to Peter's past life. A/N, he doesn't know that Peter transmigrated and he will never know. No one will. With a snap of his fingers, Genie summoned a comfortable bed underneath his newest master and friend. "You'll be alright, kid," he muttered hopefully, as even he wasn't sure how this would unfold. Nearly 12 hours later, Peter remained unconscious in his penthouse, though with every passing hour the pain that racked his body seemed to slowly fade away. By this point, Peter was sleeping comfortably on the bed without a single sign of pain or discomfort, which certainly eased his blue companion's nerves. When will he wake up? Genie wondered. Just as that question crossed his mind, Peter began to stir in his sleep once again. At first, Genie thought that he was in pain again, though he threw that thought away as Peter's eyes peered open and looked around the room in confusion. "Sigh, you're finally awake," Genie muttered as he morphed into an apron-wearing mother with curlers in her hair and a rolling pin held menacingly in hand. "Do you know how worried I was? Lower the volume a little, will you?" Peter said groggily as he covered his sensitive ears. Although he was both dazed from his impromptu nap and sore from the evolution, Peter couldn't help but feel the slight enhancement to his body. Wolverine's superhumanly acute senses are due to his very animalistic metahuman mutation. His most improved senses are hearing, sight, and smell, which are currently Peter's main three problems at the moment. Superhuman hearing. Wolverine is capable of hearing sounds from a far greater distance than any human, though he isn't quite on the level of people like Daredevil. Superhuman sight. Wolverine's sight is improved, allowing him to see further than a normal human. Adat novel bin adat. Superhuman smell. Wolverine's sense of smell is magnified, similar to an animal, which allows him to recognize and track objects and people just by smell alone. These three senses were currently out of control, leaving Peter with blurry eyes, throbbing ears, and an overloaded nose. "I can smell every dumpster and toilet within a mile of here," he thought in disgust. Peter was already enhanced far past Wolverine's capabilities, so the added enhancement from the successful evolution seemed to throw his powers out of control for the time being. "Are you okay?" Genie asked in a much lower tone this time around. "Yes, I just need some time to get my senses under control," Peter explained as he took a deep calming breath. Climbing out of bed, Peter quickly started testing his powers, as he wanted nothing more than to get himself back under control. Other than the already mentioned power UPS, Peter also seemed to receive every other enhancement that Wolverine had. Superhuman touch. Wolverine's sense of touch gives him greater sensitivity to air direction and temperature differentials in his environment. Superhuman strength. Wolverine's strength is increased slightly by his animalistic nature. Superhuman speed. Wolverine can move at low-level superhuman speeds. He can just barely attack faster than the normal human eye can follow. Superhuman stamina. Wolverine's healing factor grants him superhuman stamina and is partially immune to fatigue toxins generated by physical exertion, giving him greater endurance than normal humans. "Damn, I don't feel tired at all," Peter muttered in shock. Although it was hard for him to get to the point of fatigue before, it was still a fairly regular occurrence during Peter's training sessions. Now, on the other hand, Peter hasn't felt anything and he has been testing his power under extreme conditions for almost 5 hours, non-stop. Would this enhance my bedroom game as well? Peter wondered as a perverted smirk appeared on his lips. MJ would be in for a rude awakening. "You, stop thinking that." Genie looked like he was about to puke at any moment. "Then stay out of my head, you nosy b*****. Peter rolled his eyes. Continuing on. Superhuman durability. Wolverine has superhuman durability due to a combination of his healing factor and adamantium skeleton, though Peter doesn't have a metal bone infusion yet. Enhanced reflexes and agility. Wolverine's reflexes and agility are enhanced beyond the capabilities of the normal human body. That's it for the boring stuff. Peter sighed. Once Peter got all of those minor enhancements under control and out of the way, it was finally time to get to the good part. Conjuring a small razor-sharp scalpel, Peter rested the tip against his open palm and swiped it across. He watched as his skin tore open, but before more than a drop or two of blood could leak out, the cut on his palm zipped itself shut in a matter of seconds. "Cool," Peter muttered as he eyed his scarless hand in awe. Regenerative healing factor. Wolverine's body naturally regenerates most, if not all, damaged or destroyed tissues and organs at a rate that exceeds that of any normal human. The rate of regeneration is proportional to the damage caused. This process is automatic, and Peter seems to have no control over it. His healing factor, however, does not seem to stop Peter from feeling the pain of his wounds nor the pain of his body regenerating itself, though it's more of an itchy feeling than anything else. After a few more cuts along his body, where he did his best to ignore the pain, Peter brought out some powerful Asgardian alcohol and started chugging it down. A/N, insert Badlands chugs gifs here. For scientific reasons of course. Contaminant immunity. Wolverine's natural healing also affords him virtual immunity to poisons, viruses, diseases, and most drugs. For example, it is extremely difficult for him to become intoxicated by alcohol. "I guess I'm forever sober now," Peter concluded as he drank 3 times the amount that used to get him wasted without feeling a single buzz. Next, Peter took a small sample of flesh from his body and stuck it under a nearby microscope. Decelerated aging. In addition, Wolverine's healing factor provides him with an extended lifespan by slowing the effects of the aging process. Wolverine was born sometime during the late 18th century. Although he is almost 200 years old, Wolverine retains the health, appearance, and physical vitality of a man in the physical prime of his life. This will come in handy since I haven't used the Dragon Bone elixir on myself yet. Peter muttered in appreciation. As he said this, Peter made a mental note to task the hand with locating and excavating New York's buried dragon bones. I technically don't need the elixir right now, but it may come in handy later on. He thought to himself. After testing his cells and witnessing just how slowly they were aging, Peter sat back in his chair and looked down at his knuckles. Do I have it? He wondered hopefully. Retractable bone claws. Wolverine's skeleton includes 6 retractable foot-long bone claws, 3 in each arm, that are housed beneath the skin and muscle of his forearms. Wolverine could, at will, release these slightly curved claws through his skin between the knuckles on each hand. Come on. Peter goaded himself on as he tried to will his claws to appear. Suddenly, 3 long claws shot out of each fist, though he wasn't fully prepared. F***ck. Peter shouted in pain as his left hand's claws embedded into his leg, while his other set pierced the table in front of him. The bone claws are naturally sharp and tougher than normal human bone. Even without being infused with adamantium, they are dangerous weapons that can penetrate most flesh and many natural materials. I should figure out how to infuse my bones with metal, like Wolverine. Peter thought to himself, though he would have to be careful. Didn't he get poisoned from the adamantium later in his life? Pushing these thoughts back into his mind for future study, Peter could only think of one more power to test. Animal empathy. Wolverine has been seen to be able to understand the emotions of animals around him and communicate with them on a very basic level, showing them his intentions so he would not be perceived as a threat to them. Should I visit the zoo? Although animal empathy isn't very helpful, Peter found the possibility of communicating with beasts to be fairly appealing. Even if it's only at the basic level of understanding each other's intentions and emotions, it's still a pretty interesting ability. Are you going to get a pet? Genie asked as he followed Peter into the closed Central Park Zoo, dressed as Crocodile Dundee. Due to how late it was, the zoo was closed hours ago, leaving only a few security guards around in order to keep away any would-be troublemakers. Maybe. Peter answered with a shrug as he and his blue companion walked right past the oblivious police academy dropouts. Invisibility is such a useful spell. Touring the zoo, Peter was surprised to feel the many ranges of emotions from each animal habitat they passed. Dude, I never knew monkeys were this horny. Peter muttered in shock. You think monkeys are bad? Wait until you meet a few rabbits. Genie commented with a disgusted look on his face. They may be cute, but all those things think about is sex. This animal empathy might have been a curse. Peter concluded as they arrived at the lion enclosure. Starring in, Peter watched as a large male lion slept amidst his pride of female lionesses. At novel bin at. Instantly, the lion looked up and matched Peter's stare. Both sides remained still for a moment, neither aggressive toward the other. Well, I might as well test it further. Peter muttered as he leaped into the enclosure. Landing a few meters away from the pride of lions, Peter non-verbally made his intentions known. Feeling the emotions of the lion and his women, Peter had to hold himself back from laughing. They're really aggressive, huh? Peter muttered and received an annoyed nod from the only other male entity in the enclosure. As soon as Peter arrived, the lionesses seemed to start complaining and goading the lion into attacking. Though, the guy seemed to be smarter than he looked and kept calm during the whole situation, ignoring the complaints of his women. Roar! Just as the females in the group started becoming too much of a bother, the male lion turned and bared its teeth, shutting them up in an instant. Can I pet you? Peter asks as he walks up without a care. After all, he is strong enough to handle these animals with a flick of his finger, so even without his empathic powers, he still had nothing to worry about. Feeling acceptance from the large beast, Peter walked over and without hesitation started brushing his fingers through the lion's mane. I've always wanted to have a pet lion, Peter commented as he enjoyed the moment. Grr. The lion growled as he heard the word pet. Sorry about that. I meant nothing by it. Peter apologized and watched as the lion huffed in distaste. Hey, I said that I was sorry. Don't be like that. After bickering with the lion and his pride until sunrise, Peter said his goodbyes and returned home. Of course, he thought about taking the lion, as it would be a cool companion to have, but Peter knew that the novelty would wear off soon enough. Not only that, but if he took the lion then the women would have to follow as well, and he didn't even have enough room for one big cat let alone 5 of them. Maybe I can find an interesting alien pet. Peter thought as he stepped into his bedroom and found MJ asleep on the bed. A/N, give me your ideas for a good pet. I already thought of a good one but maybe you guys would have a better idea. Instantly, he remembers his almost infinite stamina enhancement. R18 ahead, A/N, no C**CK block this time. I have to test it out for science and the good of mankind. Peter convinced himself as he felt his pants getting tighter near his midsection. MJ slept completely naked with the white sheets covering only her lower back and butt, leaving everything else exposed for Peter to see. You know I'm still here, right? Genie asks with his hand over his eyes. Either get lost or it's back to the lamp. Peter gave him a choice and smirked as his friend turned into a bolt of blue lightning and shot out of the window. The sound of his exit seemed to stir MJ from her sleep, which was exactly what Peter wanted. Acting quickly, Peter made sure to lock the door before removing his clothes and using a spell to freshen their body's body, as if they just stepped out of the shower. Huh. Peter. MJ muttered tiredly as he crawled into bed beside her. Morning, my love. Peter greeted her as his hands began to wander around her body. Wait. MJ spoke weakly as he reached down to grasp her naked ass whilst diving his face into her neck, peppering it with kisses. For what? It's the weekend. There's no school today. Peter smirked as he pulled the sheets away and flipped MJ onto her back. It's cold, she complained as the chilly morning air assaulted her once warm skin. Don't worry, I'll warm you up. He pecked her on the lips before continuing down her body. Chin, neck, shoulders, chest, and stomach before finally arriving at his destination. You're really wet for someone who was so hesitant. Peter parted her legs and looked up to see his blushing girlfriend glance away in embarrassment. Without another word, Peter dove mouth first onto her hairless lower lips. MJ's eyes shot open as she felt her boyfriend's mouth circle around the peak of her P*SSY. AHH. Uncontrollable moans escaped her as she felt Peter's tongue brush against her clitoris over and over again. Hearing that he was doing a good job, Peter continued his assault as he hooked 2 fingers into her tight hole, pumping them back and forth. Oh, F***CK? Arf. She exclaimed in pleasure as her hips began to grind up and down against Peter's mouth. Don't stop, right there. If you stop, I'll dash. Slap. Seeing as his lover was getting a bit too domineering for his tastes, Peter pulled back, turned MJ over, and whacked her on the A**S. Of course, as she's enhanced to a fairly high degree, Peter had to use enough power to kill a normal human, though it only left a red mark behind. That's the perk of having superpowers, I guess. Peter thought to himself. Ah. MJ's legs shook as her hand snapped straight to her womanhood, rubbing frantically. Did you just see M from me slapping your ass? Peter asked in disbelief. He knew that MJ was submissive, which was perfect for him, but he didn't know that it was to this extent. And no, MJ denied weakly, though Peter knew she was lying. That's so hot. He muttered as he sandwiched his steel pole between her legs and rubbed himself up and down. Wait. Give me a, MJ moaned as Peter slid his member up and down her lower lips, making sure to hit her clitoris with every passing motion. Oh, did you get a pedicure? Ignored her in favor of her freshly painted toenails, which rested on his shoulder. Looking cute. Tilting his head to the side, Peter gave her ankle a quick kiss before throwing her legs aside, leaving them wide open. You're so beautiful, you know that. Peter commented as he lined his tip against her twitching entrance. Stop stalling. MJ complained as Peter smirked down at her. If you say it, I may be persuaded to hurry things along. Peter said as he remained unmoving. MJ remained silent as she looked away. Okay, if you won't say it. Peter muttered as he pulled back and stepped off of the bed. Then I'll just go and dash. Please, Daddy. MJ mumbled unintelligibly. What was that? I didn't quite hear you. Peter looked over his shoulder and smirked. Please F***CK me, Daddy. MJ spoke loud and clear as he rubbed her P*SSY like a mad woman. See, was that so hard? Peter asked as he climbed back up and pierced right into her. After all, he didn't need to be too gentle thanks to her enhancements. Oh, MJ's mouth took an O shape as she screamed. Filling her up to the brim, Peter looked down and enjoyed the sight of the small bump below her belly button, which moved as he bucked his hips back and forth. Ah, God, I love your D***CK. It's the best, MJ exclaimed as all of her inhibitions crumbled. Slap? You love whose D***CK? Peter asked as he slapped her other cheek to even it out. AHH, F***CK. I love Daddy's D***CK. She could barely respond. After enjoying the moment, an evil smirk formed on Peter's lips as he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the bed disappeared and MJ felt herself become bound and restricted by silken ropes. That's much better, Peter commented as he took in the sight before him. I think the reality stone is the best thing that's ever happened to me. In the center of the room, MJ hung suspended by ropes that tied up every portion of her body, forcing her legs wide open as she stared down at the ground in confusion. What the dash, she muttered as Peter walked up and buried himself back inside without a care for her bewilderment. Ah! MJ screamed the loudest that he's ever heard as she grew tighter and tighter with every thrust. Slap. Damn, this must really turn you on. Peter concluded as he smacked her bare **s yet again. And no, it's just, you're sick. Imagination. MJ could barely speak properly. Liar. Peter scoffed as he grabbed her by the hair and sped up his movement. My God, don't stop, please Daddy. MJ exclaimed as her eyes began to roll back and drool dripped from her open mouth. I'm about to see *M. Where do you want it? Peter asked like a true gentleman. In my mouth. MJ admitted as Peter pulled out and spun her around. Drink up. Peter ordered as he shoved the tip of his D***CK into her waiting mouth. F***CK. Instantly, MJ's eyes bulged open as she drank from Peter's P***NIS like a straw, swallowing every drop that she could. Good girl. Peter patted her head as he pulled out with a content look on his face. MJ smiled proudly for a moment, though that smile disappeared as she witnessed Peter's softened member immediately grow hard again. Time for round 2. Sovereign, a collective of planets bundled together to form the technologically advanced home world of the Sovereign, golden humanoid beings who've been genetically engineered to perfection. At least their idea of what perfection is or could be. Currently, on a high-rise platform far above the planet's surface, a group of armed individuals stood guard around the glowing sun-like spheres that occupied the area. These spheres powered the entire planet and the Guardians of the Galaxy were hired to protect them. Showtime, Shoals? It'll be here any minute now. Quill calls out as he rests his rifle against his shoulder. Which will be its last minute to draw breath. Gamora pulls 2 pistols from her belt. I thought your lady had a thing for blades. Yandu looked to Quill questioningly. Me too. Quill frowned as he looked toward Gamora. I'm not his lady and we've been hired to stop an interdimensional beast from feeding on those batteries. Gamora gestures to the small batteries on the contraptions holding the sun-like spheres in place. How the hell am I supposed to stop something like that with a sword? It's just, swords were your thing and guns were mine, but I guess we're both doing guns now. I just didn't know that. Quill spoke as if his friend chose the same class as him in a video game. You gonna let your woman talk to you like that? Yandu asked without a care for the glare he received for it. Back in my day if a woman gave me that kinda lip, I'd dash. Before Yandu could continue making his misogynistic views known, 2 blaster bolts impacted the floor next to his feet. Say another word. Gamora held 2 smoking blasters in Yandu's direction. I dare you. Yandu simply held his hands up and smirked. Ignoring the most insufferable addition to their crew, Gamora turned to Drax, who was shirtless as always. Drax, why aren't you wearing one of Rocket's aero rigs? She asked as she gestured to the jetpack vests that she and everyone else wore. It hurts. Drax answers in distaste as he cups his hands over his chest. I have sensitive nipples. Rocket laughed at Drax as he continued setting up some speakers, which sat next to Quill's Walkman. What about him? What's he doing? Drax says defensively as he continues covering his sensitive nips. I'm finishing this so we can listen to some tunes while we work. Rocket said matter-of-factly. How is that important? Drax asked and everyone, even Quill, seemed to agree with him. While the group began to argue about the musical addition to their work, Groot, who was surprisingly small now, walked over and watched them in amusement. Insert picture of baby Groot here. After his roots were burned by the fire in the collector's ship, Groot was weakened to a large extent and reverted back to his childhood form, a foot-tall baby tree who seemed to smile much more than his old self. A/N, just to clarify, this is the original Groot, not his child like in the movies. As everyone continued to argue, lightning filled the sky as clouds began to form, opening a rainbow-colored dimensional rift in the process. I am Groot. Baby Groot warned as he pointed to the sky. Hearing his wise words, each member of the Guardians peered upward just in time for a giant grey tentacle monster with a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth to come hurtling in their direction. Insert picture of the obelisk here. Oh, well that's intense. Rocket muttered as the giant beast landed in the center of the platform. Roar. The monster bellowed as it started swatting at the Guardians with its tentacles. Instantly, each Guardian jumped into action. Gamora, Quill, and Rocket launched out of the way of its tentacles with their jetpacks as they opened fire on the squid-like monster. Though their weapons didn't seem to do much if any damage whatsoever. Drax on the other hand, rushed forward like a crazed bull with his swords drawn, trying to slice through the interdimensional beast. Though, just like the long-range weapons, Drax's blades appeared to be useless against the monster's tough skin. At novel bin at. Meanwhile, Yandu kept himself out of sight, behind the beast at all times as he whistled like a madman, sending his new arrow soaring across the platform. And although he made sure to replace his old broken arrow with the best and latest model available, none of his attacks could make it through the alien squid's skin. Seeing the Guardians fighting off the interdimensional monster, Baby Groot ignored them and plugged the auxiliary cord into Quill's stereo. Instantly, the platform filled with the sound of music as MR Blue Sky by ELO started to play. A/N, feel free to listen to it while you read. Feeling the music, Groot started dancing his way through the battlefield without a care in the world for his well-being. Groot. Quill yelled as he was sent flying by a swipe of one of the beast's tentacles. Groot, get out of the way, you're going to get hurt. Gamora exclaimed as she passed the dancing tree, firing her gun off whenever she had the chance. The beast's hide is too thick to be pierced from the outside. Drax yelled as he eyed the beast with a glimmer in his eye. I must cut through it from the inside. What? No, Drax? Drax. Gamora screamed to stop him, though her words fell on deaf ears. She watched as Drax rushed forward and leapt into the beast's open maw, disappearing down its throat. What's he doing? Quill asked in alarming confusion. He said that the skin is too thick to be pierced on the outside, so. Gamora explains with an annoyed sigh. That doesn't make any sense. Quill exclaims in disbelief. I tried telling him that. She shouts in return. As the battle continued, Quill soon noticed a weakness in the beast that they could use to finish the job they were given. There's a cut on its neck. Rocket, get it to look up. Quill shouted and Rocket shot off into the sky above the monster's head. All right, you giant sea monkey, up here. Rocket yelled as he fired down on its head. The distraction seemed to work as the tentacle monster craned its head upwards and extended its body, revealing the small cut on its neck. Seeing the opening, Gamora tried and failed to hit it with her pistols before throwing them to the floor and pulling a long retractable sword from her belt. Just as she was about to rush forward to stab her sword through the beast's neck and end its life, a blue and red dressed figure ran right past her. Leaping into the air, the figure summoned a long black spear into his outstretched hand before swiping across the beast's body. Swish! Landing behind the interdimensional beast, the figure turned around just in time to see it freeze in place for a moment. That should do it, Peter muttered as Corvus Glaive's spear disappeared from his hand. And just as the spear vanished, a long cut appeared across the beast's body as it fell to the floor in two separate halves, gushing out a green gooey blood onto the platform. And out of that goo rose a familiar gray and red figure. Yes, I have single-handedly vanquished the beast, Drax exclaimed, somehow thinking that he was the one who delivered the finishing blow. Yo, Peter waved as he walked over. I see you guys have been busy while I was away. Are we getting paid for this or? It's a job. Quill nods as he lands beside Peter. The Sovereign paid us to protect this place from that thing. Quill gestured between the contraptions that held the sun-like fireballs in place, and the dead dimensional alien squid thing. I see. Cool jetpack. Peter comments as Rocket walks over. I didn't think they would go to Sovereign already. Peter only planned to stop by to check in on his crew for a moment, as he wanted to evolve one more time using another vial he had, though that would have to wait now. I made M. He says proudly as he tosses a towel in Drax's face. Clean yourself up. You smell like sh*T. Good to have you back, Captain. Yandu said as he strolled over. It's good to be back. Peter replied as he looked to the palace in the distance. Should we go and collect our payment? I don't remember you joining in on this job, Rocket asked incredulously. His greed wouldn't allow the cut he was promised to grow any smaller. Peter remained silent as he simply gestured to the giant tentacle beast carcass, which he just sliced in half. Fine. Rocket grumbled reluctantly. All right, let's go. Careful what you say around these folks. They're easily offended. The cost of a single transgression is usually death. Quill warned as he was the one to accept this job. Sure, let's go. Peter nodded as he caught sight of Rocket sneaking some glowing batteries from the platform into his bag. Rocket? Is that part of the job? Rocket jumped as all eyes turned to him. I'll take that as a no. Peter shook his head and let out a sigh. Return what you stole. We're already getting paid. Don't push it. Screw these A*shoals. Sovereigns are just a bunch of grade A obnoxious PR*CKs. Rocket exclaimed as he held his bag tightly. These batteries are worth hundreds of thousands of units apiece. Sigh. After wresting the batteries from Rocket and placing them back on the platform, Peter and the rest of the Guardians made their way to the golden circular palace in the distance. When they arrived, beautiful female palace guards with golden shimmering skin silently escorted them through the halls and into a black, blue, and gold-themed throne room. At the back of the room on a golden throne, sat a similarly colored woman who appeared to be the spitting image of a queen in her court. Insert picture of Aisha here. Aisha, the golden high priestess of the sovereign race. At both sides of the room, high-level members of Sovereign watched as the Guardians strolled in. The looks of disgust at the new arrivals and the air of superiority that they emanated solidified how prejudiced the Sovereign race truly was. Even Peter, who was seen as an invincible existence in their eyes, was still somehow looked down upon as he wasn't a member of the great and perfect Sovereign race. Though the High Priestess was able to hide those feelings well, as she didn't want to anger a man who could go toe-to-toe with the Mad Titan. We thank you, Guardians, for putting your lives on the line. We could not risk the lives of our own sovereign citizens. Every citizen is born exactly as designed by the community. Impeccable, both physically and mentally. We control the DNA of our progeny, germinating them in birthing pods to perfection. Aisha greets them and explains the reason behind their inaction. After all, the Sovereigns are a very advanced race. Though it all just sounded like bragging. Truthfully, they could have sent out an armed squad or two and handled the dimensional squid with ease. They just didn't want to dirty their hands. Peter thought as he wondered whether he should have allowed Rocket to rob them as he wanted. I guess I prefer to make people the old-fashioned way. Quill says as Aisha gives him a heated glance. Then perhaps someday, you could give me a history lesson in the archaic ways of our ancestors. For academic purposes. She pretty much just invited Quill to her bed. Oh, Gamora looks P*SSED. Peter watched as Gamora frowned and her eyebrow twitched. Though she's probably only making that offer to steal a sample of Quill's celestial DNA. I would be honored. In the name of research, of course. I think that could be pretty. Quill froze as he noticed Gamora staring at him and quickly changes his answer. Repulsive. I'm not into that kind of sick. Seeing that Gamora was already starting to grind her teeth in anger at Quill's behavior, Peter stepped forward and cut in before he could further ruin his chances with her. Your people promised something in exchange for our services. Please bring it so we can be on our way. Peter tried to hurry things along in a respectful manner. The High Priestess looks toward Peter worriedly before quickly motioning for her guards to do as he said. I apologize. Allow me to double the original payment for wasting your time. Aisha offers, hoping to foster a good relationship with him. That won't be necessary. As Peter was about to decline, Quill reached over and covered his mouth. What he means is that we'll gladly accept your kind offer. Quill says as Rocket nods his furry little head in agreement. Soon enough, a golden palace guard walked in and handed over a single card, which was basically a debit card full of credits. We thank you, High Priestess Aisha. Quill says as he snatches the card and stashed it away. Just as they were about to leave, Aisha called out to them. What is your heritage, Mr. Quill? The High Priestess asked curiously. As the priestess of a race based on genealogy, Ayesha had a keen sense toward the genetic makeup of other beings. And Quill had to be the oddest man she's ever met. Even Peter wasn't nearly as complicated, though that would change once he evolves with some celestial DNA. My mother is from Earth. He answers simply. And your father? She asks. He ain't from Missouri. That's all I know. Quill shrugged unknowingly. I see it within you. An unorthodox genealogy. A hybrid that seems particularly reckless and volatile. The High Priestess said as if she could see straight through him and into his origins. You know, they told me you people were conceited douchebags, but that isn't true at all. Rocket came to Quill's defense as he turned and winked, though every sovereign in the room saw it. Looking around, he soon realized this as well. Oh, sorry. That was meant to be behind your back. Rocket clarifies, but it does little to fix the awkward atmosphere. As they said their farewell, Drax carried out Rocket by the scruff of his neck. Even now he was still receiving some major glares from every sovereign in the palace. Count yourself blessed that they didn't kill you, Drax said. I just wish I still had those batteries. That stuff about my father. Quill muttered in anger as he paced back and forth on the ship. Who does she think she is? As soon as they set off from the sovereign home world, Quill's bad mood only seemed to intensify. I know you're sensitive about that. Gamora watched him work himself up. I'm not sensitive about it. I just don't know who he is. Quill said, though he wasn't very convincing. Sorry if it seemed like I was flirting with the High Priestess. I wasn't. I don't care if you were. Gamora lies as she walks off in a huff. Well, I feel like you do care. That's why I'm apologizing. So, I'm sorry. Quill calls after her, though she didn't reply. I say we celebrate our payday, Yandu said as they split the money. Sounds good to me. Peter says as he hops into the cockpit. Know any good spots? We have to wait until Ego shows himself anyway. Landing on a snowy planet, Yandu escorts the crew to a town that was lit up in neon lights. Everyone they passed seemed to be wasted to some degree as they went from bar to bar, enjoying their evening to the fullest. What is this? Some sort of pirate town? Peter asked as he saw nothing but shady individuals roaming around. Oh yeah, now let's drink, Yandu exclaimed as his 40 or so Ravagers bellowed in excitement and rushed toward the nearest bar. Haha, wait for me. Drax rushed after them, followed by Quill and Rocket. Gamora sighed in annoyance as she slowly followed from behind, leaving Peter behind with Groot standing on his shoulder. Should we join them? Peter asked as he could already see some of the Ravagers getting into fights. I am Groot. Groot nodded his little head. After following the group from bar to bar for about an hour, where he watched his crew drink themselves stupid, Peter saw someone that caused him to double take in shock. After going in circles for years with this woman I end up marrying. I said, Aletta, I love you, girl, but you're losing your mind. Then again, she's always been that way. I could never trust her. You know, a man that looked just like Sylvester Stallone spoke animatedly. He wore a jacket with the same flaming patch as Yandu, marking him as a Ravager clan leader. Insert picture of Staker Ogard here. Staker Ogard is a legendary Ravager captain and the leader of the Staker Ravager clan. He holds so much influence over the 100 Ravager clans that he might as well be the leader and king of all Ravagers throughout the galaxy. Holy **T. It's Rambo. Peter thought in awe. Meanwhile, Yandu stood and stared at the man like a deer in headlights, both afraid and eager to speak with him at the same time. Staker. It's been some time. Yandu worked up the courage to step up and greet the man with a respectful bow. Sadly for him, with one look at Yandu's blue face, Staker's whole night was irrevocably ruined. It seems like this establishment is the wrong kind of disreputable, Staker states as he storms out of the bar with his men at his back. Staker. Yandu yelled as he ran after them. There's 100 Ravager factions. Staker stopped for a moment to speak to the bar's owner, who was trying to convince him to stay. You just lost the business of 99 of them by serving one. Please, sir. Please. The owner begged as they rushed off out the door. You can go to hell then? I don't give a damn what you think of me. Yandu screamed, though he wasn't exactly telling the truth. In fact, Staker rescued Yandu from the life of a battle slave for the Kree Empire and inducted him into the Ravagers. Yandu has always looked up to Staker, so being treated like this by him was actually quite heartbreaking. At novel bin at. So what are you following us for? Staker asks as he turns to see Yandu follow him out into the snow. Are you gonna listen to what I gotta say? Yandu asked angrily. I've never seen him this emotional before. Quill mutters as he and everyone else watched the drama unfold. I don't gotta listen to anything. You betrayed the code. Ravagers don't deal in kids. Staker yelled, piquing Quill's interest immediately. I told you before, I didn't know what was going on. Yandu tried to defend himself. You didn't know because you didn't want to know. All you cared about was trafficking kids for a quick buck. Staker countered in distaste. I demand a seat on the table. I wear these flames, same as you. Yandu wanted to be accepted once again, though that time has long passed. You may dress like us, but you'll never hear the hordes of freedom when you die, and the colors of Ogard will never flash over your grave. If you think I take pleasure in exiling you, then you're wrong. You broke all of our hearts. Staker says in disappointment as he turns and walks off. Yandu stood rooted to the ground in a whirlwind of emotions as he watched the man he looked up to as a hero grow further and further away. Off to the side, a few of Yandu's Ravager clansmen spoke amongst themselves. Ah, pathetic. First, the captain joins Quill's friend's crew and now he lets another Ravager captain walk all over him. We followed him because he was the one who wasn't afraid to do what needed to be done. Seems he's going soft now. A particularly ugly Ravager with the face of a wrinkly ballsack spoke in a hushed tone. If he's so soft, why are you whispering? Another asks with a smirk. You know I'm right. He replies. You best be very careful what you say about Yandu, especially with the new captain around. One of the older Ravagers warned. Instantly, all eyes turned to Peter as a chill ran through their spines. You're right. I'll keep my mouth shut. Damn right you will. Peter thought as he overheard their entire conversation. I guess that there won't be any rebellions with me around. Just as Peter was about to walk over and say some comforting words to his newest crewmate, a white egg-shaped spaceship flew overhead before landing in the center of town, nearly hitting a few drunk alien girls in the process. He's finally here. After all these years, I've finally found you. A man spoke as the egg-shaped ship opened from the middle, revealing an old well-built bearded man alongside a large-eyed Asian-looking alien woman with two long fleshy antennae on her forehead. Insert picture of Ego here. Insert picture of Mantis here. Quill could feel Ego's stare directed straight at him as he spoke, but that wasn't all. He also felt this odd connection to the man, as if they were related in some way. And who the hell are you? Quill asks as he and everyone else in the town reach for their guns. I figured my rugged good looks would make that obvious. My name is Ego and I'm your dad, Peter, Quill, Ego revealed, shocking Quill into silence. Peter watched the father and son meeting with a contemplative mind. Because Ego's real body is literally a giant brain encased in a planet, killing him now would be absolutely pointless. His consciousness would most likely return to his planet, where he would swiftly build a new body. Peter hypothesized. Though that wasn't the only reason that he would have to play things slowly. And it wouldn't look very good if I just killed Quill's dad for no reason either. Peter thought as he caught a glimpse of hope in his vice-captain's eyes as he stared at his father in a daze. Peter would have to wait until they're taken to Ego's planet and then wait again until Quill's father reveals his true self. After all, no villain can ever resist the urge to monologue before their plans come to fruition. Why don't we find somewhere more private to continue this conversation? Peter steps between Quill and his father. And as he did this, for barely a second, Peter caught a glimpse of a frown flash on Ego's face. Is Quill's godlike daddy wary of little old me? Peter smirked under his mask. Though that wasn't the only person the old Celestial seemed wary of. Yandu, who was standing next to Peter, also received a similar look as well. As for the man himself, Yandu was feeling a lot of emotions right now, and none of them had to do with Staker's earlier words. No, as soon as Ego arrived, Yandu completely forgot about those mundane troubles and felt nothing but dread, fear, and protectiveness. After all, he knew what Ego had in store for Quill. He witnessed what happened to all of Ego's other children that he delivered. Ego really needed to find a way to keep him quiet. Yes, that would probably be for the best. Ego smiles charmingly as he turns to look at the large group of armed spectators. Why don't you go park your ship somewhere less conspicuous and we'll arrange for a private room in that inn? Peter says as he points to a nearby building. Ego nods as he turns to Quill. I'll be right back, son. Quill's hands tightened into fists as he watched his dad fly off, unsure about how to feel in this situation. On one hand, he wanted to spend some time with his father, get to know him and learn everything about the man that enamored his mother to such a degree. After all, she would always talk about how amazing his angel/spaceman father was. And on the other hand, he wanted to pull his pistols and open fire. This is the man that abandoned him and his mother, leaving him without a father and her to die while being judged by their family. Because who would believe someone that said they were impregnated by an angelic alien? Of course, there was also the possibility that Ego was lying, though Quill could feel the connection between them. Come on, Peter said as he swatted Quill across the head. Ow, what the F***ck? He shouted in pain as he snapped out of his shocked daze. Let's go, you idiot. Peter scoffs as he pushes Quill toward their destination. We need to talk before he returns. After paying for a large room, which had a spacious living room that could easily fit the whole crew, Peter quickly placed a few privacy spells around the room before turning to Yandu. You know something? Peter asked, causing all heads to turn Yandu's way. Yandu remained silent as he turned toward Quill with a complicated look on his face. Speak up already, you dash. Knock knock. Quill was about to snap at his adoptive daddy, though it was already too late. The real one had arrived. Sigh, we'll talk again when we have time. For now, we play along and see what happens. We need more information before anything else. Peter hints at his mistrust of Quill's father. And they all seemed to understand as not a single crew member spoke up. Even Quill didn't disagree either. At least not yet. Opening the door and welcoming the Celestial and his servant inside, Peter took a seat on the room's large sofa with his crew at his back. Have a seat. Peter offers as he gestures to the seats across from them. Thank you, Ego replied as he sat down with Mantis standing dutifully at his side. I believe my vice-captain has some questions for you. Peter says as he turns to Quill, who was seated beside him. If you're my dad, then where the F***ck have you been? Quill starts off strong. I hired Yandu to pick you up when your mother passed away. But instead of returning you, Yandu kept you? Ego says as he turns to glare in the blue Ravager's direction. Of course, Peter said to play along so Yandu didn't argue and remained silent. Maybe having Yandu here isn't the best idea. Peter says as he turns to his newest crew member. Go make sure the Ravagers aren't causing any trouble. Yandu frowned as he felt the urge to whistle and shoot an arrow straight through Ego's head. Yes, sir. But in the end, he decided to go with the captain's plan. Of course, this action seemed to soothe Ego, which is exactly what Peter wanted. Yeah, relax and soon enough you'll get too comfortable and slip up. Peter thought as Yandu stumped out of the room. Is he a part of your crew now? Because if I were you, I'd stay far away from people like him. Ego put on a confused face as he spoke. I have no clue as to why he wouldn't just complete the job. I paid him handsomely too. One of my biggest regrets in this life is hiring him to retrieve you. You and me both. He only kept me around because I was a skinny little kid who could squeeze into places adults couldn't. I made jobs a lot easier for him. Quill complains though Peter couldn't tell if he was being serious or not. Well, I've been trying to track you down ever since. Ego says as he smiles warmly at his son. I thought Yandu was your father. Drax spoke up with a clueless look on his face. No, Yandu is his daddy. Peter says matter-of-factly as he gestures to Ego. This is his father. There's a difference. You shut up. Quill pointed angrily at Peter as he turned to Drax. We've been together this whole time and you thought Yandu was my actual blood relative. You look exactly alike. Drax seemed very sure of himself. One's blue. Rocket exclaimed in disbelief. No, he's not my father. Yandu was the guy who abducted me, kicked the crap out of me so I could learn to fight, and kept me in terror by threatening to eat me. Quill explains thoroughly. Eat you? Ego looked genuinely appalled. That son of a b*tch. After all, if he actually ate Quill, then Ego's plan would be ruined. How'd you locate us? Peter asks, changing the subject. Well, even where I reside, out past the edge of what's known, we've heard a lot about the man they call Star-Lord. Ego gives his son a proud fatherly look. Of course, he's heard about Spider-Man as well, which is why he frowned earlier. What say we head out there right now? Your captain and crewmates are also welcome. Even that triangle-faced monkey there. Ego points to their raccoon mascot. What did he just call me? Rocket muttered in confusion. He wasn't sure whether that was an insult or not. I promise you it's unlike any other place you've ever seen. There I can explain your very special heritage and perhaps be the father I've always wanted to be. Ego was really laying it on thick. We would be honored to visit your home. Peter says respectfully as he rose out of his seat. Just give us the coordinates and we'll meet you there. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like my son to ride with me. Ego says as he gives Quill a hopeful look. We have so much time to make up for. Of course, you would, you sly old fart. Peter knew that Ego didn't want Quill out of his sight, as his disappearance would stall his plans yet again. Sure, some of us can ride with you, while the rest follow along separately. We just have to return to our ship for a second and grab some personal belongings first. After assuring Ego that they would meet him at his ship in half an hour, the Guardians alongside Mantis returned to their ship. Sadly, Mantis was forced upon them by Ego under the guise of escorting them to his ship, though Peter knew the real reason. To make sure the key to his plan didn't run off. Though just as they returned to the ship, Peter tapped Mantis on the shoulder and thought of all the sleepless days that he's been through. Instantly, the poor girl collapsed into Peter's arms. What the hell was that? Rocket shouted as the rest of the crew seemed alarmed as well. She comes from a race of empaths. Through touch she experiences other people's emotions as if they were her own. Peter says as he lays her down on a nearby couch. I just projected some exhaustion on her. That's all. Okay, we have half an hour before we have to meet up with Quill's dad again. Any thoughts? Peter asks the Guardians. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Quill frowned suspiciously. I mean, give me a break. After all this time, he's just gonna show up, and all of a sudden he wants to be my dad. I agree, it's suspicious, Peter nodded as Quill complained. He gives me bad guy vibes. Trust me, I've got a sense for these types of things. And by the way, this could be a trap. The Kree purists, the Ravagers. They all want us dead, Quill added in a huff. I know, but... Gamora frowned in contemplation as she looked Quill in the eyes. But what? Quill asked. What was that story you once told me about Sir Hasselfrau? She asked. Who? He asked in confusion. Do you mean David Hasselhoff? Peter guessed with a raised brow. What the hell does this have to do with some old actor from Earth? Right, Gamora nodded. And as a child, you would carry his picture in your pocket and tell all the other children that he was your father. Peter frowned sadly under his mask as he recalled this from the movie. That's really pathetic. Drax commented without understanding the vibe of the room. Shut up. Quill shouted at Drax before turning back to Gamora. I told you that when I was drunk. Why are you bringing it up now? I love that story, Gamora admitted. Yeah, well, I hate it. As a kid, I used to see all the other kids off playing catch with their dad and I wanted that more than anything in the world. Quill felt embarrassed as the whole crew heard this. That's my point. What if this man is your Hasselhoff? And if he ends up being evil, we will just kill him, Gamora shrugged uncaringly. Then let me be the bearer of bad news. Yandu stepped up and ruined the moment. That F***er is evil. Peter smirked under his mask as Yandu finally spoke up. Care to explain how you know that? Peter asked as all eyes turned to Yandu. Well, it all started back before I picked up Quill. Ego got in touch with me and hired me to traffic some kids for him. Yandu's words caused a few pointed looks to be thrown his way. At first, I refused. What changed your mind? Peter asked. The money, Yandu admitted in shame, though he also promised that the children wouldn't be hurt. But that was a damn lie. So, you were kidnapping kids and bringing them to my father? And he was hurting them. Quill was beyond confused. Guess I should be glad that I was a skinny kid. Otherwise, you'd have delivered me to him too. You still believe that's the reason I kept you around, you idiot. Yandu didn't look very happy. That's what you told me, you old smurf. Quill responded in kind. Once I figured out what happened to them other kids, I wasn't just gonna hand you over, Yandu said in his defense. You said you were gonna eat me, Quill glared. That was me being funny, Yandu shouted in exasperation. At novel bin at. Not to me, Quill yelled back. Damn, you got some serious daddy issues. Rocket commented. I am Groot. Groot nodded from his seat on Peter's shoulder. Keep quiet, you trash bandit. Quill just kept yelling. Alright, let's all just calm down, Peter interjected as he turned to Yandu. What happened to the kids? They. Yandu choked up on his words for a moment. He killed them all. What? Quill exclaimed. He wanted so badly for Yandu to be lying that a small part of him couldn't help but doubt this story. After bringing him hundreds of kids, I started getting suspicious. I thought, where are they? So I put a tracker on one of the little gremlins, hoping to find a school or a town where they lived, but what? Rocket asked in curiosity. I found a pit, filled with hundreds of skeletons, all of them kid-sized. I brought them to be slaughtered by that monster, Yandu explained in shame and self-hatred. And that's why Staker and every other Ravager in the galaxy will never forgive me. Then I will forgive you in their stead, Peter said as he walked up and rested a comforting hand on the blue man's shoulder. Everyone deserves a second chance, and this is yours. Yandu remained silent as he looked at Quill. How do we know you aren't lying? Quill asked suspiciously. We don't, Peter said with a shake of his head. Which is why I say we go along with Ego and see what he's planning. We also need to figure out the other half of Quill's heritage, and his father is our only link to that. So we're just going to walk into what's most likely a trap so that Stardouche can learn about what kind of alien his daddy is. Rocket asked with a frown. Yeah, pretty much, Peter nodded. Alright, Rocket nodded as he walked off. Where are you going? Quill asked. To clean my guns. Rocket yelled as he disappeared into the back of the ship. Smiling to himself, Peter turned to Yandu. Is there anything that we should know before heading out? He asked. Yeah. After having a quick strategy meeting, Peter, Quill, Gamora, Rocket, Groot, and Drax were led to Ego's ship, which immediately took off upon their arrival. Yandu and his Ravagers were left with the ship and would meet them at Ego's planet soon enough. Of course, Mantis was confused when they woke her up, but Peter just shrugged and blamed her fainting on lack of sleep and overwork. As they took off, Peter couldn't help but admire Ego's ship. Once this is over, I'll add this ship to my collection, Peter thought as he took a seat in a milky white room alongside his crew and Mantis. I am Mantis. Mantis introduces herself with a smile and a small bow. Master is sleeping, so I will keep you company in his absence. Since Ego is just a giant brain encased inside a planet of his own creation, the human form that he projects his consciousness into grows weaker when he's away, which is why he needs to sleep. What are you doing? Drax asks as he eyes her warily. Although she was trying to be nice, the smile on Mantis' face looked creepy, to say the least. Smiling. She answers as her smile intensifies. I hear it is the thing to do to make people like you. Not if you do it like that, Rocket said, wiping the freaky smile from her face. Oh, Mantis mutters sadly. I was raised alone on Ego's planet, so I don't understand the intricacies of social interaction. A/N, me neither, sister. Although she seemed sad for a moment, that seemed to fade as she eyed Rocket in infatuation. Can I pet your puppy? It's adorable, she asks, eliciting a glare from said puppy. Yes. Drax nods with a mischievous smirk. Grr. Rah. Rocket growled as her hand grew closer before snapping his fangs at her. Ah. Mantis screamed in fright as she pulled her hand away. Haha, that is called a practical joke. Drax laughed boisterously and was soon joined by Mantis, who had no idea what was happening. Hey, can I ask you a personal question? Quill asks after everything calmed down. No one has ever asked me a personal question. Mantis nods for him to ask. Your antennas. What are they for? He asks curiously. Their purpose. Mantis mutters as she goes on to explain her empathic abilities. If I touch someone, I can feel their feelings. You read minds. Rocket mutters as he looks at Peter, realizing that their captain wasn't lying earlier. No, telepaths know thoughts. Empaths feel feelings and emotions. May I? Mantis holds her hand out to Quill. All right. He shrugged and grabbed her hand. Instantly, Mantis' antennas lit up as she felt his feelings. You feel love, she exclaimed with blushing cheeks. Yeah, I guess I feel a general, unselfish love for just about everybody around me. Quill started pulling out excuses as he looked toward Gamora, hoping that she wouldn't catch on. No, romantic, sexual love. Mantis clarifies explicitly. No, I don't. Quill denied it in embarrassment. For her. Mantis exclaims as she points at Gamora. No. Quill shouts as Gamora looks surprised by this revelation. That is not. After all, she thought of Quill as more of a playboy, who simply wanted to get into her pants. Drax suddenly starts laughing uproariously and points at Quill in unending amusement. She just told everyone your deepest, darkest secret. He continued to laugh in Quill's face. Dude, come on. I think you're overreacting a little bit. Quill said in annoyance. I am Groot. Groot seemed to agree with Quill. It's a little funny. Rocket admits with a shrug. You must be so embarrassed. Drax continues cackling as Gamora smirks in amusement. Do me, do me, do me. Mantis reaches over and touches Drax's chest and immediately starts laughing uncontrollably as well. I have never felt such humor. After everyone was done having a laugh at Quill's expense, Mantis continued her explanation. I can also alter other people's emotions to a certain extent. She admits. Yay, like what? Peter asks. If I touch someone who's sad, I can ease them into contentment for a short while. I can make a stubborn person compliant, but I mostly use it to help my master sleep. He lies awake at night, thinking about his progeny. She explains further. Oh, really? How many other children does Ego have? I thought Quill was the only one. Peter asks in interest. Mantis froze as she instantly realized that she spoke too much. I don't know. Master doesn't talk about them very much. She isn't a very good liar, is she? Peter thought with a smile. Though she'll make a good guardian when this is all over. Everyone else couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. They decided to keep an eye on Mantis and made a mental note to look into Ego's other children. As the ship grew closer to Ego's planet, the Guardians of the Galaxy prepared for what was to come. They had no idea what kind of dangers awaited them, but they were ready to face them head-on.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.